Pakistan's southwestern Balochistan province, from where this train was traveling from, that is Quetta in Pakistan's southwestern Balochistan province. It was going towards Peshawar in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. But we understand the Baloch province people, the Baloch people have been protesting since several years now, asking for freedom from Pakistan. And we understand this, could be seen as, a reaction to that, Arjun.
Of course, for decades together now, the Baloch people have in fact been demanding freedom from Pakistan. The matter has been raised in the United Nations on multiple international forums through the decades of we've seen. Pakistan was also allegedly supporting the Taliban regime, the Haqqani network, and all sorts of militant organizations. It was festering. Now all of it is just coming back to bite the Pakistan establishment, more the ISI, and of course the military.
Okay, what more do we know, Arjun? We are understanding the BLA so far has said that they've released women and children. And also, of course, Baloch passengers who were traveling on that train. Other remaining hostages, that is the men here, they are mostly the serving personnel of the Pakistani forces?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. In fact, speaking of the terror index, which has just come out earlier this week, Pakistani police and army have been at the forefront, and they're the biggest targets of these militant organizations. So taking from this, the militant organizations are not targeting civilians. They are not really after, Baloch residents or civilians in the area. Rather, they are after the army establishment, the police establishment, the administrative establishment that has been bogging them down for decades and decades altogether.
Absolutely. All right. Well, the attack comes just days after various Baloch resistant groups had been advocating for Balochistan's independence from Pakistan. They had announced a new offensive against Pakistan, and also the Baloch National Army. This is a unified outfit now that has been named in response to the alleged Pakistani operation. Well, Balochistan, we understand, has been grappling with years of insurgency and has witnessed several terror attacks in the recent years. This is the latest that is being added to the list of attacks. We understand that this train that was bound for Khyber Pakhtunkhwa has been hijacked now. More than 100 passengers have been abducted. Thank you so much, meanwhile, Arjun, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later as more information comes in. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that's coming in from Karnataka at the moment. The Karnataka government has ordered a probe by the Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta into the alleged misuse of official privileges and protocol benefits by actress Rania Rao, who was recently arrested by the DRI for attempting to smuggle gold bars from Dubai to Bengaluru. Well, the government has also ordered an inquiry by the CID in Bengaluru into allegations of lapses on the part of the state police during her trips to and from foreign countries. Now, CID has been directed to investigate whether there was any dereliction of duty by police authorities during her travel period.
Rao actor's case is a very serious matter, and it has to be thoroughly investigated, and CBI already taken by the CBI. CBI has to investigate thoroughly, seriously. It is a very serious matter because so many news are appearing that some ministers' involvement is there, some political leaders' involvement there. So it has to be seriously investigated.
Is being investigated by DRI, okay, which we have no control. It's not the state government's control. It is being investigated by the CBI, which is not in state government's control. It is in central government's control. They have all the independence to investigate. If there is anything which anybody is involved, let them come out. But we are very clear, nobody from the state government is involved in any kind of, that's a small criminal activity. Do you think any minister would be involved in that? Why do a minister get involved in small criminal activity? Okay, of some smuggler smuggling some amount of gold from some foreign country. This is too derogatory. I don't think so. BJP should stoop to this level.
From day one, he was being suspected. Why? Because he is the person who is very influential police official, and he is a DGP rank officer. So it is alleged that it was he instruction. She was given protocol services, as well as a police officer had allegedly escorted her out. Meanwhile, she was intercepted a little before crossing the security line. So that is why the Karnataka police, Karnataka government has ordered to find out whether his involvement is there or not. Who is the police, or whether any police person was present there at the airport or not, or he had escorted her or not. So this is one aspect of the probe. The other aspect is about the facility of the protocol. So the IS officer, who is an additional Chief Secretary and IS officer Gaurav Gupta, he has been asked to submit the report within 7 days and find out whether there was a protocol violation or not, whether this allegation is true or not, that she was being escorted by protocol officials and they were carrying 2 briefcases in which gold bars were kept. So these are the allegations right from day one, and that is why 2 probes have been ordered by the government of Karnataka. CBI has also announced that they are going to take this case. So, but officially there is no notification that who is going to head this probe. But the DRI is probing the case, and what we have heard that a third person has also been picked up for questioning, because the accused number 2, Mr. Raj, has been arrested, and he is in 5 days police custody, and DRI is interrogating.
In some more news now, the Lilavati Kritilal Mehta Medical Trust that oversees Lilavati Hospital in Mumbai has initiated legal action against former trustees for the alleged large-scale financial embezzlement. Now, the trust has formally lodged a complaint with the ED and Bandra police station against the former trustees and other individuals. We're learning the complaint has alleged that there were massive financial misappropriations. A total of 3 FIRs now have been lodged by the current permanent trustee Prashant Mehta against the erstwhile trustees and their related companies. All right, my colleague Anuj Raite is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Anuj, help us understand what's the matter here. Now, we understand 3 FIRs have been lodged by the current permanent trustee Prashant Mehta.
Oh, well, yes, Lilavati Kritilal Mehta Medical Trust is the one that oversees the prestigious Lilavati Hospital located in Bandra. You know, very affluent hospital known to have treated a lot of celebrities across the state and also across the country, has found itself in a bit of trouble. On March 7th, an FIR was lodged by this trust against the trustees, who are based out of, who are based from Dubai and United Kingdom at the moment, about siphoning and embezzlement of funds amounting to close to 1,300 crores. Now, it has also been termed as one of the biggest medical scams, that is known to especially this particular hospital, and this entire scam, or this entire siphoning or embezzlement of funds that has come to light is basically, it can basically be categorized into different details. Firstly, close to 1,200 crores. It was the amount that was used for misappropriation of funds for procurement of certain medical requirements. At the same time, there has been forgery of close to 11.52 crores in this particular case. There is also a case of cheating and mismanagement of as much as 44 crore. What is interesting is that Paramveer Singh, the former police head of Mumbai and who is also associated with the Bharatiya Janata Party of late, he's also involved in this entire scam, as he has highlighted that there is some sort of a black magic practice that was put in place by the former trustees against the current trustees. So it's a it's multifaceted case, but at the center of it is the siphoning of close to 1,300 crores. But what we got to know from the Bandra police, to whom this case has been filed, is that the case has now officially been transferred to the EOW, that is the Economic Offence Wing.
Well, that's a huge amount that is being claimed here, that has been allegedly siphoned off. Thank you so much, meanwhile, Anuj, for getting us those details there. FIRs have been lodged in connection with this matter. We understand the EOW is looking at this case now. Time for a quick break here. More on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro.
India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora.
Welcome back after the break. The crucial JPC meeting on One Nation, One Election is underway. We are learning amid heated parliament session, the JPC is discussing the One Nation, One Election issue. My colleague Aishwarya Jain is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Aishwarya, the key meeting is underway, we believe. What are we expecting?
Well, the fourth meeting of the Joint Parliamentary Committee on One Nation, One Polls is underway at the Parliamentary and NXC building. It is first the legal immunity, legal experts, former CGI Ranjan Gogoi had been called in to have their viewpoint, and the presentation is being given by the legal experts to the entire committee, who is having further discussions. Of course, what we got to know is that there would be, in the upcoming days, the opinions that would be sought from journalists, from the public in large as well, where there would be a website that could also be launched by the committee, so that in large public opinions can be sought, and further meetings will take place on 17th of March as well, as far as the One Nation One poll is concerned. An important meeting currently underway, where top legal experts are giving their presentations to the committee.
So the committee is examining the amendments being made to the bill that aims to bring in simultaneous state and national elections. We understand the opposition is completely opposition to this bill, and the government, of course, has been trying to make efforts to bring them on the same page. All right, thank you so much, Ishwarya, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, in some more news, amid the parliament storm over Mallikarjun Kharge's speech, the BJP has said that Mallikarjun Kharge used unparliamentary words for the speaker, and Kharge has now replied saying that he is willing to take back the words if they were seen as derogatory in nature.
सर, मैं माफी चाहता हूं, मैं कभी आपके लिए नहीं बोला, माफ करना। अगर आपको मेरे बातों से अगर ठोस लगी है तो मैं आपसे माफी मांगता हूं, मैं सरकार से नहीं। अरे सुनो, बार-बार क्या पुकारते?
Punishments for those who violate the immigration policies that are existing, and these are new reforms that will be brought in the new Immigration and Foreigners Bill 2025, which seeks to streamline various services related to immigration and foreigners, including their entry, exit and stay in the country. And today it was introduced by Minister of State for Home Affairs, Nityanand Rai, who said that central government has all the rights under the union list to bring legislations on this subject. He also asserted that while tourists were welcome to come to India, it was the government's responsibility to ensure peace and sovereignty in the nations of the nations remain intact. But most of the opposition leaders, including Manish Tiwari, Saugata Roy, opposed this bill and stated that this bill is violative of multiple provisions of Constitution and various laws. They also stated that the bill violates the principle of fundamental rights, and government may use the provisions of proposed law to deny entry to those who are not in sync with the ideology of the ruling dispensation of the country. In fact, it was the Trinamool Congress who went on to say that this will, the proposed law can also prevent inflow of talent from outside in various fields as well, and therefore the government needs to discuss further, and the bill should further be sent to a standing committee. So clearly, the introduction of bill has happened, but government is firm that this will bring strong reforms for the immigrants and foreigners of the country as well.
All right, some more news now. This is from Chandigarh. In a tragic accident, a man was killed while two women were injured after their scooters were allegedly hit by a rashly driven Porsche car. This incident took place near petrol pump in Sector 4. The accident has been reported from late evening. And as per the police sources, the Porsche was coming from the opposite direction at an excessive speed when it crashed into the two scooters. One scooter was being used by a man while the other carried two women. We understand the man fell off the scooter, lost his leg and died. All right, my colleague Gurpreet is getting us more on that. We also have a reaction from the police.
The Porsche vehicle driver had hit two scooters when they were moving on the road of Sector 4 and Sector 9. So what we have seen, the family members of Ankit, they have been saying that the family members of the driver who had driving rashly, he should be come before the family members. So we have a family members with us, we will talk to them. तो क्या लगता है अब अंकित के लिए जस्टिस की मांग कर रहे हैं?
हम तो अभी फिलहाल इतनी मांग कर रहे हैं कि उसके घर के बंदे या बंदे को सामने ला दो, बस इतनी सी है मांग। नहीं करे, चंडीगढ़ पुलिस पीछे हट जा रही, वो कह रही हमारे को रात को उसको छोड़ दिया, अब क्यों नहीं छोड़ी पता नहीं। सुबह से सारे 100 बंदे से ज़्यादा आ रखे हैं, और कल से माँ बेहोश पड़ी उसकी, उसको तो ये नहीं देख रहे। बस इतनी सी बात हम करें कि बंदे को सामने ले आ दो। अब इनका ये कोई जवाब ही नहीं दे रहे इसके उत्तर, पीछे छुप जा रहे। देखो पुलिस वाले सब पीछे छुपे हुए।
So, well, we have seen the family member have been demanding there should be proper investigation in this case, and I'll request my viewer to show all these visuals what is happening on the ground at this point of time with this tragic accident which has been taken place on the dividing road of sector 4 and 9. So, अब क्या मांग क्या कर रहे हैं आप?
मांगे उसको यहाँ पे लाया जाए, सामने पेश किया जाए। आज उसका बर्थडे था, उसकी माँ, उसकी बहन, उसके परिवार वाले, उसके रिश्तेदार, चाची ताइयाँ सारे रो रहे हैं, इनके आंख तो निकल रहे हैं। मैं खुद आई हॉस्पिटल से भी आ रहा हूँ, अपना आंखों का इलाज करवाना था। मैं कहा आंखों का इलाज एनेस्थीसिया करा गया, पहले वो लड़का जो खत्म हो गया। सोचने वाली बात है कि उसको रातों रात बेल दे दी। जिस बंदे ने क्या देखा,
क्यों नहीं की पुलिस ने?
सबसे पहले तो चंडीगढ़ के अंदर ये एक्सीडेंट नहीं है, ये तो मर्डर है साहब, खुलेआम मर्डर है।
एक्सीडेंट के बाद मौके से गाड़ी भाग जाती है और मौके से अक्यूट भाग जाता है। तो
उसका प्रोफाइल कौन है? वो अरेस्ट कर लिया था कल, उसको क्या क्या प्रोफाइल
पता है? एक संजीव बबूटा है, मोहाली में प्रॉपर्टी का काम करता है बस।
Well, with that, it's time for a quick break. Yeah, more on the other side.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions.
Big breaking news now coming in. We're learning it's a setback for Arvind Kejriwal. A court has directed an FIR to be lodged against him in connection with the misuse of public funds. The court has accepted the plea seeking FIR against Arvind Kejriwal. All right, my colleague Nupur joins us on the broadcast here. Nupur, tell us about which case now an FIR is to be registered against Arvind Kejriwal in the matter.
Well, today in a huge setback to Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court has directed an FIR to be lodged against him and other AAP leaders over a case that dates back to 2019, where it was claimed that Kejriwal, along with former AAP MLA Gulab Singh and Dwarka councillor Nitika Sharma, misused public money by installing large hoardings across the area. So this has been a public he has been alleged of defacing public property and also misusing funds for displaying such huge hoardings of himself and other AAP leaders, especially in the Dwarka area of Delhi. So today the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court has accepted the plea that has sought seeking of FIR against them.
All right. Thank you so much, Nupur, for getting us those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, we are shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. It's a massive Formula 1 achievement for India. Kush Maini has now joined the team BWT Alpine. He's the third Indian in Formula 1 now, an Indian F1 driver after 13 years who's been added to the mix. All right. My colleague Rika is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Rika, good news, not just for the racer, but for India as well.
It is a massive news. After 13 years, an Indian driver has been drafted into Formula 1, and he is the Alpine Academy driver. Kush will now expand his role with the team in 2025 by becoming a test and reserve driver as well. And he will do this in additional to his Formula 2 duties with DAMS. Kush Maini first joined the Alpine Academy in October 2023 before going on to race in the F2 season in 2024, during which he scored 5 podium finishes, including a race win in Budapest. Well, he's been quite formidable in Formula 2. His Formula 2 campaign has really taken off in 2023 and 2024. As a part of his role, the 24-year-old will use the driver in loop simulator at the squad's Enstone base to support their car development and set up objectives such as participating in the testing of previous cars to continue and improve his skills. It is quite massive for him right now. He is in Australia. He is testing with his team ahead of the first race of the season.
All right. Thank you so much, Rika, for getting us those details there. Big feat for India, and Kush Maini now has joined team Alpine. He becomes the third Indian to be added to Formula 1 here. Time for a quick break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi meets Mauritius President and gets holy Sangam water from Mahakumbh in a copper pot to him.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This
hostage crisis in Pakistan. Over 100 trained passengers have been abducted by the Baloch rebel group. 6 Pak army men have been killed. CID to probe police lapses in Rania Rao gold smuggling case in Karnataka. The state has ordered another probe into the misuse of protocol. Amid voter list fraud charge, EC has invited opposition party netas. EC calls for suggestions across party lines. DMK leaders meet Naveen Patnaik amid the delimitation face-off between DMK and Centre. DMK's bid to form unity on delimitation. Ukraine-US talks begin in Saudi Arabia. Rubio wants lead talks with Ukraine. Talks in Jeddah to repair ties. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting this edition with some big breaking news now coming in. We're learning amid the government's big focus on one nation, one election, government now has invited public views on the issue of one nation, one poll. Well, we are learning now it has been decided in the JPC meeting that government will be launching a website for feedback from the public on the issue of holding one nation, one election. Well, the website will be open for public where they can give their opinion and also their feedback on the issue of holding simultaneous state and national elections. Well, the government, as per the JPC, has decided to prioritize the scrutiny of feedback. Well, this is some big breaking news now coming in at the moment. My colleague Aishwarya Jain is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Aishwarya, we believe the government is expected to launch this website for feedback from the public, taking into consideration, taking into concern the opinions and feedback that comes in from the general public on the issue. When is this going to be started, and you know, is there any timeline that has been set?
Well, this is the 4th meeting of the Joint Parliamentary Committee on One Nation, One Elections, and certainly it is the committee which had stated that they are going to reach out to each and every stakeholder who's involved in this process of having simultaneous polls in the country, and that includes large number of public opinion and their feedback as well. And regarding that and stuff will be taken very soon, that there would be a website for public opinion, and anyone can log in into that and can give a feedback. Remember, this was the same strategy that was opted by the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the Waqf Amendment Bill as well, where public opinion were sought and more than 2.1 crore opinions were taken into consideration while preparing the final draft. And in this regard as well, it is, of course, apart from the political party, state political party, election commissions, legal expert views are also being taken. And now finally a decision will be taken very soon, and the launch of a portal kind of step that the Joint Parliamentary Committee can take to seek opinion of public.
We're also learning that the public can also give their feedback on clause by clause on the issues here, on the One Nation, One Election bill, and if they wish to, of course. The scrutiny and of the public feedback that comes in will be done in no time. And we are also learning the website will be using artificial intelligence to analyze the feedback that will be received. Thank you so much, meanwhile, Aishwarya, for getting us those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. In some more news now, it's a big setback for Arvind Kejriwal. Well, a court has directed an FIR to be lodged against him. The charge of misuse of public funds has been levelled against Arvind Kejriwal, and court now has accepted a plea seeking FIR against Arvind Kejriwal. All right, we'll try and get more details about this. My colleague Ishika will also be joining us in just a bit. We are learning now this comes as another big setback for Arvind Kejriwal after the Aam Aadmi Party's rout in Delhi Assembly elections. Well, Arvind Kejriwal also had lost his seat, and after which this comes as another setback for Arvind Kejriwal. Nupur, my colleague, is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Nupur, what more details do we have about this case?
Well, this case actually dates back to 2019, and in fact, earlier a lower court has in fact refused to allow this petition seeking FIRs against Arvind Kejriwal and two other AAP leaders, Nitika Sharma and Gulab Singh, for posting big hoardings by using public money in the national capital for his promotions, and it was alleged that he has used public money. The AAP leaders have used public money to, in fact, post these huge hoardings, and they were accused of allegedly defacing public property. Now, the Delhi's session court today has, in fact, accepted this petition that has sought FIRs against these AAP leaders, and the court has also directed the Delhi police to file a compliance report by March 19th, and which means that the police has to register an FIR. Now, there is a deadline for the police to register an FIR in this particular case. So this is indeed a big setback for Arvind Kejriwal.
Absolutely. Ishika also is joining us on the broadcast here. Ishika, any reaction that has come in from the Aam Aadmi Party so far, or the leader himself?
Well, not so far. In fact, we have just heard that, it is a big setback rather, over the charge of misuse of public funds against Arvind Kejriwal and some other AAP leaders for putting up hoardings, especially, during the election season. We have seen this thing, and but certainly one thing is clear, that as we wait for the Aam Aadmi Party's reaction over this, the opposition, that is in fact not the opposition, rather the BJP, in fact continues to mount this attack, because even when they were in opposition, they in fact used to put this allegation that it is the then Aam Aadmi Party government which continuously misuses the public funds even for his own advertisement, is what was the big allegation that was there from the BJP side from the very start. So after this court order that has come, and my colleague Nupur was telling you all about, now the BJP is only going to mount its attack. So certainly the trouble continues to mount, and we are still awaiting his response and also the AAP leader's response, and we are expecting that we will shortly be getting a statement from the Aam Aadmi Party.
Where is Arvind Kejriwal though, Ishika, if you could tell us? He's not been seen in the public domain since the Aam Aadmi Party lost the election in Delhi. There have been murmurs that he could actually take the Rajya Sabha route and become the member of parliament from Punjab, but no update on that as well. Where is he?
Well, Kitty, that is a very interesting question rather, and currently if we talk about, he is in fact what he says in Vipassana in Punjab, and certainly as you mentioned as to what will be the next step for Arvind Kejriwal in his political journey, because he has already lost his seat. Now there certainly a lot of meetings are being held, especially with the Punjab unit of the Aam Aadmi Party, because be it so, he still is the national supremo of the Aam Aadmi Party. So the party is also in fact looking for a respectable option for him. So that is something that the meetings are continuously going on. No decision has been taken as of yet. So certainly we'll have to wait for a month, and in fact the picture will be clear by then whether or not he is going to Rajya Sabha from Punjab. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ishika, for getting us those details there. Big setback coming in for Arvind Kejriwal, the former Delhi Chief Minister. We understand now an FIR will be registered against him. There was a plea that was filed in the court seeking the registration of an FIR and the plea now has been accepted. The compliance report is to be filed by March 18. Let me go back to my colleague Nupur also here. Nupur has been getting us more details from the court. We understand the court has directed FIR to be registered now against Arvind Kejriwal. This, of course, adds up to the troubles that he has already been facing. The Aam Aadmi Party leader has already been facing, Nupur.
Yes, of course, this is one more added trouble to already several cases that are pending against him, including the cases of alleged corruption and money laundering in the Delhi liquor policy case. They are still, trial in those cases are still pending against the AAP leader, and in fact, several other big AAP leaders are in fact named in those cases. However, what is in this case now, the other leaders who were not previously named, like local leaders who have been for example, this AAP councillor from Dwarka, she is also named. So a big setback for AAP party, as several leaders are now finding themselves embroiled in court cases when they are as they are out of power in Delhi after so many years, and they have to face these huge setback because of these several cases that are coming up over alleged corruption or misappropriation of public funds. So you can say this is one can say this is just the start of some troubles, or it will be crucial to see how the AAP party responds, because they always have the option of challenging this particular court order in the higher court.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Nupur, for getting us those details, as well as Ishika. We'll come back to you both as more developments come in. Meanwhile, this is the latest that we are picking at this point in time. We have some more news that we're tracking. There is a hostage crisis in Pakistan now. We are learning more than 100 train passengers have been abducted. This hijack responsibility has been taken by a Baloch rebel group. We are also learning now 6 Pak army men have also been killed. And as per more information now coming in, there were about 450 passengers on the Jaffar Express that was going towards the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area. We are learning, but as per the BLA, that's the Baloch Liberation Army, they've let go of the women, the Baloch people and children, but the other people have been taken in, they've been of course abducted. My colleague Arjun is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Arjun, more than 100 people we are learning have been abducted. Any more information?
Well, that's absolutely correct. To put things in fact, perspective, the Baloch Liberation Army derailed the Jaffar Express near Mushkaf village in Balochistan province. The train, which was carrying around 400 passengers, was on its way to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa from Balochistan at the time of the incident. Now, the BLA has issued a statement claiming that 6 military personnel have lost their lives in the attack, and they have taken over 100 hostages. Now, these interestingly include active military personnel, personnel of the Pakistan police, personnel of the anti-terrorist force in Pakistan. And all of these military personnel, of course, were traveling to Punjab on leaves. Now, the group has also issued a statement underlining that all the women and children rather have been released from custody, and it's only the Pakistani security establishment personnel that still indeed do remain as hostages. Meanwhile, the group has now, we just have another rather handout coming from the group warning the Pakistani establishment of severe consequences if they try to use any sort of military action to try and get these hostages back. For our viewers and for perspective, it's very important to underline here that this is the same militant group, the Baloch Liberation Army, which was responsible for Pakistan's deadliest terror attack in 2024, which occurred in November at the Quetta railway station, where around 25 people, in fact, lost their lives. And this attack comes right at the back of the World Terror Index 2025, which places Pakistan, in fact, only second to Burkina Faso on the index. And of course, the TTP, on the other hand, in Pakistan has also been named as the fastest growing terror organization in the world. Back to you.
Okay, well, the Baloch Liberation Army has for years been claiming that they are the oppressed lot, and the Pakistan military has been using means against them, using misusing power against them, and they are the oppressed lot, and their people have been killed. They have been at the mercy of the Pakistani administration for long now. All right, Arjun, thank you so much for getting us those details. We also have senior journalist from Pakistan, Mr. Imtiaz Gul, also now joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Gul, what more do we know about this attack, this hijacking that has taken place? We understand there were about more than 400 people on the train, and at least 100 people have been abducted now.
Well, I'm extremely amused, and I must commend your reporter that he is much more informed than the reporters who are sitting in Quetta in the provincial capital. They are at the moment clueless, but Arjun had a lot of much more detail coming out from the area near Sibbi, which is 100 to 150 kilometers or 300 kilometers away from Quetta. But this is the latest that we have gotten, and I think there's the press releases coming from the Balochistan Liberation Army. But I'm not sure whether we really have to give it credence, 100% credence. I mean, we really have to take that with a big pinch of salt. Nevertheless, there's no denying that the train has come under attack. There have been casualties, and the earlier reports had said that the train has been taken hostage inside a tunnel. But we received some images a while ago which showed something up in flames, and the claim was that this is the same train that had been hijacked or attacked by the Baloch Liberation Army. But this burning object is parked outside in the open area, so it's not inside a tunnel. So we don't know more than that, but this has been, of course, one of the most brazen attacks on a passenger train. Earlier, as your reporter said, in November 2024, the Quetta railway station witnessed a similar big attack, which killed at least 26 people, some of them soldiers. Also, in this case, I think what reports that we are getting, there were a few soldiers on board. We cannot confirm this, but the reality is that this is a very big surprise shock attack on a train that has been reportedly carrying 400 to 500 passengers.
The Baloch groups now have intensified their offensive against Pakistan, and we've seen in the Balochistan region there have been a number of attacks in the recent years, and we understand that the situation remains quite fluid at the moment and serious. However, we'll try and get more details about this. But how do you see this, Mr. Gul? This is a big and shocking attack, hijacking that has taken place on this very train in the Baloch area, but we understand civilians have not been targeted so far. The information that's coming in, the women, children, and of course the Baloch people have been allowed to go. It's the men. It's the we understand so far the information that I have is that it says that men belonging to the Pakistan military have been either killed or abducted.
Well, this is the information that we are getting from the Baloch Liberation Army, and this is their claim. We cannot, neither can you, basically confirm the veracity of those claims. So we really have to wait for the official confirmation as to whether there were security people inside the train who may have been traveling, from Balochistan to Peshawar or up country. But we really, I would say, have to be careful in accepting the Balochistan Liberation Army or Baloch Liberation Front press releases. I mean, they've been making similar claims. At times, we often basically take them with a big pinch of salt. While the incident may have taken place, in this case, the incident has taken place. But whether the numbers that are being given out are correct, and whether the claim that they are not targeting the civilians is correct at all, because this is a passenger train, and if it is attacked with grenades and with bombs, obviously passengers, the civilians also get killed. So in this case, I think there is no discrimination between the civilians. But Mr. Gul, we understand,
as we've been talking about it earlier with Arjun also, the Baloch people, they consider themselves as an oppressed lot. They say that their people have been maimed and killed by the Pakistani army and the Pakistani administration. This could be a reaction to that.
Well, I think this reaction, I wouldn't say there's been this Baloch resentment has been finding expression in various forms. The ongoing insurgency by BLF or BLA or BRA has used those grievances by the Baloch people as a legitimate ground for such offensives. But we also have to consider that the majority of Baloch are represented in the Balochistan Assembly. They are represented in the National Parliament, both houses. So it's not just if one group says that they are oppressed, it doesn't necessarily represent the entire Baloch population. There are grievances, of course, there are complaints. People have been talking about it, but now to portray that Balochistan
on social media also that have been released. But all right, we understand that the Pakistani administration, of course, considers it as a militant or a separatist group. And we understand in the Balochistan region also, there have been a number of attacks in the recent past. And that has been the latest one that we are tracking at the moment. We'll try and get more details about this. Thank you so much, Mr. Gul, meanwhile, for joining us here on the broadcast. All right, we'll get you more on that. There is some more news now that we're tracking at this point in time. This is coming in from Karnataka. The Karnataka government has ordered a probe by the additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta into the alleged misuse of official privileges and protocol benefits by actress Rania Rao, who was recently arrested by DRI for attempting to smuggle gold bars from Dubai to Bengaluru. Well, the government has also now ordered an inquiry by the CID into allegations of lapses on the part of the state police during her trips that were to and from foreign countries. Now, the CID has been directed to investigate whether there was any dereliction of duty by police authorities during her travel period. Meanwhile, the DRI has nabbed one more person in connection with the case on Sunday. The accused, Konduru Raju, belongs to a prominent business family in Bengaluru, and his arrest comes just after Rao allegedly revealed his role in the syndicate.
Rao actor's case is a very serious matter, and it has to be thoroughly investigated. And CBI already taken by the CBI. CBI has to investigate thoroughly, seriously. It is a very serious matter because so many news are appearing that some ministers' involvement is there, some political leaders' involvement there. So it has to be seriously investigated.
It is being investigated by DRI, okay, which we have no control. It's not the state government's control. It is being investigated by the CBI, which is not in state government's control. It is in central government's control. They have all the independence to investigate. If there is anything which anybody is involved, let them come out. But we are very clear, nobody from the state government is involved in any kind of, that's a small criminal activity. Do you think any minister would be involved in that? Why do a minister get involved in small criminal activity? Okay, of some smuggler smuggling some amount of gold from some foreign country. This is too derogatory. I don't think so BJP should stoop to this level.
All right, that was Congress MLA Rizwan Arshad speaking on the matter, saying that this is a small issue. On the other hand, we understand the centre says that it's a matter of national security and the possibility of the involvement of a larger cartel is being probed here. To talk more on that, BJP spokesperson from Karnataka, Mr. Vijay Prasad, and Nizam Faujdar, spokesperson and General Secretary of the Congress party in Karnataka, joining us on the broadcast here. Mr. Faujdar, if I could come to you first. We've heard Congress MLA Rizwan Arshad saying that it is a small matter. He said it's a small matter and the BJP is trying to make it into a big issue. They've ordered a CBI probe already, and that's at the central level. But sir, your government also, the state government has also ordered a CID probe now to investigate the dereliction of duty by the cops. That could be a possibility also, that Rania Rao has been able to make so many trips, more than 22 trips within 1 year to and from Dubai.
Poonam, I think What Rizwan Arshad said is the smuggling is not the forte of the Congress party and the Congress leaders and especially the ministers.
Yes.
In the last 10, 12 years, the BJP has converted this India, the nation, as the smuggling nation of the world. Nearly 90,000 kgs of drugs is being smuggled and seized across the country. And in similar ways, the rise of the gold smuggling, if you look at the kind of spike in the drug seizures, the rise in the contraband cigarettes, the kind of the illicit currency seizure, there's the kind of seizure, the amount of illegal activity running in the country is just because of the BJP's policies, the BJP's support to these criminals and nothing else. Across the nation, you see anybody getting arrested is possibly not getting the hafta from these people, and BJP is absolutely in responsibility of this kind of mass level of smuggling across the country. And I'm sure Mr. Vijay will agree that its party, the BJP, has been facilitating and felicitating these smugglers in their party. You just saw that Australian leader of the BJP got arrested and been convicted for 40 years. And this is the kind of people who are running BJP today. And BJP
But
is
sir,
the
it's
only
your party that's running the Karnataka government. So questions are going to be asked to you here in this matter.
That's why Rizwan Arshad is saying. That's why Rizwan Arshad is saying smuggling and illegal activities is not our forte. It means Congress has never been involved in it. We don't
let
get
Mr.
into
Prasad
such
respond to
criminal
that.
activities.
You made your point there.
It is a competence of the BJP.
I'll let Mr. Prasad respond to that. Mr. Prasad, go ahead.
Yeah. See, first of all, I don't agree with what Nizam was telling. So he took out my name. First thing, I am not agreeing with what he says. And BJP is not going to agree what he's saying. The second thing is, Karnataka was the IT hub. Karnataka was the #1 state for the startup capital. And now, under the Congress rule, under the Congress regime, which I call it as under the Congress forte, Karnataka is becoming the smuggling hub under the Congress regime. Having said that, the Congress government is facilitating these kind of transactions to happen under their nose. No doubt, the DRI has come in. They are much smarter than this Congress's people, the Congress government. They have done their job. They have done their duty by arresting this lady. Okay. Having said that, Kitty, this kind of thing is happening under the nose of the Congress, under the nose of the Congress government. So what is the Home Minister is doing? The Home Minister says, even we are trying to find out through the newspaper what is happening as far as the
Mr.
gold
Foster,
smuggling
that
is
kind of
concerned.
statement is very surprising. If the Home Minister of the state says that they had no inkling about it, I mean, that's very surprising.
Kitty, and then one more thing, what I find is appalling is the Bangalore MLA Rizwan Arshad is trivializing this matter, saying that it is a small incident. And even if you see the mentality of this Congress people, even when the cooker blast happened in Mangaluru, and then the Rameshwaram blast happened.
Okay, Mr.
The
Prasad,
same
I won't
Congress
have
leader,
much time. I'll have to give some time
the same Congress leader said it is a very small issue. These things happen.
Let Mr. Forstner respond to the charges that you made.
They're all brothers.
Okay, this won't. I think you are in no mood to stop here, but let Mr. Forstner respond to the charges.
We should understand the mentality of the Congress.
चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनका है, कुछ बोल नहीं पाते हैं. He's not able to mention.
This is not the time for shayari, Nizam. This is not the time for shayari. Because this is not the time for shayari. And we have to see. We have to be very.
And you should be competent enough to say that.
I'm worried about this.
Absolutely. Okay, gentlemen. I'm sorry. It's no time for mudslinging. We don't have much time. Mr. Forstner, Mr. Prasad, thank you so much meanwhile for your time here on the broadcast. Well, definitely the question here arises is that how Rania Rao has been able to evade the security checks at the Kempegowda airport in Bengaluru. Well, the Karnataka government is in power here, but the Karnataka Congress is saying that it is a small matter, and the BJP is, of course, trying to make it into a big issue. That is what the Karnataka Congress's excuse or, statement, if you could call it, from Congress MLA Rizwan Arshad that he's made, that is. But yes, what the investigation is going to focus upon is that whether the actor had any help from her father, from the DGP rank officer here, who is also, what we are learning is that from sources is that his involvement is also being looked at in this matter. All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more on that as updates come in. Meanwhile, there's some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Amid the voter list manipulation charge, the poll panel has now invited party leaders from various political parties. We're learning the EC has called the parties for discussion, and the Election Commission says it's a bid to strengthen the electoral process. Well, Congress as well as TMC have raised this issue in the Parliament. My colleague Akhilesh is getting us more on that.
Well, these charges are being raised by the opposition parties from time to time, and recently we have seen that Trinamool Congress has raised the issue of alleged discrepancies in the EPIC cards, which is the electoral cards for the voter registration, and they have said that there are multiple numbers, multiple cards with the same numbers as far as the EPIC is concerned. But the Election Commission has made it very clear that it's a legacy issue, and this has been going on for a very long time, and now in the next 3 months they are going to rectify all those mistakes, and they will come up with the latest technology and the software so that all these mistakes can be rectified. And apart from that, we have seen that Rahul Gandhi has been making allegations about the electoral rolls, especially in the context of the Maharashtra Assembly elections, where he has raised the issues that the number of voters has increased between the Assembly election and the Lok Sabha election, though the Election Commission has also replied to those allegations also. But yesterday we have seen in Parliament that Rahul Gandhi and Trinamool Congress MPs, they also raised the issue and demanded a discussion inside the Parliament on this particular issue. But now the Chief Election Commissioner, Mr. Ganesh Kumar, has written a letter to all the presidents of the political parties and the senior leaders and asked them to meet for a meeting and for a mutually convenient time, and they can come up with all the suggestions which they have in their mind to strengthen the electoral process. And this is a letter, is a follow-up of the exercise which was taken up by Mr. Ganesh Kumar when he took charge of the Chief Election Commissioner, when he invited all the CEOs, DOs and EROs across the country and asked them specifically that by 31st March 2025 they should meet with all the local political party representatives and the leaders and should ask them if they have any grievance or complaint against the electoral rolls, and they should try to rectify those problems. And not only that, but also prepare an action taken report about their suggestions and submit it to the Election Commission. So it's an exercise which is being taken up by Mr. Ganesh Kumar.
All right. Well, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins. I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins. I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates
Welcome back after the break. Prime Minister Modi is on a two-day state visit to Mauritius. He's now meeting the Indian community members at the Mauritius Convention Center. Prime Minister Modi also had today met President Dharam Gokul in Port Louis today. He had gifted him the Ganga Jal from Mahakumbh in Sangam. Well, Prime Minister Modi also had gifted several other gifts to Gokul. And we are learning now, before meeting the President, Prime Minister Modi had also met his Mauritius counterpart Naveen Chandra Ramagulam, and both leaders also had planted a wood apple tree at the SSR Botanical Garden as part of Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam initiative. Well, Prime Minister Modi had paid homage to Mauritius founding father Sir Sivasagar Ramagulam, and Prime Minister Modi is on a two-day visit to Mauritius, the island nation, and this is a very special visit of the Prime Minister. My colleague Ghazali gets us more.
Long queue of Indian origin people, the diaspora people with whom the Prime Minister will be meeting today. Right behind me on this side, where all these people are getting in, is the convention center, where the Prime Minister is expected to address the Indian community. You see this long queue of people. They're all here lining up, and we'll also try to speak to them as to what they're expecting out of this visit of the Prime Minister.
Is it live?
Yeah, it is live. What is your name, sir?
My name is Kuldeep.
Kuldeep. Yeah. And what do you do here?
I'm in an IT organization here, and we are residing here since 2018. Okay. And we were eagerly waiting for Prime Minister Modi's visit in Mauritius. So it is like a dream come true.
I just wanted to understand, and for our viewers also, how does the visit of Prime Minister helps the Indian community in any country where he visits?
So actually he comes to know how much average population of Indians is here and what can be the common issues people are facing here. So that is one thing he may be focusing, and he helps understanding the issues here.
So for how long you have been here in Mauritius?
It's been 6 years.
6 years. So you were not here when he visited here last in 2015?
No. He was here.
Okay. आप आइए, आपसे बात किया जाए. क्या नाम है आपका?
हेलो.
What's your name?
भाविन गांधी.
कहाँ से हैं आप?
मैं गुजरात से हूँ.
गुजरात से. तो एक बात समझाएं हमारे दर्शकों को कि जब प्रधानमंत्री किसी विदेशी दौरे पर आते हैं, तो भारतीय कम्युनिटी या समुदाय के लिए उससे क्या फायदा होता है?
उससे तो फायदा तो यही होता है कि मॉरिशस और इंडिया का जो फ्रेंडशिप है और गहरा होता जाता है हर बार.
समुदाय को क्या उससे फायदा होता है? क्या आप लोग अपने मसले बताते हैं उनको?
मसले तो ऐसे कोई नहीं बताते, लेकिन यहाँ के गवर्नमेंट इज गुड इनफ टू रिजॉल्व आवर ऑल इश्यू.
Okay. So that we don't. Country is so nice. There are no issues.
There are no issue for any community.
Yes.
और यहाँ जो भारत का हम लोग आए हैं, हमारे पुरखों आए हैं भारत से, वो तो वही का नागरिकता है ना, इसीलिए तो इसका हम लिटिल इंडिया कहते हैं. और ये जो मोदी जो है उसका जो तरक्की कर रहा है वो बहुत अच्छी से कर रहा है, इसीलिए तो हम लोग उसको देखो ना लाइन में खड़ा होकर देखने जा रहे हैं.
तो आज के कार्यक्रम में क्या क्या है यहाँ पर, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
नहीं, अब हमको कुछ नहीं मालूम, हो सकता है ये सबको मालूम होगा.
बता सकते हैं कि आज के कार्यक्रम में
डिटेल्स तो कुछ नहीं है, but the main focus would be on Modi ji's speech, what he says. Yes.
आप कहाँ से देखना उसे? हाँ, वो कितने स्पीच करेगा, थोड़ा है छोटा, हम लोगों का मकसद है सिर्फ उसे देखना है. हम लोगों को यही आशा है, क्योंकि वहीं पर इंडिया में कुछ लोगों को मोदी को नहीं देखा है. हम लोग तो भाग्यवान है यहाँ मॉरिशस में, उसको आमने सामने दिखेगा, ये तो हमारा भाग्य है. हाँ.
आप बताएं सर, कहाँ से हैं?
मैं मॉरिशस.
You are from Mauritius. Okay, so you are also attending the event. What are you expecting out of this event?
So I'm here to listen to Sri Modi ji.
All right, we'll get you more on that special visit of Prime Minister Modi to Mauritius. Meanwhile, in some more news now, 10 days since the fiery Oval Office clash that upended US-Ukraine ties, meeting between top officials from both sides is now underway in Saudi Arabia. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is leading the US delegation to Saudi Arabia for talks with Ukrainian officials on ways to end the 3-year war between Russia and Ukraine. Well, Saudi Arabia's National Security Advisor and Foreign Minister sat at the head of the table. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is sitting next to National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. We understand on the Ukrainian side, top aide to President Zelensky is present among others. My colleague Disha is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Disha, any more details that have come out of this meeting? All right, we'll be joined by Disha in just a bit. Meanwhile, we are learning after the fiery Oval Office clash, we understand there is a meeting that's taking place between top officials of US and Ukraine who are meeting in Saudi Arabia. That is, this meeting is underway in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is leading the US delegation, and Ukrainian officials are meeting the US delegation on finding the ways to end the 3-year war between Russia and Ukraine. These are latest visuals that have come in of this very important meeting that is taking place at the moment. My colleague Disha also now joins us on the broadcast. Disha, more details coming in from the meeting now?
Absolutely. So this is early hours of the meeting beginning, and now what we know so far is that from the US side, US State Secretary Marco Rubio, US National Security Advisor Mike Waltz are leading the talks along with Ukraine's top aide to Zelensky, Ukrainian Foreign Minister, as well as the Ukrainian Defense Minister. Saudi top officials, the Saudi Foreign Minister, are also part of the discussions which are happening in Jeddah, and one of the main goals and one of the main focuses of this meeting is, of course, negotiating an end to this war in Ukraine that has been going on for over 3 years now, and also thawing ties between US and Ukraine, which there has been tension between the two countries since the Trump administration has returned to the White House, as well as since 10 days since the fiery Oval Office clash that the world saw and was shocked by. So now top officials coming to the table from both the US and Ukraine just 10 days after the clash took place is crucial. And is this a big step towards peace talks? One will have to wait and watch. But in terms of some of the commentary that's been coming from both sides, while Ukraine has said that, Ukrainian officials have said that, these talks are going to be constructive, and Ukraine more than anyone else is on the side of peace. And these comments come as, the US President Donald Trump has repeatedly indicated and tried to signal that Ukraine and Ukrainian President Zelensky is not on the side of peace, and Ukraine has repeatedly tried to say otherwise. And now from the US State Secretary Marco Rubio has also indicated that these talks will be crucial, and he will take back certain findings from these talks to the Trump administration, and then discuss whether military aid which was paused from US to Ukraine could be restarted, and intel sharing could be restarted. So he has signaled that this is still a possibility, as well as discussions regarding that crucial critical minerals deal, which was something that was supposed to be signed in the White House 10 days ago, but wasn't, of course, because of the clash. So crucial meeting taking place.
Absolutely.
We'll keep you posted.
And Disha, we understand the US is quite eager to ensure that the war between Ukraine and Russia ends as soon as possible. And we've seen that meeting, of course, that took place in the Oval Office also. Since then, of course, Ukrainian President Zelensky seems to have softened his stance as well.
Yes, absolutely. He has, since the meeting, said that, he regrets what happened in the White House and it shouldn't have happened. But at the same time, saying that he's on the side of peace. But, the perspective of Kyiv and the perspective of Ukraine, which is, of course, his demand for security guarantees for any truce talks to take place, is something that he wishes should be an important part of the talks, which the Trump administration has been saying that that security guarantees are a sticking point and should not take so much focus in these talks. But Ukraine has been insisting that security guarantees are crucial for any lasting truce in this 3-year-long war.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Disha, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, those are latest visuals that are coming in from this very important meeting that's taking place in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Airtel has now partnered with Elon Musk's SpaceX, to bring Starlink to India. Well, this agreement is subject to SpaceX receiving authorizations to sell Starlink satellite communication-based services in India. The agreement will enable Airtel and SpaceX to further explore how Starlink could complement and expand Airtel's offerings, and how Airtel's expertise in the Indian market could complement SpaceX direct offerings to consumers and businesses. Bharti Airtel Managing Director and Vice Chairman Gopal Vittal has said that working with SpaceX to offer Starlink services to Airtel customers in India is a significant milestone and further demonstrates the company's commitment to next generation satellite connectivity. Some more news now. A bill proposing a comprehensive overhaul of India's immigration laws, streamlining services related to immigration and foreigners, including their entry, exit and stay in the country, was introduced in the Lok Sabha today, with the opposition dubbing it to be violative of constitutional provisions, rejecting suggestions that Parliament lacked the legislative competence to bring the Immigration and Foreigners Bill 2025. Minister of State for Home Nityanand Rai said the centre has all the rights under the union list to bring legislations on the subject. He asserted that while tourists were welcome to come to India, it was the government's responsibility to ensure peace and sovereignty of the nation remain intact. Well, my colleague Aarti is also now bringing us this explainer on what the Immigration Bill 2025 entails. Take a look.
The Immigration and Foreigners Bill 2025 aims to modernize and streamline India's immigration system. And here's what you need to know about the bill. Now, this bill explicitly says that any foreign national posing a threat to national security, sovereignty or integrity will be denied entry and permission to stay in India. Now, this law will require mandatory registration of foreigners upon arrival in India. Foreigners will face restrictions on their movement and if they attempt to change their name. Now, a centralized system to track visas, entries and exits as well as overstays will also be introduced. Now, the new bill will replace the outdated laws, including the Foreigners Act of 1948 and the Immigration Act of 1983. Now, how is this different from the existing laws? Firstly, it places more responsibility on institutions. Education institutions and hospitals will have to report foreign nationals to immigration authorities. Now, this is a significant shift as the burden of providing legal status is on individuals rather than the state. And there will be a stricter penalty on unauthorized entry as well. Now, those who violate the law could be jailed from 5 to 7 years and be fined up to 10 lakh rupees, depending on the offense. A faster deportation and higher fines for visa violations will also be there under this bill. More accountability for airlines and carriers. Now, previously, carriers were fined 1 lakh rupees for transporting undocumented carriers, and the fine will be increased to 5 lakh rupees with new mandates to carriers instead of multiple laws. The new bill consolidates all immigration-related rules. Another key difference is the categorization of foreigners based on their purpose of visit into tourists, workers, students, refugees and others for better regulation. Now, border management will also be enhanced. Restriction on entry, exit and movement within India will be tightly regulated, requiring biometric registration as well. Now, this law is expected to make India's immigration framework more in line with global practices.
All right, now shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. This is from the world of sports. It's a massive Formula 1 feat for India. Kush Maini has now joined Team BWT Alpine. This is Kush Maini now becoming the third Indian in Formula 1. An Indian F1 driver now accomplishing this feat after 13 years comes as a big hope for India. All right, my colleague Rika is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Big achievement for Kush Maini and big feat for India, Rika.
It is indeed a very, very big achievement for India. The Alpine Academy driver Kush Maini will now expand his role with the team in 2025 by becoming the test and the reserve Formula One driver. In doing so, an Indian enters into the Formula One fray after a very long gap of 13 years. Remember, we had drivers like Naren Katiken and Karun Chandok in the F1 circuit. Kush will become the third driver, and he will do this as additional duties alongside competing in Formula 2 with Dams. Maini first joined the Alpine Academy in October 2023 before going on to race in the 2024 F2 season, that is Formula 2 season, during which he scored 5 podiums, including a race win in Budapest. He enters into his third Formula 2 campaign. He will also take on the position of test and reserve driver for the Alpine F1 team. So it's a massive, massive feat for this young 24-year-old boy from Bangalore,
Absolutely,
as well as India.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Rika Roy, for getting us all those details there. Well, we'll keep an eye on the latest information now coming in and the races, of course, that Kush Maini is going to be participating in. It's definitely a big feat for India, for Kush Maini to be a part of Formula One. Well, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More news and updates continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all directed.
All right, well, let's go across to Ishika now for more on this story. Ishika, any reactions from the Aam Aadmi Party? Yet another setback. Now an FIR against Arvind Kejriwal, who is already out on bail in the liquor policy case.
Well, in fact, no official reaction, yet from the Aam Aadmi Party over this entire matter. But what we are being told by the Aam Aadmi Party sources is that they will definitely be challenging it in the High Court now. So certainly, as my colleague Nupur was pointing it out, that it is quite a setback for Arvind Kejriwal now because, this entire case relates to Dwarka, in Dwarka in 2019, at the time when the Aam Aadmi Party was in government. And at the time, the then opposition, the BJP, used to level these charges that the Aam Aadmi Party is in fact misusing the public funds, that is the taxpayers' money, in its own publicity, in its own advertisements. So certainly, this is certainly only going to mount the attack from the BJP side, and especially keeping in focus this point that Arvind Kejriwal's party is not now in power. So certainly, fresh trouble continues to mount for Arvind Kejriwal and also for the Aam Aadmi Party. We are still awaiting an official statement from the AAP. Over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Ishika and Nupur, for joining us with all those details. And let's go across now to our guests. We're joined by Neoma Gupta, BJP spokesperson, also Saji Chako, a political analyst and someone who supports the Aam Aadmi Party. As Ishika said, there's so far no official reaction from AAP. But Saji Chako, this is yet another setback for Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal.
Gargi, I wouldn't term it a big setback, but yes, let's come to the the basic question you asked me. It's like this is an old case; it's nothing new. This happened in 2019, as you yourself have pointed out, and at that time this was completely thrown out by a court. It's not even entertained. So now basically that the BJP has come back to power, I think they're trying to get all the skeletons out of the closet and trying to push Kejriwal into a further corner. Having said that, I mean this is not the last of it. We can always go and appeal against it. There's so many other things. It's not as if Kejriwal is going to be, an FIR is going to be done and Kejriwal is going to be arrested and put into jail again. No, that's certainly not the case. There are going to be procedures. There are going to be procedures here. And worst comes to worst, we can go and appeal to a higher court. I mean, it's not as if the time has been put up on Kejriwal. This is an old case. I'm being repetitive. It's been an old case. It's nothing new.
No, we did say that it's a case pertaining to 2019 and it's to do with this alleged misuse of public funds for putting up these massive hoardings or billboards. But Neoma Gupta, your response to that, this is an old case. This was earlier thrown out by a lower court, but now that Arvind Kejriwal is out of power and AAP is out of power, that's what they're alleging, that suddenly this case comes back and now an FIR has been ordered.
Good evening, Gargi. See, we have always maintained that if there is a party that is blatantly looted the public and tried to put it on a facade while doing it, it is the Aam Aadmi Party under the leadership of Mr. Kejriwal. Today, Rouse Avenue Court has directed the Delhi police to file an FIR against Mr. Kejriwal and two others of AAP over the misuse of public funds. And this is law is taking its due process. So obviously, when they always talk about time, they always speculate because they are in the wrong. I mean, Mr. Kejriwal is, of course, no stranger to misusing public funds. We all know that. Look at what happened a few days ago. A massive cavalcade with 18 SUVs, 3 police vehicles, 2 jeeps and ambulance is accompanying him for not an official visit, but for Vipassana retreat. Is he a chief minister? No. Is he a union minister? Is he an MP, MLAs, Supreme Court, High Court judge, cabinet secretary, intelligence officers. He doesn't fit any entitlement to do so. So one can only imagine the misuse of funds that have been taken place under him when he was a CM. Whether it is their business blaster scheme, 54 crores were allotted to them, 80 crores is spent on promoting. The Desh Ka Mentor scheme, 1.9 crores allotted to the scheme, 27.9 given for publicity. Stubble management scheme, 77 lakhs allotted, 28 crores spent on promotion. What are you doing? What are the dynamics? Is there some semblance of balance? AAP has always used excessive amounts of money on advertising, even during the elections, and on schemes especially. And what have they done in actually implementing? They've lost the voters' trust completely. Any organ of the government which is going to see them in the domain of the correct light is going to question them. And this comes at a time when actually AAP's credibility is already a low due to the actions they themselves have to be blamed for.
All right, that's a lot of
the
points
COVID
that
funds.
you've raised,
Can
Norma.
they be explained to me?
And when it comes to massive hoardings, etc., we've seen the opposition also talk about the BJP when it comes to these massive hoardings and question the use of funds, and even during COVID times. But yes, Saji Chako, a list of their charges about the Aam Aadmi Party.
Gargi, see, you tell me which party doesn't use publicity. Come on, let's be very, very straight and honest on this. It's all in the semantics and the numbers. Now, why if they're blatantly misusing it, why not create such a hue and cry then? Or why not have a song and dance then? Now when they're out of power, when the party is out of power, all the, you're trying to get old cases done, bring new old things done under the, getting further into pushed into a corner. So it's not as if every political party worth its salt does publicity. It's all in the proportion. I mean, come on, let the BJP spokesperson say that they have been completely transparently using the money for publicity. I'll come on record saying that. It's not a new thing. It's not a crime. It's not an offense. Every political party does it. Why
so let's get Nyoma Gupta's response to that. Yes, Aam Aadmi Party has this complaint from 2019 to do with massive hoardings for their leaders. That case has now suddenly been revived and an FIR has been ordered. But yes, we've seen every political party putting up these massive hoardings everywhere. During G20, Delhi was covered with hoardings. So it's something that all political parties do, is what Saji Chako saying.
See, advertising is done by every political party. I completely respect that, but there has to be some sense of semblance in this. I mean, over here, the entire campaign ran on the fact that they've done a first-class health structure. They've given the best health facilities, and can I just tell you the terrible and inadequate health infrastructure which actually existed, with a massive revenue loss of 2,268 crores due to the faulty implementation of all their liquor policies. So while Sir is saying, there has to be a balance, so why don't you explain to me how is it a balance when the stubble management scheme, you've allotted 77 lakhs, but you've spent 28 crores on the promotion. On the Desh Ka Mentor scheme, you allotted 1.9 crores for the scheme, you spent 27.9 crores. Let's do a general maths. It's literally 15 times the figure you allotted for the scheme. You came and said you'll give the women of Punjab 1,100 rupees. You shouted out loud, advertised that profusely. Till date, not one Punjabi lady has got the 1,100 scheme. So while you're saying advertising is necessary for a political party to endorse their vision, please walk the talk of doing the scheme also. 20 times spending the money is not really doing the purpose. And I said, I understand the sentiment of the AAP people, but not of a political analyst who will see that the voter lost trust in them because they saw the larger canvas of zero advertising.
All right, finally, Saji Chako, we're talking about the Aam Aadmi Party, beleaguered right now, out of power in Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal is anyway out on bail, and now yet one more FIR against him.
Kargi, there may be a litany of it. This is certainly not the last FIR. I'm sure there's going to be a litany of FIRs. There's going to be a litany of old cases being opened up. I mean, it's all fine. It's all fine. Let him be proved corrupt. Let the court, let the magistrate say, pass the sentence that he is corrupt, he be arrested. I think till that time, we should all hold back our horses. It's very clear. I mean, it's no point breaking up old cases, bringing them time and again. And until and unless Arvind Kejriwal is held guilty, is pronounced guilty, the court gives the verdict, I think this is all riff-raff.
All right, we'll leave it there. We're still waiting for that official reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party. Thank you so much, Neova Gupta and Saji Chaku, for joining us on the program. Well, moving on to the other big issue today, and the Election Commission has written to all political parties in this very interesting development, asking them to participate in a meeting to strengthen the election process within the legal framework. The meeting would be held at the convenience of the politicians, and this comes, however, amid the huge political row over allegations of manipulation of voter lists in the Maharashtra and Delhi Assembly elections. The Commission has also invited suggestions from all parties and to flag any unresolved issues by April 30th with the concerned officials. At an internal meeting of the Commission last week, the Chief Election Commissioner, Gyanesh Kumar, had instructed junior officials to hold regular interactions with political parties and submit an action-taken report by 31st of March. The Commission has also urged political parties to proactively use this mechanism of decentralized engagement. Now, this initiative, the first of its kind, comes amid a massive opposition allegations of tampering of electoral rolls in last month's assembly elections in Delhi. Also, the Maharashtra elections have been raised. On Monday, that's just yesterday, in fact, in Parliament, Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, has said the House needs to discuss the issue of voters' list, and he alleged there has been manipulation. Earlier, we spoke to Akhilesh for more.
Well, these charges are being raised by the opposition parties from time to time, and recently we have seen that Trinamool Congress has raised the issue of alleged discrepancies in the EPIC cards, which is the electoral cards for the voter registration, and they have said that there are multiple numbers, multiple cards with the same numbers as far as the EPIC is concerned. But the Election Commission has made it very clear that it's a legacy issue, and this has been going on for a very long time, and now in the next 3 months they are going to rectify all those mistakes, and they will come up with the latest technology and the software so that all these mistakes can be rectified. And apart from that, we have seen that Rahul Gandhi has been making allegations about the electoral rolls, especially in the context of the Maharashtra Assembly elections, where he has raised the issues that the number of voters has increased between the Assembly election and the Lok Sabha election, though the Election Commission has also replied to those allegations also. But yesterday we have seen in Parliament that Rahul Gandhi and Trinamool Congress MPs, they also raised the issue and demanded a discussion inside the Parliament on this particular issue. But now the Chief Election Commissioner, Mr. Gyanesh Kumar, has written a letter to all the presidents of the political parties and the senior leaders and asked them to meet for a meeting and for a mutually convenient time, and they can come up with all the suggestions which they have in their mind to strengthen the electoral process. And this is a letter, is a follow-up of the exercise which was taken up by Mr. Gyanesh Kumar when he took charge of the Chief Election Commissioner, when he invited all the CEOs, DOs and EROs across the country and asked them specifically that by 31st March 2025 they should meet with all the local political party representatives and the leaders and should ask them if they have any grievance or complaint against the electoral rolls, and they should try to rectify those problems. And not only that, but also prepare an action taken report about their suggestions and submit it to the Election Commission. So it's an exercise which is being taken up by Mr. Gyanesh Kumar.
In other news, a bill proposing a comprehensive overhaul of India's immigration laws, streamlining services related to immigration and foreigners, including the entry, exit and stay in the country, was introduced in the Lok Sabha today, with the opposition dubbing it as a violative of constitutional provisions. Rejecting suggestions that Parliament lacked the legislative competence to bring the Immigration and Foreigners Bill, Minister of State for Home Nityanand Rai said the central government has all rights under the union list to bring legislations on the subject. However, opposing the bill at the introduction stage, Congress leader Manish Tiwari said the bill is violative of multiple provisions of the Constitution and various laws. He said it violates the principle of fundamental rights and that the government may use the provisions of the proposed law to deny entry to those who are not in sync with the ideology of the ruling dispensation of the day. Trinamool's Shaugata Roy said that the proposed law could prevent inflow of talent from outside in various fields.
भारत आर्थिक प्रगति करता हुआ देश है। पर्यटक यहाँ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आए, इसके लिए सरकार प्रतिबद्ध भी है, सुविधाएं भी दे रही है। लेकिन महोदय, देश की उन्नति, देश की संप्रभुता, शांति और देश के विभिन्न विषयों का ख्याल रखना भी सरकार की प्राथमिकता में है और जिम्मेवारी भी है। महोदय, हम किसी को रोकने के लिए नहीं ला रहे हैं, हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग यहाँ जो आए, लेकिन भारत के इमिग्रेशन का जो कानून है उस कानून का अनुपालना वह जरूर करे, यह भारत सरकार जरूर चाहती है।
I rise to oppose the Immigration and Foreigners Bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, Rule 70(1) of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Lok Sabha contemplates two situations. One is opposition to a bill simpliciter, and two, opposition to a bill on grounds of legislative competence. Beyond the 7th schedule of the Constitution of India, there lies Part 3 of the Constitution. Part 3 of the Constitution codifies the fundamental rights which are available to every person / every citizen of India. This bill is in violation of those fundamental rights on multiple counts.
I beg to oppose the introduction of the Immigration and Foreigners Bill. There is already 4 acts regarding entry and exit of foreigners in the country. They have served their purpose so far, and a new law appears superfluous in their place. I object to the new laws especially with regard to obligation of universities as well as hospital, nursing home or any other medical institutes admitting any foreigner. This will restrict inflow of talent and know-how in the country in the fields of academic and medical science.
So what is the new immigration bill? NDTV's Aarti explains.
The Immigration and Foreigners Bill 2025 aims to modernize and streamline India's immigration system. And here's what you need to know about the bill. Now, this bill explicitly says that any foreign national posing a threat to national security, sovereignty or integrity will be denied entry and permission to stay in India. Now, this law will require mandatory registration of foreigners upon arrival in India. Foreigners will face restrictions on their movement and if they attempt to change their name. Now, a centralized system to track visas, entries and exits as well as overstays will also be introduced. Now, the new bill will replace the outdated laws including the Foreigners Act of 1948 and the Immigration Act of 1983. Now, how is this different from the existing laws? Firstly, it places more responsibility on institutions. Education institutions and hospitals will have to report foreign nationals to immigration authorities. Now, this is a significant shift as the burden of providing legal status is on individuals rather than the state. And there will be a stricter penalty on unauthorized entry as well. Now, those who violate the law could be jailed from 5 to 7 years and be fined up to 10 lakh rupees, depending on the offense. A faster deportation and higher fines for visa violations will also be there under this bill. More accountability for airlines and carriers. Now, previously, carriers were fined 1 lakh rupees for transporting undocumented carriers, and the fine will be increased to 5 lakh rupees with new mandates to carriers instead of multiple laws. The new bill consolidates all immigration-related rules. Another key difference is the categorization of foreigners based on their purpose of visit into tourists, workers, students, refugees and others for better regulation. Now, border management will also be enhanced. Restriction on entry, exit and movement within India will be tightly regulated, requiring biometric registration as well. Now, this law is expected to make India's immigration framework more in line with global practices.
News from Mumbai now. Lilavati Kritilal Mehta Medical Trust, which oversees Lilavati Hospital in Mumbai, has initiated legal action against former trustees for alleged large-scale financial embezzlement. The trust has formally lodged a complaint with the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Bandra Police Station against its former trustees and other related individuals. A total of 3 FIRs have been lodged. Well, let's go across to Anuj for more on this. And Anuj, Lilavati Hospital is, one of the biggest hospitals there, one of the best known hospitals in Mumbai. And now this scandal hitting Lilavati is fairly shocking to have these complaints or these allegations of embezzlement. Give us more details.
Yes, exactly. You see, and the more shocking thing is that the current set of trustees have made these allegations, which adds a lot of credibility to this case against the former, former trustees there. Now, there are three people who held a press conference today to give the details about the same. One name is very interesting, Parambir Singh, who is currently the executive director at the Lilavati Hospital, but is also a former police chief from Maharashtra. He's the former commissioner of police here in the city of Mumbai. It is him, it is the permanent trustee Prashant Mehta, and Mr. Mathur, a trustee in the LKMM, that is the Lilavati Kritilal Mehta Medical Trust. These people took press conference to highlight multiple issues. Firstly, the issue is about the siphoning and mismanagement of as much as 1,300 crore rupees, as has been alleged by these people. They've stated that when the earlier trust was in place, money was mismanaged. There was siphoning that took place. When there was procurement of medical devices, there was a lot of inconsistency in the way this money was used for a long period of time, and that has been highlighted in this press conference that took place today. The official complaint regarding this same with the Bandra police station was filed on 7th of March. One part of this complaint, which is about mismanagement of funds, which also includes some sort of forgery allegations, that part has been transferred to EOW, whereas this particular committee, involving the permanent trustee, and the executive director at the Lilavati Hospital, has also approached the enforcement directorate, considering the enormity of this scam that we might unfold very soon in Mumbai. They've approached the enforcement directorate and have asked for a representation in front of the enforcement directorate as far as this case is concerned. Besides this, there's another matter that Parambir Singh highlighted, and that was about how the former trustees, they practiced black magic against the current trustees. So there are these multiple cases, and definitely a very multifaceted episode that the Lilavati Hospital has found itself in, thanks to the medical trust that takes care or oversees the operation here, against their own former trustees who are currently in Dubai and in London. Now, what will be the action taken here on? How much of an involvement will the ED show? What will be the next step of action taken by EOW as far as the forgery of 44 crore is concerned? Will be interesting to see. And on the other hand, we see that 1,300 crore is what has been officially stated to us through the press conference. But then when we are to trust the sources, and when we are to add a huge amount of interest that might also come into play later on, the amount is expected to go close to 2,000 crore, making it one of the most significant medical scams that has taken place here in Mumbai or in India.
Right, Anuj. So very, as you said, from embezzlement to black magic, all kinds of allegations and very unseemly controversy they're hitting Lilavati. Let's just listen in to what Mr. Parambir Singh, the executive director of Lilavati, had to say on this issue.
3 FIRs दाखिल किए गए हैं. एक 12 करोड़ की साइफनिंग का है, एक 44 करोड़ की साइफनिंग का है, जो कि लीगल एक्सपेंसेस बता के साइफन किया गया था. और जो रिसेंटली 2 दिन पहले ही FIR दाखिल किया है ऑनरेबल कोर्ट के आदेश पर, वो 1250 करोड़ लगभग प्रोक्योरमेंट के लिए बताकर, हॉस्पिटल की सप्लाईज के लिए बताकर साइफन ऑफ किया गया. जितने आरोपी हैं, पिछले जो 7 ट्रस्टी हैं जिनके खिलाफ ये गुने दाखिल हैं, वो सब विदेश भाग चुके हैं यहाँ से. और ऐसा भी हमारा संशय है कि पूरा पैसा साइफन करके बहुत सा ऑफशोर अकाउंट्स में इंडिया से बाहर ले जाया गया है. तो इसमें एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टर को भी हमने ऐसी विनती की है कि इसमें अपनी PMLA के तहत अपनी जांच इसमें शुरू की जाए.
All right, with that, we'll slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, how a train has been stopped and hostages have been taken in Pakistan. More coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail.
Welcome back. Now, the big news coming out of Pakistan, the Baloch Liberation Army, BLA, which is seeking independence for Balochistan, in a statement has said it's taken control of a train and kept hundreds of passengers hostage. 6 Pakistani military personnel have also been killed, according to the BLA. The Jaffar Express, with over 400 passengers on board in 9 bogies, was on its way from Quetta in Pakistan's southwestern Balochistan province to Peshawar when it was fired on, is what railway officials have said. And the BLA then released a statement saying they've taken them hostage and they will start shooting them if their demands aren't met. Let's go across to Vishnu for more on this story. And Vishnu, you know, while Balochistan has been conflict-ridden, there have been these separatists for a while and, you know, insurgency, but this is one of the biggest incidents to happen in recent days. Give us more details.
Well, it is a very unfortunate situation because there are presumably women and children also over there, young people also caught as hostages in the middle of this huge conflict which exists between the Pakistani state and those representing Baloch forces and Baloch independence fighters, more specifically the Baloch Liberation Army. This was a train, the Jaffar Express, which was going between Quetta and Peshawar, when within Balochistan, inside a tunnel is what I believe where it was stopped. There was a gunfight which took place. At least 6 security guards, Pakistani forces were eliminated, and then this hostage crisis has taken place. Now, the real numbers we don't know, because some reports suggest that about 120 people are being held hostage. Some reports say that number could go up to as much as 500. So it is a developing story, and it comes in an area which, as you correctly mentioned, you know, has been very restive in the recent past, certainly, for a variety of reasons, whether it's marginalization of people in the area, the creation of the China-Pakistan economic corridor, the utilization of natural resources in the area, which people in that area believe belongs to them. So these are a couple of factors, but the Baloch Liberation Army has been extremely violent. They have been involved in several attacks on the Pakistani armed forces. There have been attacks on coal workers as well. And this, of course, is the latest attack which has taken place, attacks which have resulted in the loss of hundreds of lives.
All right, Vishnu, thanks so much for joining us there with the details. So this is a developing story we'll continue to track. Another news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a two-day state visit to Mauritius. He's meeting with the Indian community members at the Mauritius Convention Center. He also met President Dharam Gokhul in Port Louis, when he gifted him Ganga Jal from the Mahakumbh. He also gave him several other gifts as well. And before the meeting, the Prime Minister met with his Mauritius counterpart, Navin Chandra Ramgulam, and both the leaders planted a wood apple tree at the SSR Botanical Garden as part of the Ek Peड़ Maa Ke Naam initiative. He also paid homage to Mauritius' founding father. NDTV's Ghazali has been tracking this visit, and he spoke with some of the Indian diaspora there on the Prime Minister's visit.
Long queue of Indian origin people, the diaspora people with whom the Prime Minister will be meeting today. Right behind me on this side, where all these people are getting in, is the convention center, where the Prime Minister is expected to address the Indian community. You see this long queue of people. They're all here lining up, and we'll also try to speak to them as to what they're expecting out of this visit of the Prime Minister.
Is it live?
Yeah, it is live. What is your name, sir?
My name is Kuldeep.
Kuldeep. Yeah. And what do you do here?
I'm in an IT organization here, and we are residing here since 2018. Okay. And we were eagerly waiting for Prime Minister Modi's visit in Mauritius. So it is like a dream come true.
Okay. I just wanted to understand, and for our viewers also, how does the visit of Prime Minister helps the Indian community in any country where he visits?
So actually he comes to know how much average population of Indians is here and what can be the common issues people are facing here. So that is one thing he may be focusing, and he helps understanding the issues here.
So for how long you have been here in Mauritius?
It's been 6 years.
6 years. So you were not here when he visited here last in 2015?
No. He was here.
Okay. आप आइए, आपसे बात किया जाए. क्या नाम है आपका?
हेलो.
What's your name?
भाविन गांधी.
कहाँ से हैं आप?
मैं गुजरात से हूँ.
गुजरात से. तो एक बात समझाएं हमारे दर्शकों को कि जब प्रधानमंत्री किसी विदेशी दौरे पर आते हैं तो भारतीय कम्युनिटी या समुदाय के लिए उससे क्या फायदा होता है?
उससे तो फायदा तो यही होता है कि मॉरिशस और इंडिया का जो फ्रेंडशिप है और गहरा होता जाता है हर बार.
समुदाय को क्या उससे फायदा होता है? क्या आप लोग अपने मसले बताते हैं उनको?
मसले तो ऐसे कोई नहीं बताते, लेकिन यहाँ के गवर्नमेंट इज गुड इनफ टू रिजॉल्व आवर ऑल इश्यू.
Okay. So that we don't. Country is so nice. There are no issues.
There are no issue for any community.
Yes.
और यहाँ जो भारत का हम लोग आए हैं, हमारे पुरखों आए हैं भारत से, वो तो वही का नागरिकता है ना, इसीलिए तो इसका हम लिटिल इंडिया कहते हैं. और ये जो मोदी जो है उसका जो तरक्की कर रहा है वो बहुत अच्छी से कर रहा है. इसीलिए तो हम लोग उसको देखो ना, लाइन में खड़ा होकर देखने जा रहे हैं.
तो आज के कार्यक्रम में क्या क्या है यहाँ पर, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
नहीं, अब हमको कुछ नहीं मालूम, हो सकता है ये सबको मालूम होगा.
बता सकते हैं कि आज के कार्यक्रम में
डिटेल्स तो कुछ नहीं है, बट द मेन फोकस वुड बी ऑन मोदी जी स्पीच, व्हाट ही सेज. यस.
आप कहाँ से देखना उसे? हाँ, वो कितने स्पीच करेगा, थोड़ा है छोटा, हम लोगों का मकसद है सिर्फ उसे देखना है. हम लोगों को यही आशा है, क्योंकि वहीं पर इंडिया में कुछ लोगों को मोदी को नहीं देखा है. हम लोग तो भाग्यवान है यहाँ मॉरिशस में, उसको आमने सामने दिखेगा. ये तो हमारा भाग्य है. हाँ.
आप बताएं सर, कहाँ से हैं?
मैं मॉरिशस.
You are from Mauritius. Okay, so you are also attending the event. What are you expecting out of this event?
So I'm here to listen to Sri Modi ji.
All right, so Ghazali there speaking to some of the diaspora there in Mauritius, very excited about the Prime Minister's visit and his address, which will be taking place later today. And there you can see many gathered there in the hall where another event is taking place. It is a two-day visit of the Prime Minister's to Mauritius. Well, with that, we'll slip into a short break. More on the other side.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues.
Welcome back. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge's remarks in Rajya Sabha about his party having come prepared to hold the ruling BJP to account, where he used a certain Hindi word, triggered a furious row after MPs from the latter objected to the certain derogatory word they claimed was meant for the chair. Now, the Congress chief's remarks were condemned by BJP boss and leader of the House, JP Nadda, who called them unpardonable and said that he should apologize. The word should be expunged. Mr. Kharge did oblige, apologizing immediately and voluntarily withdrawing his remark, which in Hindi loosely translates to nailing someone.
सर, मैं माफी चाहता हूं, मैं कभी आपके लिए नहीं बोला, माफ करना। अगर आपको मेरे बातों से अगर ठोस लगी है तो मैं आपसे माफी मांगता हूं, मैं सरकार से नहीं। अरे सुनो, बार-बार क्या पुकारते हैं?
The Karnataka government has ordered a probe by the additional chief secretary into alleged misuse of official privileges and protocol benefits by actor Rania Rao, who was recently arrested at the Bengaluru airport for attempting to smuggle gold bars from Dubai into Karnataka. The government also ordered an inquiry by the Criminal Investigation Department into allegations of lapses on the part of the state police during her trips to and from foreign countries. The CID has also been directed to investigate whether there was any dereliction of duty by police authorities. Now the officer has been appointed to investigate this matter.
Rao actor's case is a very serious matter, and it has to be thoroughly investigated, and CBI already taken by the CBI. CBI has to investigate thoroughly, seriously. It is a very serious matter because so many news are appearing that some ministers' involvement is there, some political leaders' involvement there. So it has to be seriously investigated.
It is being investigated by DRI, okay, which we have no control. It's not the state government's control. It is being investigated by the CBI, which is not in state government's control. It is in central government's control. They have all the independence to investigate. If there is anything which anybody is involved, let them come out. But we are very clear, nobody from the state government is involved in any kind of, that's a small criminal activity. Do you think any minister would be involved in that? Why do a minister get involved in small criminal activity? Okay, of some smuggler smuggling some amount of gold from some foreign country. This is too derogatory. I don't think so BJP should stoop to this level.
All right, let's change tracks on the program. And a massive Formula One feat for India. Kush Maini has joined Team BWT Alpine. He's the third Indian in Formula One, an Indian F1 driver there after 13 years. And Kush Maini now joins us on the program. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. And first and foremost, many congratulations for getting a Formula One call-up. You become the country's third only driver to be a part of the F1 circuit. Your first reaction?
No, obviously, it's been a long time goal of mine to be, obviously, it's not a race seat, but, you know, it's the next best thing. And, you know, you're there, and you performing will really open the eyes, and you're already in the radar, on the radar. So it's massive for our country, for me, for my family. It's been a long journey, but, you know, these things are just going to help India in its quest to get on top of motorsport and like we are in cricket. And it's a long journey, but these are the steps that are getting us closer to it. So I'm very excited.
Well, I like the like we are in cricket aspect, but do tell us, how did this offer come around?
Of course, obviously last year didn't go to plan in F2. We had flashes, obviously pole positions, win and many podiums, but the main thing was the testing program. I feel the 4 days I had, I think I really showed what I was capable of. And yeah, for some reason they wanted to keep me around, and obviously that's very good news for me. And obviously I do have to perform in F2, and that's the main thing. But they obviously have enough trust in me to keep me around for another year. So yeah.
Right. A bit more about your journey. You know, Formula 2 to Formula 1. How did the transition happen?
No, I think Formula One is obviously the pinnacle, and it's so well engineered. The cars are so well engineered that it's actually in some ways it's actually easier to drive than F2. But obviously being at the limit is hard. But it was just amazing to, you know, get 4 days last year in the car, and I'm going to be getting more this year. So it's just building that confidence with the car and learning new things, and the depth of engineering is much deeper. So but the more time I spend, the better I'm going to get. So I'm excited.
All right, so you are in Australia right now. Tell us, have you joined the team, and are you gearing up for the first race of the season?
I'm obviously in Australia. Tomorrow's my prep day with my F2 team, and because that's my main focus again. But I will be checking on Alpine. I'll go up there and say hello to everybody and just be around. So no, I'm looking forward to getting this year started.
All right, now Kush, you are from Bengaluru, so tell us a bit about, you know, when did you pick up driving as a sport?
My dad used to race at a low level in India, and then my brother, obviously Arjun, who's 3 years older than me, he started racing, and when I was about 7 or 8, I wanted to try because he was getting a lot of attention because he was winning races and stuff. I wasn't very good at the start, but I just wanted to beat my brother. So I sort of did it out of jealousy the first few years, and then I fell in love with it, and it went from there. And it's been a very long journey, a lot of sacrifices, but I mean, this announcement makes it all worth it.
So tell us a bit about your experience with Mahindra Racing.
No, very positive. Obviously, you know, going P1 in the rookie test, I think that was the first time at a world level in any session that an Indian manufacturer and an Indian driver went P1. So that was huge for us. I love working with the team. Obviously this year I'll be a bit more busy with the F1 stuff, but every time they call me to get in the car, it's always a pleasure, and I always look forward to it.
All right, if we, you know, look back when Narayan and Karun raced, those were very different times in Formula.
Obviously, you know, they raced in F1, which is ultimately my goal, which I feel we've gotten closer to, but it's going to be another year, hopefully, and good performances from my side to get me there. But obviously, Naren was the first one, and then Karun, and they really did something amazing for our country, and I hope I can be the next one to put us up there in Formula One.
So, you know, you burst onto the scene in 2023, and in just 2 years of Formula One call-up, that's massive. Has it sunk in?
Not yet, but it's quite cool. It's quite just being called a test and reserve driver for a Formula One team. I mean, no Indian has heard that, obviously since 2012 or something like that. So it's big for our country. I'm more excited for our country because I feel there are a lot of fans, a lot of racing fans, and that's growing a lot. So this is great news for us as a country, and I'm going to try and get one step better for next year.
And who are your current favorite drivers on the circuit?
Ooh, favorite drivers, obviously Mika is one. So to be mentored by him is a dream. Mika's always been one of my favorites. I love the Senna, obviously, I love Hamilton. So yeah, it's I would say those are my three sort of favorites.
Right, and how much time will you get with the car on the track?
So we have some tests planned. Obviously, last year I did 4 F1 tests. This year we have some planned, and also a lot of simulator work. And depending on how I do in Formula 2, that can expand. So yeah, that's the main goal.
And lastly, have you heard from Narayan or Karun?
No, I'm very close to them. I mean, I see Karun at almost every race because he's with Sky Sports, and Naren and I always keep in touch. And when I get home, I always see him. No, we're very close, and I always speak to them before making a big decision and ask for their advice as well. And they're great people to have around.
Well, that's great to hear, and thank you so much, Kush Maini, for speaking to us here at NDTV, and all the best. Well, with that, it's a wrap from me. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Lots lined up on the show, including the multiple probes into the gold smuggling case in Karnataka. But first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking this hour. The NEP face-off intensifies as DMK protests against Union Minister Pradhan in Parliament. Stalin sends a strongly worded letter and Kharge creates a controversy with his remarks. DMK also sends a delegation to expand its delimitation offensive. Election calls for suggestions from across parties to deal with allegations of fraud in voter lists, invites leaders from all parties to discuss the issue. Ukraine-US talks begin in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia to repair ties. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz lead the US in those talks. Well, first up this evening, those investigations into the actor Rania Rao gold smuggling case has now taken multiple dimensions. A day after allegations of political links to the jailed actor and stepdaughter of a DGP rank police officer in Karnataka, the Karnataka government today ordered 2 separate probes. One by the Crime Investigation Department to probe if police officers facilitated the actor's movement in the airport and outside, and another by a senior IAS officer to probe if there was any breach in protocol in allowing the actor to enter and exit from India. The second probe has to be completed in 7 days. There are now totally 4 separate ongoing investigations into this case. The CBI is probing if there is a wider network operating in airports dealing with gold smuggling, and the DRI is the primary agency probing Rania Rao and the case itself. Meanwhile, the trial court today heard the DRI's objections to the bail plea filed by the actor, and the actor's bail hearing will begin from tomorrow. Remember, another accused who belongs to a high-profile business family in Bengaluru has also been arrested in this case.
Rania Rao actor's case is a very serious matter, and it has to be thoroughly investigated, and CBI already taken by the CBI. CBI has to investigate thoroughly, seriously, it is a very serious matter because so many news are appearing that some ministers' involvement is there, some political leaders' involvement there. So it has to be seriously investigated.
It is being investigated by DRI, okay, which we have no control. It's not the state government's control. It is being investigated by the CBI, which is not in state government's control, it is in central government's control. They have all the independence to investigate. If there is anything which anybody is involved, let them come out. But we are very clear, nobody from the state government is involved in any kind of, that's a small criminal activity. Do you think any minister would be involved in that? Why do a minister get involved in small criminal activity? Okay, of some smuggler smuggling some amount of gold from some foreign country. This is too derogatory. I don't think so BJP should stoop to this level.
Well, is this investigation and the case getting murkier? Are there multiple dimensions that need to be probed? Joining me this evening, BJP spokesperson G.S. Prashant. We'll have the Congress's Deepak Timaya join us in a bit. Also with us, former Director General of Police of Jharkhand, Ms. Nirmal Kaur. Thanks to all three of you for joining us here on the Southern View. My first question to you, G.S. Prashant, while it's easy to make political allegations, is it still premature, given that there are multiple aspects of this investigation that is underway by 4 separate agencies?
No, let the investigations go on. We are not against any investigations going on. In fact, the role of the accused father also can be probed, because if the protocol violations have happened, that protocol violations would have been happening under the direction of the police or whoever. So we are not for a moment stalling the probe. Let CBI conduct its probe. The DRA investigation is on. If Karnataka government wants a CID probe, let it happen. We are not against probe. All that we want is justice must prevail and the culprits must be brought to book. But if you look at the statement of the Congress minister saying no minister would be involved in such a small scam, yes, that probably that statement, but he was correct in as to why he says that, because Congress has always indulged itself in bigger scams, larger scams, keeping interest the nation not in mind. They've always done bigger scams. Probably for them, 12 crore worth gold found is nothing much. But keeping in mind the taxation loss, the revenue loss to the government, and that the offence such as smuggling is involved, the minister should have been a little upright in talking about those issues. As BJP, we are for investigation, for a fair and thorough probe. I'm sure CBI would investigate properly, and we are not interfering in any of the probe by the CBI or the DRI, because as central government, these agencies have been given complete independence and they work independent of the central government. Therefore, the investigation will happen in a free and fair manner. And if any person of whatever ranking involved, of any party is involved, may it be TMC, BJP, JDS, Congress, BJD, any party, BJP is not there to support
Okay, you
anybody.
made your point. Deepak Timaya, is there a worry that this case could get murky because there are allegations of political links? Obviously, no evidence of any such links as yet. But the fact that a very senior IPS officer, a DGP rank officer, is the stepfather of the accused, the fact that a person from an extremely influential business family, we are told, has been arrested as the co-accused in this case, is there a fear or worry that this could reach higher? It could go beyond just the actor and could embarrass the party?
I think somebody should worry about these things if you are complicit, if you have a reason to worry, right? I think if somebody can just assume about complicity or abetting this kind of a crime, I think then there is a reason to allege these things. But when the Congress party or the government has nothing to do with it, in a state with almost about 6.5 to 7 crore people, you have so many kinds of people. You have people who commit crimes, people who have, saintly activities, and people who live a very, very proper, law-abiding life. So to assume that, that a government of any kind, even whether it's the BJP or the Congress or whatever, would be able to monitor every person's mind, it's like the Minority Report movie, like, you can foresee these things happening and if you can stop them and all that. But let me tell you, it is such a sad thing that the BJP should be feeling bad about the whole thing, because this has happened in transit between Dubai and Bangalore. This has not happened like, the smuggling between, two places in Bangalore, because this lady was allowed to bring these things from Dubai to Bangalore. And which agency was in control of those things? And today to say that, the central government has done everything, but the Karnataka government, as if the Karnataka government has any say about it. The moment you pass the security, you don't have a say. Like even if you are a VIP, I think that, the moment you cross the security, even the policemen just stay away. And let me tell you, this is actually not the time to blame one another. I'm sure that Mr. Prashant also agrees.
Right.
This is the time to really probe and see that it is the honor of the nation that is in question when people can't even bring a pen out of Dubai. I've traveled in so many countries, and once I actually came from Europe, and there was this ashtray, and the customs officer was just looking at the ashtray in so many different directions to be able to see that whether there was something hidden in it. And this lady was able to carry so much that I think there is something bigger than any government could have ever done. So I think
it's an important point that you're raising, Deepak Timaya. You're making a very important point, Deepak Timaya. As Prashant says, the BJP also wants a thorough probe into the matter. Multiple agencies are probing the matter. Ms. Nirmal Kaur, when you look at it from an investigation and a police point of view, it exposes some serious lapses in the system in terms of celebrities and big faces and people with connections when they're going through our process of security, process of customs, so many other checks and balances that are put in place to ensure that smuggling is avoided, on the one hand. On the other hand, in terms of the investigations itself, is it possible for two people to just carry this out? Do you believe that there is more than what meets the eye at the moment as far as this case is concerned?
Definitely, so far as the protocol and courtesies are concerned, they are to be provided only after the person has cleared customs. That's very clear with CISF and with anyone. Courtesy with the local police also. After clearing customs only, this courtesy or protocol is provided. If there is any breach of that, which generally people do for VIPs, they are allowed to walk without recheck. So, that needs to be investigated. How far, how many times it has happened, I'm sure they have the passport and they can see and they have the statement also. The second question you bring out is much more important, which is there a wider ramification? Are there wider links, which is quite likely because there are Hawala gangs operating, there are money laundering people operating, there are drug lords operating. And money, money is put across borders like this in gold, in precious metals, something like that. So that is a problem. That's an issue which needs thorough investigation because it could well be tied to the internal security of the country, which is a big threat. And, only customs has allowed her, or she was being a DGP's daughter with some links to the DGP, being a film star herself, gives her a lot of status, because film stars are also revered. Their fans revere them. So maybe she used that clout or that kind of soft path to smuggle gold. It is possible. That needs to be investigated. And much more than that, the wider link. Where does it tie up? Just this lady and that businessman's son. No. It has to be much more. After all, when you get a thing, you have to dispose it off. Somebody has to finance your, this kind of money. Somebody has to be financing. There'll be financier, there'll be receivers, there'll be people, who will, like mules, you call them, somebody who's doing this and that, getting it in Dubai. So it's going to be a very, very large network if thoroughly investigated. I'm sure it will come before the country. Right. It's a large network that is doing it. And perhaps what we catch is only tip of the iceberg. Much more is there. I think almost every airport has it, but much more in the southern airports, I would say. Earlier we had this case in Kerala, now here.
Okay. Only the tip of the iceberg you suspect from an investigation point of view. Very briefly, Prashant and Timaya, is there political resolve to see this in beyond political differences and see this as a larger issue that needs to be addressed? Does this expose a larger systemic weakness? How do the two of you respond to that?
Definitely, as BJP, we are not opposing this investigation. We want the investigation to happen at all levels because one important point, that Madam DGP made is that if this fund flow and if there are people in the organized sector doing this, where is this going towards? Is this being used for terror financing against the country? So there's a lot at stake for the country, and I'm sure Congress would join hands with the center to ensure that the nation's integrity and sovereignty is not at stake. Therefore, and this internal security has to be beefed up. If there are any lapses which have happened on due to the lapse of the officials, they have to be brought to book. And as BJP, we are not wanting to shield anybody just because they're officers of central government. They have to be brought to book like any other person. And I'm sure Congress will also endorse this view that investigation has to be carried out thoroughly at a broader level to ensure that justice is met and we don't suffer this in the future because it is nation's security is at stake.
Right. Deepak, that political resolve that's needed to bridge over differences and ensure that this is seen as a larger issue because this was not one-off case.
No, I don't think this is even a matter to be debated because I think that everybody totally agrees with the fact that we all need to come together to ensure that these things don't happen. This is the question of the country's, functioning, its integrity, the way our law enforcement agencies are functioning, and whether there is terror funding, whether there is such amount of, illegal activity happening. And even if it's a minister or anyone, I'm sure that because we are all patriots and we all love our country and we all want our country's safety and security, that we will go to any extent to ensure that the culprits are caught and these things are stopped. And I'm sure the BJP also understands it, and this is not politicized at all, because a criminal is a criminal, and criminals could be in any party, but criminals actually will not be accepted in any party. Mistakes can happen if at all somebody has been brought in because without knowing their background or whatever it is. But let me tell you, Congress will never tolerate a thing like this, and thank you so much.
All right. Okay, on that note, we'll end this conversation. Thanks to all three of you for joining me here on the Southern View this evening. We'll keep our focus on what's turning out to be a case that's getting bigger and bigger by the day. But now to the big political confrontation over the national education policy in Parliament. DMK MPs dressed in black protested against Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan outside the House. There was strong exchange inside the House as well as the opposition pushed for a discussion on the NEP issue. Trinamool Congress's Kalyan Banerjee supported the DMK on the issue, and there was an uproar in the Rajya Sabha after controversial remarks by Leader of Opposition and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, for which Mr. Kharge apologized. Meanwhile, MK Stalin stepped up the offensive against Dharmendra Pradhan and hit out at the Union Minister in a strongly worded statement.
The Education Minister, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, he hurt the sentiments of the Tamil people and he insulted the representatives of the Tamil Nadu. So, we expect an apology, not expunging what he said, and we have moved a privilege against the minister. The DMK party has moved a privilege against the minister, and we've requested the speaker to take it up. This is not a small issue. The union government has no right, because it's a budgetary allocation for Tamil Nadu, for SSA. Just because they are forcing NEP on us.
Yesterday I was there in the House. The language which has been employed by the Honorable Minister Dharmendra Pradhan is deprecated. It is unexpected. The central minister will use this language to the people of the Tamil Nadu. This is really, he has downgraded the peoples of the Tamil Nadu by using the expression. And I will also say that either he should seek apology in the House itself, otherwise he should be removed. He should be removed as a minister from the cabinet.
Well, strong exchange there in Parliament. Meanwhile, the DMK continued to expand its offensive on the delimitation issue as well, with party leaders reaching out to several political leaders in other states to attend a conference in Chennai to forge a joint front against delimitation. Remember, MK Stalin had written to several chief ministers to join that meeting in Chennai. Today, DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran went to Odisha to meet former Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik to enlist his support in the DMK's battle against delimitation.
22nd March in Chennai. We had already received a letter from our Honorable Chief Minister, and it was such a lovely meeting because we're meeting after such a long time. He shares our concerns and our fears that the unfair delimitation will be not good for our states. There are 7 states, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra, Telangana, Odisha, Punjab, which will be directly affected by the delimitation, in which our share will be reduced and the northern states' share will be increased, because these states are developing states which control the population, and for that we have to pay the price.
Joining me now is NDTV's Sam Daniel, who's been tracking the DMK very closely. Of course, all these developments, it's been playing out over the last few weeks. Both the NEP face off with the centre, which seems to be targeted around Dharmendra Pradhan on the one side, the BJP taking on the DMK in Tamil Nadu, and the other is the delimitation face off, which started after the NEP face off. Sam, both two different issues, but pretty much around the same theme of the state versus centre and playing to the domestic DMK sentiment as far as its electoral realities are concerned.
That's right, Veeraraghav. Both the language and the possibility of Tamil Nadu losing its present proportion in the parliament could be emotional issues. It has worked well for the DMK in the past, in the 60s. It's this Tamil issue, the two-language policy, and the fight against the then Hindi imposition that catapulted the DMK to power. And with elections just 1 year away, these issues have come quite handy for the DMK that's trying for a second consecutive term. And the comments by Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has only given more another handle for the DMK. And now efforts are underway to invite chief ministers or opposition leaders from 7 other states, the 4 other states from south, besides West Bengal, Odisha and Punjab. And they aim to have a stronger singular voice from Chennai after the 22nd meet to be led by M.K. Stalin, to particularly get an assurance from the centre, from the Prime Minister, that the states that check their population very effectively over the last few decades will not be penalised. And they want an assurance that not just the present number of seats, but also the present proportion will be safeguarded, so that even if northern states get a rise in number of MPs, south will also get equal proportion in terms of additional MP seats. And also the language issue, the Tamil Nadu, the DMK here argues that it's a ploy to impose Hindi in the form of new education policies, 3-language formula. And on the ground, although the centre claims that it's only an opportunity to learn another language, they say it will only lead to students tacitly being made to study Hindi or Sanskrit, and they will not accept that. Right. They believe that the 2-language policy in the state has catapulted the state to greater heights in terms of their achievements in higher education and other parameters of development, and they cannot accept something that's yet to be proven in the form of new education policy. And M.K. Stalin today slammed the BJP, calling the new education policy a scheme of the Nagpur mission, as he called it.
Sam, but there's also an offensive that the BJP has taken on as far as the DMK is concerned on the national education policy issue. Of course, the BJP accusing the DMK of fear-mongering as far as delimitation is concerned, because that's an issue which is far away. There's no clarity on when it can be implemented. There are those who emphatically argue that the first aspect in that is to have a 2026 census. So given that, what's been the reaction of the other opposition parties in Tamil Nadu? You've got the AIADMK. Have they been very categorical in their response? Obviously, Vijay and others have made their statements on it, but are they allowing the DMK to take center stage in this battle against the center? What is the position that they are all maintaining at the moment?
The BJP, of course, calls the attempt by the DMK as an attempt to cover up its failures in terms of law and order and other failures, as they call it. And the other political parties, the key opposition, AIADMK, certainly objects to the 3-language policy. It fiercely opposes, saying it's an attempt to impose Hindi. But looking at the narrative that's now active 1 year before elections, in that sense, the key opposition, AIADMK, is largely out of the equation, and the war of words and the setting of narrative is now largely confined to the ruling DMK and the BJP, which does not have a major presence in the state at the moment. Actor Vijay, TVK chief Vijay too, has given a strong statement against the three-language policy as well as the delimitation. But right now, the narrative and the noise in that sense is being made only by these two parties.
Right, Sam, important that you make that point there. Remember, there are, multiple aspects to that controversy there. We'll keep a focus on that, Sam Daniel. Thanks very much for joining us. Meanwhile, shifting focus to a tragic incident in Telangana. A couple died by suicide before killing their 2 children, allegedly due to financial problems and health-related issues in Hyderabad on Monday night. The police said on Tuesday the bodies of the 44-year-old man and his 35-year-old wife were found in separate rooms, while their minor children were found dead on the bed. According to the police, the incident took place at 9:30 p.m. at the residence of that teacher at Ravindra Colony in Hyderabad.
This is the home on the 3rd floor of a regular area in Hapsiguda in Hyderabad, where in fact this family used to live for the last 8 to 9 months at least. What we know is that Chandrasekhar Reddy, aged 44 years, and his wife Kavita, aged 35 years, used to live here along with their 13-year-old daughter Shrita and 10-year-old son Vishwanath. The children were in class 9 and in class 5 and were studying in private schools. What the ACP has told us is that Chandrasekhar Reddy was possibly unemployed for the last couple of years, and they were going through financial distress, and that is what seems to have driven them to take the extreme step. As you can see here, the kind of things that children would be using, bicycle is what children often call as a scooter. There seems to have been the clothes that have been washed and laid out for drying as well. So was this an impulsive step? Was there domestic tension because of which this happened? But yes, the suicide note that the man Chandrasekhar Reddy has left seemed to suggest that there were financial woes and health issues that he was facing. But the police believe that it is financial woes that may have driven them to take the extreme step. Once again, drawing attention to the fact that in cities where people are living inside homes, the middle class, it becomes very difficult for them to seek help from outside, get help from anyone, and with no social security net really present, it has led to such tragic circumstances and circumstances that led to the death of 4 people. Counseling, of course, reaching out for help, that may have really helped save these 4 lives.
A tragic story there from Telangana. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
Finesta Windows. Beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Finesta नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Fine, finer Finesta.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of
Hello ladies and gentlemen, you're watching NDTV. The Rajya Sabha on Tuesday witnessed a new spate of fireworks between the Treasury benches and the opposition benches, and this was over Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's objectionable and unconstitutional comments as claimed by the BJP. Now, it was day 2 of the second part of the budget session. If Monday was all about the outrage to Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan's remarks that the DMK claimed were insulting and derogatory, today Mr. Kharge mentioned thokenge, which means thrashing, in his remarks, apparently intended as a counter to Mr. Pradhan's claims on the centre's intent with the NEP and the opposition's alleged politicizing of the same matter. But what we saw today when Mr. Kharge spoke, the House erupted in protest with members from both sides engaging in a verbal spat. The BJP in fact took strong objection to Mr. Kharge's choice of words. Leader of the House of the BJP, JP Nadda, who's also the Health Minister, demanded that Mr. Kharge either apologized or that his comments be expunged from the proceedings of the House. Mr. Kharge made these remarks while Congress MP Digvijay Singh was about to reply to the discussion on the work of the Education Ministry. He also questioned the absence of the Education Minister from the House. Now, of course, Mr. Kharge has apologized immediately, and he has also withdrawn his remark, which in Hindi would loosely translate as nailing somebody. But the flare-up today followed from Monday's chaos that was a fierce spat between the centre and Tamil Nadu over delimitation and the imposition of Hindi, or the alleged imposition of Hindi language through the 3-language formula of the new education policy. Well, in a roundup of the Parliament today, the Immigration and Foreigners Bill 2025 introduced in the Lok Sabha today is also a bill that seeks to streamline various services related to immigration and foreigners, including their entry, exit, and also stay in the country. Meanwhile, in response to Speaker Om Birla's assertions about Prime Minister Narendra Modi consistently apprising the House of his measures outside, Congress MP Gaurav Gogoi, while speaking on Manipur, held that he has utmost respect for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, however, accusing the Treasury benches of making unwelcome remarks against former Prime Ministers. Now, quick to respond to this assertion was Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who held that the opposition must have the grace to admit that they have abused the present Prime Minister and will not repeat it again. She also spoke responding to the demand. She will also speak very soon responding to the demand for grants today in the floor of the House. Now, coming back to Mr. Kharge's comments, well, both Mr. Kharge and Dharmendra Pradhan have withdrawn the words that they used, the objectionable comments that they used. The larger question, however, remains, why are these matters of language delimitation becoming such polarizing issues even on the floor of the House, often leaving no room for debate, and we are left with offensive remarks and then apologies? We discussed that today. Joining us now is the panel of guests. But first, let's take a look at what really happened in the House today.
एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर आए नहीं थे। प्लीज सुनिए बोलने दीजिए विषय पे हम लोग साहब जी क्या डिक्टेटरशिप हो गया? मैं आपसे हाथ जोड़ के विनती कर रहा हूँ। कौन कर रहा हूँ? माननीय दिग्विजय जी को बोलना है। नहीं मेरा बोलना है। हम बोलने के लिए तैयार भी किए हैं और आपको क्या क्या ठोकना है ठीक से ठोकेंगे, लेकिन सर आप बहस आपस में करेंगे। आपसे उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप बातचीत में आप बड़े अनुभवी हैं, आपसे लोग सीखें।
बहुत ही दुख की बात है कि आपने अभी लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन जो इतने तजुर्बेकार लंबे समय तक जिन्होंने संसदीय कार्य के रूप में प्रदेश में भी और पार्लियामेंट में भी, लोकसभा में भी और राज्यसभा में जिन्होंने नेतृत्व भी किया और सदस्य के रूप में भी काम किया, अभी जो उन्होंने भाषा का उपयोग किया और चेयर पर एक्सपर्शन किया है, यह अति निंदनीय है, अति निंदनीय है। दिस इज कंडेमनेबल, दिस इज टू बी कंडेम्ड बाय वन एंड ऑल, इंक्लूडिंग द एलओपी। ही शुड कंडेम एंड ही शुड अपोलोजाइज। जो शब्द का उपयोग किया है चेयर के प्रति, जो the word and the language used against the chair, it is unpardonable. वो अस्वीकार्य है और वो माफी योग्य नहीं है। फिर भी एलओपी को माफी मांगनी चाहिए और बताना चाहिए, अपने शब्दों को वापस लेना चाहिए, नहीं तो उसको एक्सपंज करना चाहिए।
मैं कभी आपके लिए नहीं बोला, मैं सरकार के पॉलिसी को हम ठोकेंगे। अगर आपको मेरे बातों से अगर ठोस लगी है।
So the Prime Minister's very important Mauritius visit is all set to address an event dedicated to the diaspora that lives in this country, and there you can see him visuals of remember that the Prime Minister is on a 2-day visit to Mauritius, and in fact he landed there today and he began his visit to Mauritius with important meetings there with the Prime Minister of the country, Naveen Chandra Ramgoolam. Let's cut across to the Prime Minister's very special event with the diaspora there.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Modi ji and Srimati Veena Ramgoolam to please take their seats in the first row. And it is now my honor to invite the Honorable Prime Minister of Mauritius, Dr. Naveen Chandra Ramgoolam, GCSK, FRCP, to address us.
Your Excellency, Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Paul Béranger, distinguished guest, it is very rare for politicians like us not to be able to say what you want to say. I am bereft of words because I'm so touched by the gesture of Prime Minister Modi.
So we'll come back to the Prime Minister when he starts speaking. Right now, joining me now is Shazia Ilmi's national spokesperson of the BJP. We have Sumant Raman, who is a commentator and also political analyst. We have Saravanan Annadurai, DMK spokesperson. We have Brijesh Kallappa, who's a Congress spokesperson. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. To you, Shazia, first. Considering whatever happened today, the protest that the DMK sort of initiated in the morning, but otherwise the parliament did function properly. Do you see this as crisis averted, or do you see that the BJP has been able to put across its point despite despite the opposition in fact raising this, and DMK in fact raising this very strongly by not just one protest but by multiple protests?
I really think is that the language used by Mr. Kharge is not just unparliamentary, it is unacceptable. Somebody of his stature, who has worked at so many different levels, who is one of the most senior veteran leaders of Congress party. Look at the language he's using in the parliament. It's a complete shocker. So I don't know whether it's a crisis averted or not, but it goes on to show the kind of mentality and mindset even senior leaders of Congress have, the sense of animosity and the complete vicious tone and the low standard of language that is being used is completely not on. I mean, who talks like that? I can understand, it's like some at the college level, a brawl breaks and some college gundas talk like that. But I mean, to speak like that in the parliament, when there is a protest and Mr. Nadda says, and there's a protest and uproar, then he says, oh, I am sorry about what I said, but we are against the government policy. But who uses this language? So I'm quite shocked that the debate, we can go into the merits and demerits of it, and they should be discussed. But the way a senior leader, and that also Mr. Kharge, is speaking, it's beyond me. It's just beyond me. I cannot imagine, and people are watching this, and it's insane that we have to accept it, and that somebody has to point it out in the parliament, and that not just that, the treasury benches will have to point it out, and then they will come up and say, oh, I'm sorry for the words I used. But they are absolutely, I mean, shocking use of words, the tone, and I don't think it's great decorum when it comes to parliament. This kind of vicious behavior.
Mr. Kalapa, you heard Shazia out. The heat was just not off the BJP yet with what happened with Mr. Pradhan's comments. He also, of course, apologized and withdrew his comments. But now, do you think Mr. Kharge saying Thokenge has given fresh ammunition to the BJP to also say that this kind of language should be completely avoided?
See, what we call a counterblast in law is being done by the BJP. See, Mr. Kharge started to speak, and then Mr. Nadda spoke before Mr. Kharge. So Mr. Kharge said to Mr. Nadda that, look, Mr. Nadda, if you continue to interrupt me like this, we will also pull you up, right? Aapko bhi thokenge. Yani ki we will also raise issues regarding you. And then the deputy chairman says, reprimands Mr. Kharge and says, look, if you're going to have an exchange between the two of yourself, why am I sitting here? That's what the deputy chairman says. So obviously the words were not directed at the deputy chairman or the house, but at Mr. Nadda, which is perfectly all right, because it is the job of the opposition leader to pull up what the government does or the treasury bench does. And now what Mr. Nadda did is being too clever by half, and by claiming that Mr. Kharge had actually spoken against the house, right, or the chair. And this is even on the face of the record. Even if a third person is watching the entire proceedings, it's clear that Mr. Kharge was not reprimanding the chairman, but actually the leader of the house, that is Mr. Nadda. But right, Mr. Nadda played a very smart move, and then he extracted an apology from Mr. Kharge, and he also ensured that as far as Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, who had committed one of the worst mistakes in parliamentary history, that was also forgotten. But more important than that is the words of Mr. Amit Shah, when he recently said to the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu that you introduce Tamil in engineering and in medicine, as if challenging that Tamil is such a poor language that it can't be used in terms of how medicine or engineering should be practiced. So I think this kind of low-level remarks have only come from BJP, and by being too
No,
clever.
Mr.
that,
Kappa, I looked at that very differently because, Mr. Amit Shah has been a proponent of regional languages and professional education, although I completely think that that's not something that we should be doing. In fact, I remember covering Anna University, and I remember Dravidian parties initiating Tamil education in engineering colleges as well. So clearly you look at it differently. A lot of us also look at it differently. Let me get in Saravanan Annadurai here. Saravanan, this is also a problem of language. Many of us are not native speakers of Hindi or native speakers of English. Do you think that with Mr. Pradhan apologizing for what he spoke in English, uncivilized, was completely unwarranted? And of course, Mr. Kharge saying thokenge. I mean, why push both these things further? Should we just sort of put these matters to rest?
See, Mr. Brajesh Kalapa has clearly explained. And coming from the BJP and giving us lectures on decorum and what to speak, isn't it too rich? Where is Mr. Ramesh Biduri? And how much of respect he's gained over the BJP in the last few years after his famous speech. And BJP has the temerity to lecture everybody on what is good and what is not right. See, when it comes to the exchange or what Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan spoke, it was on a different context. It is about the right of the state. He is the same person who very arrogantly said, I will not give you 2,100 crores. And he also blackmailed us, saying you will lose 5,000 crores. It isn't acceptable. So his statements has to be taken into that context. And he also lied on the floor of the parliament by saying that we agreed that the state of Tamil Nadu agreed to implement PMC schools, and the delegation of the MPs from DMK met him and assured him. It was rebutted inside the parliament itself. And Madam Kanimoli has clearly brought in a privilege motion against him. So both cannot be equated. See, it is a well-known tactic of the BJP to take something out of context and blow it out of proportion and set it for tat. This is, okay, he has said that, you have said this, finish it, forget it and walk off. No, it's not so. That is not going to happen in this case.
Okay.
See, there is a bigger problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before I go to Shazia, let me get one quick comment from Sumant Raman. Mr. Raman, do you think that the DMK has thought through this?
Mr. Kharge, and you have one person, I think it's a very unfair, division of time that you have allocated.
Shazia, I'm just coming back to you. Let me just get one quick comment from Dr. Raman. And I will give you, I promise I'll give you adequate time. Just one quick comment from Dr. Raman. Mr. Raman, do you think the DMK has thought through this completely? Because the BJP is also alleging that the DMK is reacting like this, in fact, depending on political rhetoric, emotive issues, because it fears electoral loss in 2026.
No, I don't think so. I think that this is a well thought out strategy, and they are using that strategy because this is a card that they have used in the past very often, the language card, and it sort of plays into that into their hands. Having said that, I think all these issues are diversions, which are, for instance, Mr. Pradhan made an allegation saying that you have agreed to sign the MOU. That should have been the issue on which the MPs must have been agitating, rather than on what language he used or what words he used. So each of this is a diversion to take away from, the key issues of the day. And what happened, what Mr. Kharge said, he apologized. He's been such a senior parliamentarian for decades. And one word is picked out there, then you say, this should be expunged, that should be, he has insulted this and that. Let me ask you a question. Let's assume that Mr. Pradhan, if he said that the DMK MPs were uncivilized yesterday, he has insulted the people of Tamil Nadu. Every time the Prime Minister came to Tamil Nadu, the DMK said, go back Modi, get out Modi. Now, Mr. Modi is the democratically elected Prime Minister of the country. So can we say that they have insulted 1.4 billion Indians? Each of these is a diversion. Each of these takes away from discussing on vital issues of national importance, on issues which affect the citizens. And they are both, all of them are equally guilty. And I think the citizens should be fed up of what is going on in Parliament, with offense being taken for individual words and not the issues that are behind them. Nobody seems to, I did not see any of the MPs coming and protesting in the well of the House, asking Mr. Pradhan to produce the evidence for his statement, where he said, they agreed to sign and they have done a U-turn. Now let him justify that statement. Nothing about that.
Okay,
Instead of that, they pick
Sharjah,
on
you
one
wanted
word
to
and
come
they
in
go
because
about it.
Sumant Raman is making an important point that everyone is just discussing what words people used and what really offended each other, not really the core of policy issues, which is what the parliament is for.
Well, obviously, I mean, there are three BJP haters, baiters, and proponents of Congress and DMK. So they will say what they have to say, and I think there should be equal allocation in terms of time that is being given and the point of view, which is very unbalanced on your show. And I've already protested. But I would like to say, Vasudha, it is really sad. It is just not a matter of a word. And even if it was somebody from my party to use the word "thokenge," I mean, coming from Kharge ji. It's just not on. And Brijesh ji just said it. Apology was extracted. He did not apologize. There was an uproar. I mean, I'm quite shocked. And is he likening people, some other people who have used very bad language to Mr. Kharge? This is how it's going to be? I mean, it's very sad. As for the real issues, I mean, the fact of the matter is, and you know it, Vasudha, you carry it, NEP, was implemented in 2020. 5 years down the line, after having signed the MOU, suddenly the language issue comes up. I mean, it is a bit suspicious and curious, right? That you've had no issues with it whatsoever. There is nowhere in NEP that any language is reduced. In fact, the regional languages are actually given a lot of importance, whether it's the services or the commission or medical or engineering exams, and are given equal credit, and so to speak. And that has been accepted too by every state.
Right.
Even all the states and the biggest detractors have accepted it, and nobody could point out. There is a left which is always ready to speak against.
So probably the center and the states need to get together to at least put forward one consensus on what the NEP actually intends to do. We'll have to cut across to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking in Mauritius, addressing the diaspora there.
मॉरिशस के धरती पर आप लोगन के बीच आके बहुत खुशी होत बात है। हम आप सबके प्रणाम करत है। साथियों, जब 10 साल पहले आज की ही तारीख, उस दिन को मैं मॉरिशस आया था, उस साल तब होली एक हफ्ते पहले बीती थी। तब मैं भारत से भगवा की उमंग अपने साथ लेकर आया था। अब इस बार मॉरिशस से होली के रंग अपने साथ लेकर भारत जाऊंगा। एक दिन बाद वहां भी होली है। 14 तारीख को हर तरफ रंग ही रंग होगा। राम के हाथे ढोलक सोए है, लक्ष्मण हाथ मंजीरा, भरत के हाथ कनक पिचकारी, शत्रुघ्न हाथ अबीरा जोगीरा। और अब होली की बात आई है तो गुजिया की मिठास हम कैसे भुला सकते हैं। एक समय था जब भारत के पश्चिमी हिस्से में मिठाइयों के लिए मॉरिशस से भी चीनी आती थी। शायद ये भी एक वजह रही कि गुजराती में चीनी को मोरस भी कहा गया। समय के साथ भारत और मॉरिशस के रिश्तों की ये मिठास और भी बढ़ती जा रही है। इसी मिठास के साथ मैं मॉरिशस के सभी निवासियों को राष्ट्रीय दिवस की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, मैं जब भी मॉरिशस आता हूं तो ऐसा लगता है कि अपनों के बीच ही तो आया हूं। यहां की हवा में, यहां की मिट्टी में, यहां के पानी में अपनेपन का एहसास है। गीत गवाई में, ढोलक की थाप में, दालपूरी में, कुच्चा में और गातो पीमा में भारत की खुशबू है और यह स्वाभाविक भी है। यहां की मिट्टी में कितने ही हिंदुस्तानियों का, हमारे पुरखों का खून पसीना मिला हुआ है। हम सब एक परिवार ही तो हैं। इसी भाव के साथ ही प्रधानमंत्री नवीन राम गुलाम जी और कैबिनेट के साथी यहां हम सभी के बीच उपस्थित है। मैं आप सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री नवीन जी ने अभी जो कहा, वो बातें दिल से ही निकलती हैं। हृदय से निकली उनकी बात का मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, मॉरिशस के लोगों ने, यहां की सरकार ने और जैसा अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने घोषित किया, मुझे अपना सर्वोच्च नागरिक सम्मान देने का फैसला लिया है। मैं आपके निर्णय को विनम्रता से स्वीकार करता हूं। ये भारत और मॉरिशस के ऐतिहासिक रिश्तों का सम्मान है। ये उन भारतीयों का सम्मान है जिन्होंने पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी इस धरती की खूब सेवा की। आज मॉरिशस को इस ऊंचाई पर लेकर आए हैं। मैं मॉरिशस के हर नागरिक का, यहां की सरकार का इस सम्मान के लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, पिछले साल नेशनल डे के अवसर पर भारत की राष्ट्रपति जी चीफ गेस्ट थी। ये मॉरिशस और भारत के रिश्तों की मजबूती को दिखाता है। और 12 मार्च को नेशनल डे के रूप में चुनना अपने आप में हम दोनों देशों के साझा इतिहास का प्रतिबिंब है। ये वही दिन है जब महात्मा गांधी ने गुलामी के विरुद्ध दांडी सत्याग्रह शुरू किया था। ये दिन दोनों देशों के स्वतंत्रता संघर्षों को याद करने का दिन है। कोई भी बैरिस्टर मणिलाल डॉक्टर जैसे महान व्यक्तित्व को नहीं भूल सकता, जिन्होंने मॉरिशस आकर लोगों के अधिकारों की लड़ाई शुरू की। और हमारे चाचा रामगुलाम जी ने नेताजी सुभाष और अन्य लोगों के साथ मिलकर गुलामी के खिलाफ अभूतपूर्व संघर्ष किया। बिहार में पटना के ऐतिहासिक गांधी मैदान में शिव सागर जी की प्रतिमा हमें इसी परंपरा की याद दिलाती है।
Finesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Finer Finesta.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Prime Minister Modi on a two-day visit to Mauritius is given the highest Mauritian honor, Order of Star and Key. He's the first Indian Prime Minister to receive this honor. He's at a grand diaspora event. Separatist militants in Balochistan province in Pakistan attack a Peshawar-bound train, taking over 100 passengers hostage, including women and children. Reports suggest some civilians may have been released. Military personnel have also been held. Another setback for Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal after a Delhi court has ordered an FIR against him and other party leaders for allegedly misusing public funds. The government versus the opposition over the new foreigners bill. The new bill is introduced in Parliament to streamline immigration. The opposition demands the bill be sent to JPC, says the government will restrict entry of people. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge's remarks in Rajya Sabha about his party having come prepared to hold the ruling BJP to account triggers a furious row after the BJP objects to a certain derogatory word. Kharge says he'll take it back and apologizes. And Airtel announces an agreement with Elon Musk's SpaceX to bring Starlink's high-speed internet services to its customers in India. Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. The Prime Minister is addressing the Indian diaspora in Mauritius. Let's just listen in.
आधे दिन की छुट्टी भी घोषित की थी। भारत मॉरिशस के बीच आस्था का ये संबंध हमारी मित्रता का बहुत बड़ा आधार है। साथियों, मैं जानता हूं कि मॉरिशस के अनेक परिवार अभी-अभी महाकुंभ में भी होकर आए हैं। दुनिया को आश्चर्य हो रहा है। मानव इतिहास का विश्व का ये सबसे बड़ा समागम था। 65-66 करोड़ लोग और उसमें मॉरिशस के लोग भी आए थे। लेकिन मुझे ये भी पता है कि मॉरिशस के मेरे अनेक परिवारजन चाहते हुए भी एकता के इस महाकुंभ में नहीं आ पाए। मुझे आपकी भावनाओं का ध्यान है, इसलिए मैं आपके लिए पवित्र संगम का और महाकुंभ के उसी समय का पवित्र जल साथ लेकर आया हूं। इस पवित्र जल को कल यहां गंगा तालाब को अर्पित किया जाएगा। और देखिए कैसा सुखद संयोग है। आज से 50 साल पहले भी गोमुख से गंगा जल यहां लाया गया था और उसे गंगा तालाब में अर्पित किया था। अब कुछ ऐसा ही कल फिर से होने जा रहा है। मेरी प्रार्थना है कि गंगा मैया के आशीर्वाद से, महाकुंभ के इस प्रसाद से मॉरिशस समृद्धि की नई ऊंचाइयों को छुए। साथियों, मॉरिशस को भले ही 1968 में आजादी मिली, लेकिन जिस तरह यह देश सबको साथ लेकर आगे बढ़ा, ये दुनिया के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। यहां दुनिया के अलग अलग हिस्से से लोग आकर के बसे हैं। ये एक प्रकार से अलग अलग कल्चर का खूबसूरत बगीचा है। यहां हमारे पूर्वज बिहार हो, यूपी हो, भारत के दूसरे हिस्सों से लाए गए थे। भाषा, बोली, खान पान के हिसाब से देखें तो मॉरिशस में मिनी हिंदुस्तान बसता है। ये लघु भारत है। भारत की अनेक पीढ़ियों ने मॉरिशस को फिल्मी पर्दे पर भी देखा है। आप हिंदी के हिट गानों को देखेंगे तो उनमें इंडिया हाउस दिखेगा, आइल ऑफ सर्फ दिखेगा, ग्रीस बीच के नजारे दिखेंगे, कॉर्डन वाटरफ्रंट नजर आएगा, रॉचेस्टर फॉल्स की आवाज सुनाई देगी। मॉरिशस का शायद ही कोई कोना हो जो भारतीय फिल्मों का हिस्सा न बना हो। यानी धुन भारतीय हो और शूटिंग की जगह मॉरिशस हो तो फिल्म के हिट होने की गारंटी बढ़ जाती है। साथियों, पूरी भोजपुरी बेल्ट के साथ बिहार के साथ आपका भावुक संबंध भी मैं समझता हूं। पूर्वांचल के सांसद होने के नाते हम जननी कि बिहार के सामर्थ्य कितना ज्यादा बा। एक समय रहे जब बिहार दुनिया का समृद्धि के केंद्र रहल। अब हम मिलके बिहार के गौरव फिर से वापस लाए के काम करत है जा। साथियों, दुनिया के अनेक हिस्से जब पढ़ाई लिखाई से कोसों दूर थे तब नालंदा जैसा विद्या का तीर्थ ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूट भारत में था, बिहार में था। हमारी सरकार ने फिर से नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी को और नालंदा स्पिरिट को रिवाइव किया है। भगवान बुद्ध के संदेश आज दुनिया को विश्व शांति के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं। अपनी इस विरासत को भी हम भारत में, पूरी दुनिया में सशक्त कर रहे हैं। बिहार का मखाना ये आज भारत में बहुत चर्चा में है। आप देखेंगे कि वो दिन दूर नहीं, बिहार का ये मखाना दुनिया भर में स्नैक्स मेन्यू का हिस्सा होगा। हम जानीला कि हिया मखाना के कितना पसंद करल लाजा। हमके भी मखाना बहुत पसंद बा। साथियों, आज भारत मॉरिशस के साथ अपने पुराने संबंधों को नई पीढ़ी के लिए संजो रहा है, संरक्षित कर रहा है। मुझे खुशी है कि मॉरिशस में भारतीय डायस्पोरा की 7वीं पीढ़ी को OCI कार्ड एक्सटेंड करने का निर्णय लिया गया है। मुझे मॉरिशस के राष्ट्रपति जी और उनकी धर्मपत्नी वृंदा जी को OCI कार्ड भेंट करने का अवसर मिला है। प्रधानमंत्री जी और उनकी धर्मपत्नी वीणा जी को भी OCI कार्ड सौंपकर मुझे खुशी मिली है। इस वर्ष प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस के दौरान मैंने विश्व भर में बसे गिरमिटिया समुदाय के लिए भी कुछ इनिशिएटिव लेने को कहा था। आपको जानकर खुशी होगी कि भारत सरकार गिरमिटिया साथियों का एक डेटाबेस बनाने पर काम कर रहा है। गिरमिटिया कम्युनिटी के लोग किस किस गांव से, किस शहर से बाहर के देशों में गए, इनकी जानकारी जुटाई जा रही है। वो किन जगहों पर बसे, हम उन स्थानों को भी आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हैं। अतीत से लेकर वर्तमान तक गिरमिटिया साथियों के पूरे इतिहास को, उनके पूरे सफर को एक जगह लाया जा रहा है। हमारा प्रयास है कि गिरमिटिया लेगेसी, उस पर एक स्टडी हो, किसी यूनिवर्सिटी को इससे जोड़ा जाए और समय समय पर वर्ल्ड गिरमिटिया कॉन्फ्रेंस भी आयोजित की जाए। मॉरिशस और गिरमिटिया कम्युनिटी से जुड़े अन्य देशों के साथ मिलकर भारत इंडेंचर्ड लेबर रूट्स अंकित करने पर भी काम करेगा। इन रूट से जुड़ी हेरिटेज साइट्स, जैसे कि मॉरिशस का अप्रवासी घाट है, हम उनको प्रिजर्व करने का प्रयास करेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, मॉरिशस is not just a partner country. For us, Mauritius is family. This bond is deep and strong, rooted in history, heritage, and the human spirit. Mauritius is also a bridge connecting India to the wider global south. A decade ago, on my first visit as a Prime Minister to Mauritius in 2015, I announced India's Sagar vision. Sagar means security and growth for all in the region. Today, Mauritius is still at the heart of this vision. Whether it is investment or infrastructure, commerce or crisis response, India always stands with Mauritius. Mauritius is the first country from the African Union with whom we signed the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation and Partnership Agreement in 2021. It has opened new opportunities, giving Mauritius preferential access to the Indian markets. Indian companies have invested millions of dollars in Mauritius. We have partnered in building critical infrastructure projects for the people of Mauritius. It is boosting growth, creating jobs, and transforming industries. India is a proud partner in capacity building in Mauritius. Friends, Mauritius, with large ocean territories, needs to secure its resources from illegal fishing, piracy, and crimes. As a trusted and reliable friend, India works with Mauritius to protect your national interests and secure the Indian Ocean region. In times of crisis, India has always stood with Mauritius. During COVID-19, India was the first country to deliver 1 lakh vaccines and essential medicines When Mauritius faces crisis, India is the first respondent. When Mauritius prospers, India is the first to celebrate. After all, as I said earlier, for us, Mauritius is family. साथियों, भारत और मॉरिशस सिर्फ इतिहास से नहीं जुड़े हैं, हम भविष्य की संभावनाओं से भी जुड़े हुए हैं। भारत जिन भी सेक्टर में तेजी से तरक्की कर रहा है, उनमें मॉरिशस भी ग्रो करने में सहयोग कर रहा है। मॉरिशस की मेट्रो, इलेक्ट्रिक बसें, सोलर पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स, यूपीआई और रुपे कार्ड जैसी आधुनिक सुविधाएं, नई पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग, भारत मित्र भावना से मॉरिशस को सहयोग कर रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया की 5वें नंबर की आर्थिक ताकत है। बहुत जल्द भारत दुनिया की 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बनने वाला है। भारत हमेशा चाहता है कि भारत की ग्रोथ से मॉरिशस को भी पूरा फायदा मिले। इसलिए जब भारत को G20 की अध्यक्षता मिली, तो हमने मॉरिशस को स्पेशल इनवाइटी के रूप में शामिल किया था। भारत में हुई समिट में ही अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 का परमानेंट मेंबर बनाया गया। सालों से ये मांग चल रही थी, लेकिन ये पूरी तब हुई जब भारत को G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी मिली। साथियों, यहां का एक मशहूर गीत है, तार बांधी धरती ऊपर, आसमान गे माई, घूमी फिरी बाधिला, देव स्थान गे माई, गोर तोहर लागीला, धरती हो माई। हम धरती को मां मानते हैं। मैं 10 साल पहले जब मॉरिशस आया था, तब मैंने पूरे विश्व को कहा था कि क्लाइमेट चेंज जैसे विषय पर मॉरिशस को जरूर सुना जाए।
फिनेस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Finer Finesta.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Welcome back. Let's get to the big news now from Pakistan, where the Baloch Liberation Army, which is seeking independence for Balochistan from Pakistan, took control of a train and kept hundreds of passengers hostage. 6 Pakistani military personnel have also been killed, is what the BLA said. Now, the Jaffar Express, with over 400 passengers on board in 9 bogies, was on its way from Quetta to southwestern Balochistan province to Peshawar when it was fired upon, and the Balochistan government has now imposed emergency measures and all institutions have been mobilized to deal with the situation. Very sketchy reports coming out. Some reports suggest that some civilians have also been released. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge's remarks in the Rajya Sabha about his party having come prepared to hold the BJP to account triggered a furious row after MPs from the BJP objected to what they said was a certain derogatory word they claimed was meant for the chair. Now, the Congress chief's remarks were condemned by BJP boss and leader of the House, JP Nadda, who called them unpardonable. He said he should apologize and the word should be expunged. Now, Kharge did apologize immediately and voluntarily withdrew that remark as well, which in Hindi translates loosely as nailing someone.
एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर आए नहीं थे। प्लीज सुनिए बोलने दीजिए विषय पे हम लोग साहब जी क्या डिक्टेटरशिप हो गया। मैं आपसे हाथ जोड़ के विनती कर रहा हूँ को अनुरोध कर रहा हूँ माननीय दिग्विजय जी को बोलना है। नहीं मेरा बोलना है, हम बोलने के लिए तैयार भी किए हैं और आपको क्या क्या ठोकना है ठीक से ठोकेंगे, लेकिन सर आप बहस आपस में करेंगे। आपसे उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप बातचीत में आप बहुत अनुभवी हैं, आपसे लोग सीखें।
बहुत ही दुख की बात है कि आपने अभी लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन जो इतने तजुर्बेकार लंबे समय तक जिन्होंने संसदीय कार्य के रूप में प्रदेश में भी और पार्लियामेंट में भी, लोकसभा में भी और राज्यसभा में जिन्होंने नेतृत्व भी किया और सदस्य के रूप में भी काम किया, अभी जो उन्होंने भाषा का उपयोग किया और चेयर पर एक्सपर्शन किया है, यह अति निंदनीय है, अति निंदनीय है। to be condemned by one and all, including the LOP. He should condemn and he should apologize. जो शब्द का उपयोग किया है chair के प्रति, जो the word and the language used against the chair, it is unpardonable. वो अस्वीकार्य है और वो माफी योग्य नहीं है. फिर भी LOP को माफी मांगनी चाहिए और बताना चाहिए, अपने शब्दों को वापस लेना चाहिए, नहीं तो उसको एक्सपंज करना चाहिए.
मैं कभी आपके लिए नहीं बोला, मैं सरकार के पॉलिसी को हम ठोकेंगे ये कहा. माफ करना अगर आपको मेरे बातों अगर ठोस लगी है.
All right, so huge controversy over use of that word. Well, let's get you some more news from Parliament and a bill proposing a comprehensive overhaul of India's immigration laws, streamlining services related to immigration and foreigners, including their entry and exit, was introduced in the Lok Sabha, with the opposition, however, dubbing it to be violative of constitutional provisions and demanding it be sent to a JPC, a Joint Parliamentary Committee, rejecting suggestions that Parliament lacked the legislative competence to bring the immigration and Foreigners Bill. Minister of State for Home, Nityanand Rai, said the central government has all rights under the union list to bring legislation on the subject. Opposing the bill at the introduction stage, Congress leader Manish Tiwari, however, said the bill is violative of multiple provisions of the Constitution. He said the bill violates the principle of fundamental rights and that the government may use the provisions of the proposed law to deny entry to those who are not in sync with the ideology of the ruling dispensation of the day. Now, a fresh setback for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Admi Party. Arvind Kejriwal, remember, who is out on bail in a case related to the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam. He also recently lost Delhi Assembly elections, including his own constituency. A court has now directed that a FIR be registered against him and others from AAP over allegedly misusing public funds to put up large hoardings. Hearing a petition, the Rouse Avenue Court directed the Delhi police to register the FIR and asked for a compliance report by the 18th of March. This case, however, dates back to 2019. And in other news, Airtel has announced a partnership with SpaceX to bring Elon Musk's Starlink's high-speed internet services to its customers in India. This is the first agreement to be signed in India, which is subject to SpaceX receiving its own authorizations to sell Starlink in India. The deal enables Airtel and SpaceX to further explore how Starlink can complement and expand Airtel's offerings and how Airtel's expertise in the Indian market complements SpaceX's direct offerings to consumers and businesses. All right, so perhaps Starlink in India soon. Well, that's it from me. For the moment, let me go across now to Vasudha for the last word. And Vasudha, more on the delimitation debate. Absolutely, Kargi. Thank you so much for the entire roundup. And I'm going to tell you all about what happened in the Parliament today and delimitation and the language row that, of course, will continue to rock the Parliament in the days to come. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is spearheading the delimitation debate now, using his team of 7 to back his no population-linked delimitation pitch. He has said this is not just about numbers, it's about justice. In fact, he's going beyond Tamil Nadu now to seek the support of other chief ministers, in fact, even from opposition-ruled states, to stall the delimitation exercise, even reaching out to several opposition parties on the issue across 7 states that he claims will be detrimentally impacted by the delimitation exercise because of their effective population control policies. Now, who are M.K. Stalin's 7 states? Well, since it is South fortified, let me start with the south of India: Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and then moving towards east is Odisha, West Bengal, and finally Punjab in the north of India. Now, what is it that M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu and also DMK chief, wants? At the all-party meeting that was held recently in Chennai on the 5th of March, Mr. Stalin also spelled out his key demands. He wants constitutional, legal and political dimensions of the exercise, the delimitation exercise, to be examined in totality. Let me play out what he said on the 5th of March for you.
இந்த வகையில் மக்கள் தொகை கட்டுப்பாட்டை அனைத்து மாநிலங்களும் முன்னெடுப்பதை ஊக்குவிக்கும் வகையில் 1971ஆம் ஆண்டு மக்கள் தொகை அடிப்படையிலேயே நாடாளுமன்ற தொகுதியில் தொடர்ந்து வரையறுக்கப்படும் என்று கடந்த 2000 ஆண்டில் அன்றைய பிரதமர் அவர்கள் உறுதியளித்தவாறு தற்போதும் இந்த வரையறை 2026 மேலும் 30 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு நீட்டிக்கப்படும் என்று மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்கள் நாடாளுமன்றத்தில் உறுதி அளிக்க வேண்டும். மேலும் நாடாளுமன்றத்தில் தற்போதைய உறுப்பினர் எண்ணிக்கை உயர்த்தப்படும் பட்சத்தில் 1971ஆம் ஆண்டு மக்கள் தொகை அடிப்படையில் தற்போது நாடாளுமன்றத்தின் இரு வகைகளிலும் மாநிலங்களுக்கிடையே எந்த விகிதத்தில் தொகுதியின் எண்ணிக்கை உள்ளனவோ அதே விகிதத்தில் தமிழ்நாடு உள்ளிட்ட தென் மாநில தொகுதியின் எண்ணிக்கையை உயர்த்துவதற்கு தேவையான அரசியல் சட்ட திருத்தத்தை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும் என ஒன்றிய அரசை இந்த அனைத்து கட்சி கூட்டம் வலியுறுத்துகிறது.
Well, the BJP on its part contends that no state will suffer. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has assured of a pro-rata formula which will ensure that no state is penalized by delimitation, maintaining the federalism-democracy balance. Remember, Tamil Nadu goes to polls in 2026. West Bengal also votes next year, which is the same year as 2026. TMC has so far remained silent on the delimitation issue. So is MK Stallin's pitch purely politics? Is he playing to his home constituency? Is he trying to enthuse his supporters and his voters? Or has he set the ball rolling on an issue that needs to be thought about very seriously? Joining me now is Dr. Kanimoy Somu, who is an MP and also national spokesperson of the DMK. We have Dr. Sasmit Patra, who is an MP and also national spokesperson BJD. We'll also have Manikam Thakur, who is an MP and national spokesperson of the Congress Party. We have Dr. K. Sudhakar, BJP MP and former Health Minister, Karnataka government. We have R.K. Radhakrishnan, senior journalist and political analyst, and we also have Deepak Reddy from the TDP. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. To you, starting with Mr. Patra first, DMK leaders met the former Chief Minister of Odisha today. In fact, the Biju Janata Dal has said that they will be taking part in the deliberations on the delimitation issue in Chennai on the 22nd of March. Since the modalities for delimitation have not been finalized and the annual census is still pending, we also don't have latest population figures. How are you going to take a call on this and find the rightful balance between, say, what is a fair ask and what is just politics?
Vasudhaji, firstly, thank you so much for inviting me on this show this evening. As you rightly said that senior DMK leaders, Shri Maran and Mr. Balu met our honorable leader, party president, Shri Naveen Patnaik ji, at his residence today, and Naveen Babu has committed that the BJD will attend this meeting. Now, the terms of reference of delimitation is provided through the Delimitation Act, which is a legislation. That also has got very clear guidelines as well as statutes relating to what are the core areas of reference that goes into the delimitation or the process of delimitation. One has to go back to Delimitation Act 2002 and thereafter the various provisions going up to the Delimitation Order of 2008 to decipher that what are these elements. So preliminarily, though it's too early to actually come to a conclusion, the idea is for a wider consultation. And Biju Janata Dal, we are also not very comfortable with the idea of what's going to really happen with the delimitation when it actually pans out. And that is why we feel that there is a need for wider discussion, debate, clarity, and a consensus on how the delimitation should pan out across the country.
Right.
And that is the reason why the Biju Janata Dal wants to engage, and we are very thankful to the DMK for extending this invitation. And our honorable party president, of course, has committed, and we will be part of this consultation.
Right. Dr. Somu, last 2 days have been action-packed for the DMK because they have raised two important issues, not just language, but also delimitation in the floor of the House. But the BJP is saying that the DMK fears an electoral loss in 2026. How are you going to ensure that the DMK does not get seen as a politically reactionary party? Because this has been a consistent position of the DMK, the two-language formula, and also that the state should get the rights that it deserves. How are you going to ensure that people of the state don't see you as clinging on to some issues, emotional and ideological issues, because you also have to do a lot of answering when it comes to governance.
Good evening, Vasudha. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to explain, because we are not being given an opportunity on the floor of our house by the chairperson. See, 2026 is what we are going to face a legislative assembly. Our delimitation has got nothing to do with the assembly seats. It's only with the parliamentary seats. It is not that we are not doing any politics. And as of the new education policy 2020, it's a 3-language formula. Time and again, DMK has been saying we are only against imposition of Hindi and we are not against the language. From the time of 1960s, from the reign of our leader Anna Durai, Aringer Anna, who has been stalwart for this for the 2-language policy, which has been passed in the state legislative assembly, and that is the policy which has been following in Tamil Nadu for the last 5-6 decades. And I think Tamil Nadu in the last 5-6 decades, we have been doing globally well. We have having a good GER rate compared to the national level. All this has been achieved only because of the 2-language policy. Then why do we want a 3rd language? Even today, we have Hindi Prachara Sabha in Tamil Nadu, where people do learn Hindi. Those who want, let them learn. Nobody's preventing them. But don't bring it into the curriculum and bring it as an enforcement. Don't impose is what we are trying to say. Today on the floor, our education minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, has said, so many people have learnt Orissa in Tamil Nadu. So many people have learnt Malayalam. He gave us a statistics. Yes, superb. That is what we are trying to do. Who wants to learn another language? They are free to learn in Tamil Nadu. Nobody is stopping them. But we, as a state of Tamil Nadu, we stand for the 2-language policy, which is Tamil and English. Since we are able to converse in English and our thought and ideologies are able to do in English, we are able to compete with the developing countries globally and not like the northern states of India, which would take at least 3 or 4 decades for them to reach our GER rate. So this is on pertaining to the national educational policy. And I think the comment made by the Home Minister Amit Shah ji on the delimitation that Tamil Nadu's CM is doing politics in Tamil Nadu, not needed for the hour. He is telling Tamil Nadu seats will not come down. Does he give us a promise that the seats in North will not increase? Supposing if it increases and Tamil Nadu is only saying 39, there is a policy decision for Tamil Nadu. Say, for instance, if you want to separate Tamil Nadu into 2, Tamil Nadu will not have a say in that. It will only be the North Indian states which is going to vote for that. So what is the states' rights over there? Where is the state autonomy? Where is the federalism? That is what time and again our CM has been telling us.
Okay. Dr. Sudhakar, you're from Karnataka. You understand what language means because, Karnataka, like Tamil Nadu, also does not see language as just a skill. It is culture, it is civilization. Do you think that the center needs to do far more confidence building when it comes to delimitation, or do you think that the DMK is just raising, these rumors about a fire when there's no smoke? How do you see this issue getting resolved? Because at the end of the day, we've not even had a census yet.
Thank you, Vasudha, for an opportunity to air my views on behalf of the BJP, the NDA government today. First of all, let me say that delimitation is a constitutional mandate, which is to be carried out after every census. The last census, based on which the number of seats and their boundaries on the basis of the latest population was held. That was in 1971, sorry. When 1951, after 1951, it was in 1961, and the next census was in 1971. The census was fixed, the Lok Sabha seats were fixed at 494, 522, and 543, respectively. When the population was about 36, 43 and about 54 crores then respectively. This broadly translated to an average population of about 7.3, 8.4 and about 10.1 lakh per Lok Sabha seat again respectively. So, in 1971, after that census, it was frozen as per the 1971 census in order to encourage the population control measures so that the states with higher population would not take away with number of more Lok Sabha seats.
Right.
So now, after 1971 census, we have never gone into the delimitation except for the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and now that the women reservation has to be done, according to the kind of parliamentary thing we had done in 2004 and 2018 subsequently. After 2011, there is no census done. And again 2021. 21, the census should have done, but because of the COVID and other factors, it has now been in 26. 26, there is around a lot of discussions going on that there could be a census that could happen in 26. So already the Tamil Nadu, the Chief Minister, it's quite expected because their election is in 2026, that is next year. So obviously it is more of a political issue for him. He wants to make a political issue rather than having a clear dialogue.
Okay.
When our country's Home Minister has very clearly said that based on pro rata only, the delimitation will happen.
This.
Okay.
Ma'am, I refute this.
Dr. Somo, I'll just come back to you.
This is not the way we need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Sudhakar, just finish your point. I'll go to Dr. Somo in a bit.
Yeah, Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah ji very categorically said there will not be any injustice mooted to the South Indian states because they very effectively did carry out the population measures.
Okay. Dr. Somo.
So, based on pro rata only, even if there is an increase in the Lok Sabha seats or in the assembly seats, the due share for South India would be given. This is what he has categorically said.
Right. Dr. Somo, how do you see the Home Minister's assurance? Before I go to Manikam Thakur, who has also joined, and he's an MP from the Congress party. Dr. Somo, quickly, would you like to respond to what Dr. Sudhakar said?
See, time and again, there is no politics done by the Tamil Nadu government, by our Chief Minister. We are more bothered about our state rights. We need representation in the Union of States the right way. As it is, the numbers in the North Indian side are more, the northern states are more. And now the Home Minister has only told us that the number of seats in Tamil Nadu will not count. But he has never said what is going to be for the other states. For instance, Uttar Pradesh, what if they raise to 140 and we are still in 39? What say does the Tamil Nadu have? This is in turn going to affect even the other southern states like Andhra Pradesh, Telugu Desam, Karnataka and Kerala. Without knowing the intricacies of these people, just because they are in alignment with BJP, they cannot say that we are doing politics. It is not doing politics, ma'am. We are more bothered about the state autonomy rights.
Okay, Dr. Sudhakar, I'll come back to you, but let me just get a comment from from Manikam Thakur. Manikam, thank you so much for joining us. As an administrative exercise, delimitation has to happen, cannot be indefinitely stopped. What kind of political positioning is the Congress going to take in this regard? Because the Congress party, unlike the DMK, cannot be seen as, not really looking at the interest of the Hindi electorate also, and with regard to language. But specifically with regard to delimitation, are you looking at a nuanced positioning so that you don't, in some ways, end up offending your North Indian alliance partners as well?
Thank you. I don't see North-South here. The question is in the hands of the way the RSS and the BJP governments has approached the delimitation. That's the fear. How the fear has spread like this is about the two delimitations they had carried out in Assam, then in Jammu and Kashmir. Both the delimitation exercise was very kept secret. It was very surprise to many people. And we all know that this is the pattern at which the BJP is going to operate and RSS is going to operate. And the fear is that only. The fear for everybody is that we all know that the Honorable Home Minister's statement in Coimbatore about the pro rata issue, and he was vague on it also. He was not ready to clarify it And what we need is that we have to understand that this should not become a bigger issue where we will be left out with states having more difficulties in working together. The Prime Minister in a federal structure should have, by this time, should have called for an all chief ministers meeting. He should have conveyed to them that this is the pattern what we are going in and what is it, or he should ask their suggestions about it. Therefore, it's instead of not moving anywhere, but the government in the past in Assam and JNK experience shows that their secrecy has a problem. RSS and BJP always operates in secrecy. That secrecy is the question for us, and we want all the states to be taken into confidence before this kind of delimitation exercise being done. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has expressed his view. Telangana Chief Minister has a view. Karnataka Chief Minister has a view. Kerala Chief Minister has a view. Therefore, Chief Ministers will have a view, but the Prime Minister should be more accommodating and be neutral in hearing their views.
Right. Thank you, Manikam Thakur. Dr. Sudhakar, how would you respond to both Dr. Somu's argument that this is not politics and also Mr. Manikam Thakur saying that it is it's the need for clarity that is probably the something that the opposition states are looking at?
See, it is more of doubts than the actual thing. The honorable opposition leaders should understand it is a constitutional mandate. It is a requirement. Now that the women reservation is also an act passed by the parliament, we need to reserve even for the women. And based on the population and even on the territorial seats that are there in the parliament, we need to distinguish. We need to recreate these seats based on the population, and there are so many other criteria. So they are trying to create a kind of impression on BJP government, especially saying that Mr. Modi will be against the sentiment of South India. This is the politics that is being played consistently and constantly, especially by the DMK government, the DMK party and the Congress party. They are trying to create, in terms of even the tax devolution money, even in terms of new education policy, in every aspect. In fact, even this reservation, even on the delimitation, even before delimitation has taken place, even the discussion has not been happened. But as of now, they are saying that already South Indian states are getting to, will be a loser, will be losing seats. North Indian states will get more number of seats based on only population.
Okay.
Has any Prime Minister, has any Home Minister said this? They have, time and again, they have been consistently saying, at any cost, no South Indian state which has really performed well and controlled the population, they are not going to be punished. They are not going to be penalized politically.
Okay, Mr. Patra,
they will give some. There will be some ways. There is some ways and means of how to protect the interests of South India. And our Honorable Prime Minister, I am very sure that he is going to take this very seriously, and he will ensure that justice is mooted to the South India, just like how all other parts of India is going to
the
get.
BJD, which has remained neutral so far, how are you going to navigate the politics of this? Because this seems quite polarizing, and because both sides are making really valid points. How is the BJD that has remained neutral so far? It's a smaller party now. How are you going to navigate this and also look at finding a balance between federalism and also the fact that even larger states, even if they have larger population, you can't penalize them, they also need representation. How are you going to find a delicate balance amongst all these issues?
Sudhaji, now let's say, for example, Biju Janata Dal, at the moment we have 21 Lok Sabha seats. Let's say you go pro rata basis, and as your numbers also show, from 21 the BJD will get to, Odisha will get to 27, an increase of 7. And your numbers also show that from 80, UP might go up to 120. I was just looking at the charts that are actually looking up. So essentially saying that UP will end up with 120 or 140 seats, and Odisha from 21 will go up to 27. So we will become a smaller microzone in Delhi, and we won't even stand in the scheme of things. Is that what we want as a nation and as a federal structure? Which will mean that if tomorrow 4 North Indian states come together, they will decide who will be the Prime Minister. That's going to be as it is. And is this how it was envisaged by the founders of our nation? That is where the danger lies. There is a real concern that equitable pro rata basis, when we are saying, which basically means that everybody increases by 30%. But if you were to look at it in absolute terms, somebody who's at 80 and he grows at 30%, imagine the numbers that he actually gains versus someone who's at 21. So it is not so easy as it's being put, oh, it's a pro rata, everybody's going to grow at 30%. Absolute numbers will then define, like, the saying goes, whoever wins UP decides the chief minister.
Okay.
So tomorrow it will become just like that. So that is why we are concerned that smaller states like Odisha, we will not stand in the national scheme of things.
Okay. Manikam Thakur, when it comes to delimitation as a policy exercise, it's an administrative exercise that has to get done. Will the Congress party actually come out with a stronger opinion on actually what needs to be done? Because with regard to several other issues, Rahul Gandhi has spoken in detail as to what needs to be done, what shouldn't be done. But when it comes to delimitation, the lack of clarity or the vagueness that you talk about, does the Congress party have an alternative view on this?
No, we are not in a vague mood. We have to understand one thing very clearly. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has raised some certain important points, and Telangana Chief Minister, Karnataka Chief Minister has raised some important points. The delimitation, the census exercise is not started. Therefore, only then comes the delimitation exercise. Therefore, we are very clear that the government of India must be open towards all suggestions. They should have taken in the parliament or in outside the parliament, chief minister's level. There should be a discussion with the other political parties. There is no discussion at all. There is a secrecy. The problem with RSS and BJP is their secrecy. When they are secret, they will do some other thing. And my friend Sudhagar is a colleague who had parliament also, and he knows that thing that we are open towards the whole issue. But our fear is that what happened in Jammu and Kashmir, what happened in Assam is the fear. Because RSS and BJP has already worked on a plan to reduce seats for the religious minorities in that states. Therefore, we need to understand that there is the secrecy of RSS and BJP is our problem. The government should be open for discussion. They should come out with the chief minister. There should be a chief minister's conference. Chief minister should be taken into confidence. Then there should be a formula worked out. The Home Minister's statement was vague.
Yes, sir. Let me just get in a comment from the TDP spokesperson. Mr. Deepak, how do you see the TDP's position on this? Because the TDP clearly, Chandrababu Naidu has said that there is there's time yet to worry about delimitation, and it's important now to understand this exercise will happen at some point. But first, let's also listen into this reaction.
The problem is catching very fast. In India, also South India already started aging problem. North India, there is one advantage, only 2 states, Bihar and UP. That is a welcome sign. We are all thinking that is a disadvantage, it is an advantage now. Now I have realized I am changing my views, I am promoting population now. India is one country as on today biggest advantage on demographic dividend. If we can manage demographic dividend for future, India and Indians will be great.
Deepak Reddy, how do you see the politics of North versus South play out, and specifically with TDP being the most important constituent of NDA, do you see this impacting your party's politics, the delimitation issue?
A very good evening, Sudhaji. I've been patiently listening all this while for 25 minutes without giving a chance. But what's the better part is that all the panelists have agreed that the policy is not out. And once the policy is not out and the announcement is not given, so whatever is being discussed is only hypothetical. This is exactly what our Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu ji has said. So unless the details are out, there is no way we can have our comments and say that what is right or what is wrong. But one thing I would like to point out here, we are not part of the bandwagon of DMK. If you look at the history, DMK has been milking certain issues for a long time for their political gains on the basis of language, caste, religion, and region. So we don't want to be part of that. And once the announcement comes, and then we would raise our comments. But if you look at the past, DMK on n number of occasions, they say they talk for South of India. I mean, we haven't given them the authority to talk on our behalf because we have our own mind and we make our own decisions. And we differed with them earlier, and that is why the Telugu people have actually broken away from Madras state. So let us make one thing very clear. The BJP has clearly said that we are not going to lose our current numbers. So the details have to be out. Once the details are out, then we would be in a position to take it further. And we have full confidence on BJP, and we would be working with them. But definitely, we are not going to be part of any initiative being led by DMK because we doubt their motives and intentions.
Okay.
They are doing it for political gains for the
spokesperson.
elections which are coming up.
Yes. Let me get a closing remark from Dr. Somu. Dr. Somu saying that the TDP does not want to follow the DMK model. How will the DMK, again I'm repeating this question, how will the DMK ensure that it does not come across as a politically reactionary party, because you have won 3 elections, so this should make you more confident, isn't it?
Ma'am, we have, under the leadership of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, sir, there has already one meeting which has happened in Tamil Nadu with all the party heads. And we have been inviting other parties. We are not speaking for anybody. We are only asking them to join us if they are comfortable. We are not just talking for our state alone. We are talking for the whole of India as a federal country. Okay. Every state has its state autonomy. By bringing in delimitation, if we lose the number of seats, then we will all be in a fix. I think probably they are joined hands with BJP. That is the decision they will take. Actually, they are doing politics. Like, I don't want to comment on all those things over here. We have given invitations to all 7 states. Our leader has requested ministers and MPs have been allocated certain states, and we have gone to, they have started inviting people. Today, our MP, Dayanati Maran, had, along with the minister, had gone and met TRB Raja, minister, had gone and met Patnaik ji and invited over to come over for the all-party meeting to decide upon what consensus can be put forward to the Home Minister. I think this is a healthy way of doing it. We are not doing anything rationally and saying we have decided, you guys follow. We are still going in the secular and the federal way. Okay,
thank you all of you. I'm completely out of time. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Delimitation storm is brewing in the south of India, with Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin opposing the population-based exercise over fears that southern states would lose out on crucial Lok Sabha seats. He's also sending out delegations to other states to get maximum support on this. Is this about numbers? Is this about politics? Or is this about justice? We'll have to wait and see. With that, it's a wrap on the show. On the other side, my colleague Vishnu Shom joins us.
Well, thank you very much. Well, we've got a big program coming up. Hello and welcome viewers to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the program tonight, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Mauritius today underscores India's strategic push in the Indian Ocean region. As the chief guest at Mauritius's National Day, the Prime Minister is deepening ties through maritime security pacts and infrastructure projects, countering China's growing influence. With 70% of Mauritius's population being of Indian origin, this visit strengthens cultural bonds while advancing India's vision of Sagar, that's security and growth for all. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Ramgoolam of the Mauritius has just announced the conferment of Mauritius's highest honor on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So we're going to be tracking that. But next up on the show, Twitter faced multiple global outages. That's because of several issues. We'll tell you what those are all about. Millions across the world were unable to access the platform. Users from the US to India reported issues, with Down Detector logging over 41,000 complaints at its peak. Elon Musk has called it a massive cyber attack, claiming that it originated from IP addresses near Ukraine. Experts question the evidence, but Musk insists a coordinated group or nation is behind it. And finally, the Immigration and Foreigners Bill has sparked fierce debate in Parliament today. The BJP has hailed it as vital for national security, curbing illegal immigration from Bangladesh and Myanmar. The opposition, led by the Congress, has hit out at it as being unconstitutional, warning of rights violations and talent loss. We're going to be looking at what that is all about. But first, a quick look at the headlines. Separatist militants in Balochistan's province of Pakistan have attacked a Peshawar-bound train, taking over 100 passengers hostage, including women and children. Reports suggest some civilians may have been released. Military personnel have also been held. Another setback for the Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal after a Delhi court orders an FIR against Kejriwal and other party leaders for allegedly misusing public funds. The Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge's remarks in the Rajya Sabha about his party having come prepared to hold the ruling BJP to account has triggered a furious row after the BJP objected to certain derogatory words. He said he takes it back and has apologized. And Airtel announces an agreement with Elon Musk's SpaceX to bring Starlink's high-speed internet services to customers in our country. But our top story, Prime Minister Modi's visit to Mauritius today underscores India's strategic push in the Indian Ocean region. He's been conferred with Mauritius's biggest national award. It's a huge honor for the Prime Minister, who's the chief guest at the Mauritius National Day. The Prime Minister's focus, among other things, is to deepen ties through maritime security pacts and infrastructure projects.
Mauritius is not just a partner country. For us, Mauritius is family. This bond is deep and strong, rooted in history, heritage, and the human spirit. Mauritius is also a bridge connecting India to the wider global south. Whether it is investment or infrastructure, commerce or crisis response, India always stands with Mauritius.
Well, my colleague Ghazali has been tracking the story from Port Louis. He joins us now. A huge honor for the Prime Minister, first up, Ghazali, but he's also presented the Prime Minister of the Mauritius with an OCI card. Is that right?
Yeah, certainly, and an advertisement of how Government of India is backing the Indian origin people by extending the OCI card for 7th generation of those who are from the Indian origin families. And you see, the Prime Minister spoke about multiple issues, how Mauritius is a key partner of India, being part of the Sagar region, security and growth for all in the Indian Ocean region. And then he connected with the Indian diaspora. He spoke in Bhojpuri. He spoke about how the Nalanda University in Bihar has been revived. He spoke about how Mauritius has been part of the Bollywood films. He also spoke about the makhana, food from Bihar, where he spoke about that how it will grow to be on the world menu very soon. He also spoke about that how Mauritius is a very key partner of India. So whenever Mauritius prospers, India celebrates. He talked about the public funded projects which India has been assisting, be it a college over here or other public funded projects in Mauritius. And Prime Minister, while talking about the Mauritian Prime Minister, he also recalled his old connection with Mauritius, that how in late 90s he was here to attend the World Ramayana Conference, and back then Naveen Chandra Ramgoolam, the current Prime Minister, was also part of that conference, and he spoke about, he paid obeisance and he spoke highly about the father of the founding father of Mauritius, who also happens to be the father of the current Prime Minister. Besides that, he spoke about that how Indian community or indentured laborers who came to Mauritius back in 1830s, India will try to track or map those routes through which those laborers brought by the British government for sugar planting took the route. Indian government will try to map all those routes through which they were brought to Mauritius. So three parts of the speech in one. He spoke about the India-Mauritius connection, that how Mauritius is a key partner. Then he also spoke about the Indian diaspora which is here, and a religious connect when he was talking about the Kumbh Mela and how he has brought the holy water from there, which he will pour tomorrow in the Ganga Talab, and said that those who could not visit Kumbh this year, for them he has brought this water just to show a sense and connect with India.
All right, Ghazali, thank you very much for sharing those details with us. Thanks very much indeed. Well, an important visit of the Prime Minister to Mauritius. How significant is this? Joining us now, India's former Foreign Secretary, Harsh Shringla. He's also India's G20 Sherpa. Thanks very much for being with us. How is this, in a sense, critical for India maintaining and expanding our presence in the Indian Ocean region at a time when China is seeking to do that?
So it is, the strategic value of the Western Indian Ocean has only grown in the last decade or so, with increased Chinese involvement in the Indian Ocean, in Africa. I think Mauritius has emerged as a very important strategic neighbor. And I use the word neighbor very pointedly because I think lately we have really begun to regard Mauritius as one of our close neighbors, probably akin to Sri Lanka and the Maldives. The activities that we have, the exchanges that we have in Mauritius is similar. Mauritius is also part of many groupings that we have that include Maldives, Sri Lanka, and our other neighboring countries. For example, the NSA level dialogue that takes place includes all of these countries, including Seychelles. So the Western Indian Ocean is an area of particular interest to us, with increased activity. The French and the Americans were always there, but the Chinese are a new entrant. And I think it's all the more important that our outreach to our neighbors, especially our island neighbors, is intensified. And in that context, I think Prime Minister Modi's visit is very critical and I think is very timely as well.
Ambassador Shringla, there's a White Shipping Information Exchange Agreement which is meant to enhance Indian Ocean maritime security. Could you tell us how that is an important part of what the Prime Minister, what India seeks to get done?
So there are a number of areas, I think, in which agreements will be concluded. Maritime security is one of them, and white shipping, the agreement on white shipping is also important because the two countries can then notify each other of cargo ships and other ships that are not military vessels, not naval vessels, but those that emit a certain signal indicating their presence in the area, and that information, white shipping information, is picked up by various, let's say, receiving stations, and then the countries exchange that information. So India and Mauritius will exchange information on shipping that is using our respective ports, which would be of interest to both sides, but especially to us, I imagine. And so maritime security becomes important. But there are a number of other agreements that are also of great importance, and that includes training of some 500 Mauritian civil servants over a period of 5 years in India, cooperation in financial in the area of financial crimes, where I think a number of not only would it involve training, but also probably guidance on cyber crimes and other areas on which I think Mauritius does need help, because as you recall, they were on the great list of the FATF,
yes,
Financial Action Task Force. And they needed to, tick off certain boxes in terms of their compliance. And this is where I think we can be supportive to Mauritius. So, maritime security is very critical, but there are other areas of, in which we are signing agreements that are also important.
We have, and you know this better than anybody else, a vision. It's called Sagar. It's our maritime outlook, if you will. What does India seek to achieve by focusing on the oceans and, for example, ensuring that international waterways are open for international commerce and for other purposes?
Well, sometimes in our preoccupation with our land borders, we forget that we are a maritime nation. India's historic greatness and civilizational greatness has been achieved through its maritime exchanges and links throughout history. And from that perspective, Sagar, or security and growth for all in the region, is part of the vision that Prime Minister Modi encapsulated when he visited Mauritius. I think it was 2015, in his first visit to Mauritius after taking over as a Prime Minister. 2018, sorry, excuse me. So on one of his visits to Mauritius, he articulated this concept of Sagar, which really means that India will work with its maritime neighbors to provide comprehensive support on areas like maritime security, anti-piracy, marine pollution, maritime surveillance, white shipping that we just spoke about. So that entire gamut of areas and activities that maritime nations need a lot of support on because they don't have the resources to deal with their very extensive exclusive economic zone and protect all those areas. I think India is a very important partner for Seychelles, Mauritius, Maldives, Sri Lanka, and a host of other nations in the Western Indian Ocean and beyond.
Ambassador Shringla, there's the island of Agalega, which lies 1,100 kilometers north of the main Mauritian islands. We have worked, and it's part of an agreement between India and Mauritius to build infrastructure over there, to strengthen the existing airfield facilities, to strengthen boats and ships going into the area. And that's already proved beneficial because there was a cyclone which struck. And it's that infrastructure which, as I understand it, helped rescue people there and serve people there at a time of distress. So this was an Indian infrastructure project, right? Which actually ends up helping people on those islands.
Absolutely. I think, Agalega was one of the, islands that is quite far from Port Louis, which is the capital. It's nonetheless important for Mauritius in terms of the development of facilities. India had extensive support in developing that entire area, as you say, right from a runway to piers to infrastructure in terms of housing and buildings there, petroleum depots and so on and so forth. A very good job was done by the Indian companies that were there, that did this despite COVID and despite the fact that there were lockdowns, shipping was not available. I think we completed the project in record time, and I think that is one of our great accomplishments. But importantly, I think Mauritius, despite some of the controversies that were around that in terms of the criticism that came from opposition, I think the previous Prime Minister was very clear that this is a project that India is supporting us on. This is a project on which we are getting India's support, but it is within our sovereignty, and it is something that is very Mauritius. I mean, Mauritius owned project. So from that perspective, I think we have lived up to those expectations. We have provided Mauritius with a very valuable piece of infrastructure in one of their distant, far-flung islands. It makes it easier for them to control their exclusive economic zone and shipping lanes in their area. And I think that's very important in today's days of piracy, illegal IUU fishing, areas that could pose a threat to Mauritius's economy and its security. And from that perspective, I think we have been very forthcoming in supporting Mauritius in developing an entire island's infrastructure in a very positive manner.
And this, of course, comes at a time when the Chinese have built and operationalized their first overseas military base in Djibouti. They deploy warships over there under the garb of anti-piracy missions. But I think if you are deploying destroyers and amphibious ships and frigates over there, then the purpose is a lot more than just anti-piracy operations, given the firepower that you are deploying. Therefore, again, if you look at the expansion of the Chinese Navy, not just of Djibouti, they have basing facilities in Pakistan, presently Karachi, later on in other ports. We've seen the Chinese in Hambantota in Sri Lanka as well, where there is a 90-plus year agreement which exists. We've seen them try and get into the Maldives, and we've seen a great deal of research activity by their quote-unquote fishing boats and research vessels in the Bay of Bengal. So I think that's the larger picture. How is India looking at this expanded maritime presence of China in this area?
Well, you're right in saying that I think what we are seeing is preparations for a significant maritime expansion of the PLA Navy. right from Chok Fu in Myanmar to Gwadar in Pakistan to Djibouti and in Hambantota, anywhere else that you can get, a foothold in terms of allowing your ships, to dock and your naval activities to be carried out. I think, and of course, maritime surveillance, which China is carrying out very extensively, is all preparing for a much, much larger maritime presence in the Indian Ocean. And I think countries like India and perhaps even the Quad need to gear up to the fact that, this is going to be a reality very soon, and that the Indo-Pacific region is going to see a much larger Chinese presence. Keep in mind that the PLA Navy spends more on its modernization than all the navies in the world put together, including the US Navy.
Yes.
So it's an incredible investment in the maritime domain. And I think it's concepts like Sagar that enable us to combat that expansion, building friendships, expanding our cooperation and providing assistance. We are the first responder in any natural disaster in our area, right from Banda Aceh in Indonesia to Mozambique to the coast of, on the eastern littoral of Africa. Indian vessels are the first to reach and provide support. And I think this is something that's very important, that we hold the hands of all of our friends so that they are, secure and they're confident about the support that India extends to them. At the same time, I think we need to expand our own, naval presence. We have obviously looked at very many options, and I think we are preparing very actively to meet that exigency under the rubric of Sagar, which is a purely cooperative area where we work with states that need our assistance. But our Navy is also gearing up to meet the challenge that is posed by this new entrant into the Indian Ocean. And I think it's very important for us to be conscious of that and prepare actively for that situation.
All right, Ambassador Shringla, thank you very much for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this critical relationship between India and Mauritius. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, Vishnu.
Thanks, sir. Well, joining us now, Ambassador Javed Ashraf, former Ambassador of India to France and Monaco. He's also been High Commissioner to Singapore. We are also joined by Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, the former Chief of Integrated Defence Staff. I'd like to thank you both very much for being with us. Ambassador Ashraf, let me come to you first. I was speaking to Ambassador Shringla there on, some of the geostrategic issues. We'll come back to that in a moment. But economically, what does India bring to the Indian Ocean region at a time when China is expanding its so-called, string of pearls, its China-Pakistan economic corridor? Economically, what does India bring to the region?
Well, I think, thank you, Vishnu. First of all, I'd like to say that it's a very historic visit, the 10th anniversary, literally, of Prime Minister's first visit as chief guest for the Mauritian Republic Day or National Day, and when he actually unveiled the Sagar Doctrine. It wasn't in 2018, it was in 2015, and it was very well choreographed with the first time the Prime Minister of India, any Prime Minister of India, was articulating a vision on the Indian Ocean, on maritime security, and not just on the ocean, but on the Indian Ocean region. There were 5 very important elements in it. One is, of course, that India will build its own maritime capabilities, and it will keep not just for itself and safeguard its interests, but it will also keep the Indian Ocean free and open. And third, it will also be able to help its partner countries in times of disaster. So its capacity would grow in pursuit of a global good. The second would be that it would cooperate with all friendly countries in building their capacities, improving their security and economy. The third was, of course, regionalism, and this is very important, regional security cooperation through institutions like IONS. And then fourth was the regional comprehensive economic cooperation, and this is very important, which was through institutions like IORA, but also working in plurilateral setting. And the fifth one was that Indian Ocean isn't just a closed ocean, that it is an ocean that connects the world, and literally the West and the East. And therefore, we'll work with countries that are not in the region, but have stakes in the region. And that is how we work with countries like the United States and France in the region. Now, that it shows Mauritius is important because if you look at the Southwest Indian Ocean region is actually the entry into the Indo-Pacific, it's the entry into the Indian Ocean. Look at the history of Second World War. It is a graveyard of all kinds of ships, from submarines to surface ships. It's always historically been the route. Today, when we see problems in the Middle East, everyone is routing their ships through it. I've been to Reunion Island in France for a naval exercise that Indian Navy conducted with France. And I can tell you, when you look at the maritime domain over there are all kinds of challenges. It isn't just about China. It's a very fragile region. It's got fragile governments. It's got problems of not just natural disasters or cyclones, but also of trafficking, of human trafficking, of drug trafficking, of radicalism on the eastern seaboard of Africa. And it is also a region that has fragile governments in some countries, and is rich in resources like gas. So it's obviously attracting all kinds of geostrategic interests, geopolitical interests, and geoeconomic interests. And we are, of course, present, don't forget, in Mozambique with big investments in oil and gas fields together with France. And so Mauritius was chosen by Prime Minister for a number of very good reasons to unveil that vision. And why I'm emphasizing this aspect is that because 10 years later, when he's going there, we were accomplished actually quite a bit of that. Part of it is economic. I have to say, though, that we haven't yet tapped fully the potential of IORA. We need to take ownership of IORA. IORA has got a secretariat in Mauritius.
Lots of points over there, and I will come back to you in just a moment. But we've got Admiral Sinha with us as well. And Admiral Sinha, I just wanted to come back to the presence of China in these waters, the fact that they've got a military base in Djibouti right now. We see several Chinese warships, submarines as well, operate in these regions. From an Indian naval standpoint, how is this a very changed strategic reality which India needs to counter? And part of that is Mauritius, which is key.
Well, thank you, Vishnu, for getting me on your program. I think it's a big challenge. India was sort of undisputed big naval power in this entire Indian Ocean, but now you have company of the Chinese, and as everybody says, there is a freedom of navigation. Yes, it is freedom of navigation even to Chinese ships. So we have to get used to this, and we have got used to it. However, they're coming in the close vicinity, operating the ocean research ships. On that name, they're actually using, surveillance of not only our aerial activity, but also, our own trials and of the missiles which are being done in Bay of Bengal and Indian Ocean. The Chinese the radars are monitoring this. So it is quite challenging, and they also have a presence all the time under the name of counter piracy. They also deploy submarines. I don't know how submarine going to help them in counter piracy arrangements. So we are very careful. We have deployed our ships. With Mauritius, we have very close naval cooperation. And as we go along, we can explore those areas as well. So that is how it is, Vishnu. We are careful. We are concerned. We are not worried. We are just concerned, really.
Ambassador Ashraf, how can India use our cultural ties and our historical links to further our association, not just with Mauritius, but several other countries in the Indian Ocean region?
Well, cultural relations create a context, but, it has to be backed by very strong economic and security cooperation. People also operate in terms of self-interest. I can say in the context of Mauritius that there is that level of comfort that comes from historical and ethnic ties. But there are also counter forces operating in Mauritius that are actually sometimes acting in a very critical of India and try to orchestrate a campaign against India. They're in a minority. So I think we build on our cultural relations. We re-emphasize the human connection, but we need to back that up with very strong economic and security ties. You see, we have to understand that, today, for example, in Mauritius, we are 10% of their imports. China accounts for 15%. As far as their exports are concerned, it's almost entirely driven by South Africa, France, UK, Europe, United States. We account for 3%. So the stakes for an average Mauritian is not very high. And so we are compensating for that by a very extensive program of economic development assistance. We are, of course, the preferred supplier for fuel, which is very important. We have invested heavily in infrastructure such as the metro, and we're now doing a community development project, more than 50 of them, 20 of them that Prime Minister is supposed to inaugurate today. So that, in a sense, compensates for what I think is a lack of very critical mass of trade. Then, of course, Mauritius was a source of, second largest source of foreign investments into India. Now, that is not Mauritius investing in India. That's people routing money through Mauritius, just as they've done through Singapore. In the past, there was some controversy about round-tripping because of the peculiar specific facets of the India-Mauritius tax treaty. That has been amended. There was some difficulty in doing that. Mauritius was very sensitive about it, but I think they saw the point that they need to have that reputational aspect of being a very clean base for investments to flow into India. And despite the tax treaty amendments, there has been, of course, continuing flow of investment, because Mauritius does offer a lot of advantages, just as Singapore does. So I think the two are competing in some sense, and that's a very important glue. And now we are signing an MOU on financial crimes, which is, I think, a very important step, because our double taxation avoidance amendment doesn't fully address some of those concerns that we have about money laundering. And once we do this, but it isn't just about this, because it's a regional issue. The more we cooperate on financial crimes and illicit flow of funds, the more we are able to deal with some of the...
Absolutely. There are lots of issues which we can deal with. I'm just running out of time. I wanted to go back to Admiral Sinha. Admiral, India has traditionally looked upon ourselves as being a net security provider in the Indian Ocean region. That is obviously something that's being tested by the Chinese that we've been speaking about. But we've got excellent partners in the United States, in France, even other nations further away like Australia, the United Kingdom as well. Do you see, or do you foresee a requirement in the future of many of these countries coming together in something more than joint exercises, perhaps some sort of military association or alliance, which is more than what we see now?
Well, that is the need of the hour, Vishnu, because everybody has been saying that Indian Ocean does not have any, formalized security architecture. But each one is talking about it in any forum that you go. They will always be asking. There is already some kind of cooperation as far as the maritime security is concerned, in which Mauritius and Seychelles are also included, apart from Sri Lanka and Seychelles. So Sri Lanka and Maldives. So I think the basic framework already exists, but it has not spread its wing far and wide. And I think time is very much ripe for this kind of arrangement to get established. Second thing is that let's not forget that Mauritius has 2.3 million square kilometers of the EZ, and they cannot patrol. They cannot keep track of all this by themselves, and that is one area in maritime. The cooperation amongst the countries is very important, because it is not only one country which can provide all the security, and from that point of view, our cooperation with Mauritius and other small countries in the Indian Ocean becomes very important. And we have got a EEZ patrolling sort of cooperation arrangement with them. But the ships will have to be there for longer duration in larger numbers, given the challenges that are emerging, which you just mentioned about the Chinese ships. Vishnu.
All right. I'd like to thank you both very much for being with us. We've got new images coming in from Port Louis of the Prime Minister with the Mauritian leader over there. Ambassador Ashraf, we've got about 30-40 seconds. If you'd like to make a point, please go ahead, sir.
A quick word. I think we have to build our capacities from seabed to space. That's the #1 priority for maritime security. And second, we have to build a network of relationships where we can access ports and bases across the Indian Ocean region. I don't see a comprehensive security architecture arising, but we'll have a web of interlinked security partnerships that work towards a common objective, and that'll include both countries in the region, but also countries from outside, where we'll be both importer of security strength and exporter of security strength.
All right, I'd like to thank you both very much for joining us as the Prime Minister on day one of his visit to Mauritius, looking to step up ties. And the broader context is something that we've looked at very closely on this program. We're going to move on. Next up on the program, Twitter has faced multiple global outages today, leaving millions unable to access the platform, even yesterday. Users from the United States to India have reported issues with Down Detector logging over 41,000 complaints at its peak. Elon Musk has called it a massive cyber attack, claiming on X that it originated from IP addresses near Ukraine. Joining us now, Mukesh Chaudhary, the founder and CEO of CyberOps, and Mishi Chaudhary, a technology lawyer. Thank you very much for being with us. Mishi is also founder of sflc.in. Mukesh, let me come to you first. Is there any clarity on what caused these outages?
Yes, good evening. Basically, like Dark Storm has taken the responsibility. It's a cyber group and a group of cyber attackers who deal with basically cross-border operations. They deal with heavy DDoS attacks, and it was formed in 2023, and it's a pro-Palestinian group. So they attack these kind of heavy and very mass kind of attack, which happens wherein like they infect multiple computer systems, millions of computer systems through their malicious script, and use those computer systems in various different countries to perform the attack on the respective server of the website. Now, the actual users of the website or the server won't be able to access that particular application or that website, since these malicious attacks are being executed. Now, this can take a couple of minutes or a couple of hours to counter. As far as X is concerned, they have also taken certain time to counter it. So this is how it happens.
Mishi, onto the larger issue, we are all consumed by Twitter. Globally, social media is linked to business very closely. How potentially, when there is a social media outage, is this an example of how business interests around the world, media interests around the world could be fundamentally disrupted because of these hacks?
I think the presence of several platforms and the business's desire to use these platforms to reach its audience is definitely impacted in certain ways. Twitter or X is now a shadow of what it used to be. It doesn't have the same reach. It doesn't have the same kind of businesses present on it as it used to be prior to 2022. And people still rely on it for a variety of access, but it really depends on which platform and the reach of that particular platform, where we can say, okay, here the businesses hit particularly hard. In this particular case, there are 3 different times when we see that there is an outage. And considering the number of users plus businesses that have left Twitter or perhaps are not using it as a primary source of communication and outreach to the business, I'm not sure that a lot actually got impacted here. But your larger point about that the presence of business on platforms, what it means in terms of selling, what it means about customer service, etc., that does get impacted.
Mukesh, how do companies as large as Twitter actually fight this kind of threat? One would assume that Twitter is well protected against malicious interests like this, but the fact that you had multiple outages and the fact that Twitter stayed silent by and large throughout a lot of what we saw yesterday and today, what does that indicate?
Normally, it comprises of multiple security, it comprises of cyber security compliances on regular time intervals, which large cap organization or in fact mid cap and small cap organization, they also perform compliances. Apart from compliances, they do implement firewalls like web application firewalls or hardware firewalls for their infrastructure to safeguard. And apart from that, there are different security protocols which they execute, like CDN they apply for the network security, and they apply other applications, and firewalls wherein like their real IP address should not be disclosed. So if the real IP address of the server is disclosed over the internet, it becomes easier for any attacker to execute the attack, to perform the attack. But again, there are ways, like even though whatever security you apply, there are ways to bypass those securities, and over the period of time, it is a continuous process basically. So attackers also keep on searching for the loopholes, and the security persons also keep safeguarding their infrastructure through applying the all possible methods to safeguard their infrastructure from the attackers and hackers. So it's an ongoing process. Sometimes the hackers win, sometimes the organizations, they wins to defend themselves from the attackers.
Mishi, Elon Musk called it a massive cyber attack, which clearly it is, but he said that the IP addresses originated near Ukraine. Is that something that the hackers may have deliberately tried to do, to sort of indicate that these IPs were in Ukraine when in fact they may have been elsewhere? Obviously the cause which Mukesh has identified, pro-PLA, hackers, they don't have very much to do with Ukraine.
So the first thing, it is possible to obviously mask and use a variety of ways to pretend that as if the attack is coming from a particular region. That is possible, and that's easily done by a lot of teams, whether it's Killnet or Darkstorm. But in this particular case, I think Mr. Musk's conclusions without much evidence, he never provided enough evidence, and a lot of experts who work in the area were very quick to refute to the point of the fact that the various IP addresses could be traced to all around the world, including Vietnam, the US, Brazil, and other countries, etc. And the amount of rogue traffic which was coming directly from Ukraine was insignificant. But of course, the platform is such a mouthpiece right now, and Mr. Musk uses it for making statements about geopolitics. So nobody was surprised for the fact that he was attributing it to large number of resources being deployed of something close to Ukraine, considering he's an advisor, and he's also been criticizing Ukraine's continued efforts to fight off the Russian invasion. So, but none of that is backed by evidence.
All right, we'll leave it over there. I'd like to thank you both very much for joining us. We're going to take a short break. There's a lot more coming up on left, right, and center. There is a new bill which has been introduced in Parliament, which looks very closely at immigration and foreigners coming into our country. It sparked a huge debate. The BJP has hailed it as being vital for national security. The opposition says, in fact, it doesn't. We'll find out more about that in just a moment.
Finesta Windows. Beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Finer Finesta.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
Finesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra
The Immigration and Foreigners Bill has sparked fierce debate in Parliament today. The BJP has hailed it as being vital for national security, curbing illegal immigration from Bangladesh and Myanmar. The opposition, led by the Congress Party, has hit out at it as being unconstitutional, warning of rights violations and the loss of talent in terms of those who come into the country or are denied that right. Well, joining us now are Parijita Sarangi, BJP MP, and Dr. Ajoy Kumar, a former MP and national spokesperson of the Congress. Thank you both very much for being with us. Dr. Ajoy Kumar, let me come to you first. Why do you argue that shifting the burden of proving legal status onto individuals violates constitutional rights? How is there an alternative that you propose?
No, so Vishnu, I think one is we need to look at the Act on what the Act actually says. The Act says that the immigration officer can refuse your entry. Yes. So it's not, so we have to be very clear on that. This is the authority given to an immigration officer to deny on national security, on medical health reasons, etc., very wide definition. Okay. All acts, all governments, and irrespective of whether their government, our government, always brings in, and very often people bring in like the UAPA. The UAPA was the intentions were honorable. But today the UAPA has got 97% people being acquitted. Majority of the people who are under the UAPA right now are mostly human rights lawyers and human rights defendants. We are saying that this act gives so much of power without a definition. Now, taking an example, that somebody comes from abroad as a guest to NDTV and he's written some articles against the government of India at that time, and which is perfectly all right. And the government of India can send him back. And our issue is that you don't have to give a reason. That's what the act, what I was able to read the details of it. The second part is there is no appeal mechanism. Now, if you are and Aparajita is a very a scholarly lady, so I'm just asking a simple question. If you're the mother of democracy, we keep saying we are mother of democracy, at least the BJP, then why isn't the process more legit, transparent? The reasons why, like Indian origin people, a lot of Indian origin people support this government and speak against this government, which is perfectly okay. We definitely believe that it is not Myanmar. I mean, so let me disabuse you. It's not Bangladeshis or Myanmar. It is any foreigner who is entering.
Right. So I take your point that this could be used to target or prevent people who are critical of this government from entering. I think that's the basic point that you're trying to say.
And the most important part is, in any process, there's an appeal process.
All right. So where is the appeal process? Let me put that across to Aparajita Sarangi. Ma'am, there are three.
Vishnu, last. And then Aparajita can please take the floor. The Constitution is very clear, whether you're a foreigner or Indian, the right to equality applies across. You need to, so the Constitution of India, so it's basically it's against the Constitution also. Because the right which you give an Indian citizen, the right to equality, as far as the right to equality in the front of law applies to foreigners.
Okay,
so
one sec. Now, Ajoy, you've made 100 points. Let me just go across.
Go ahead,
I'm trying to list them. You listed so many points that I haven't been able to note more than two. But I think Aparajita Sarangi, there are two key points. Number one, the power given to immigration officers, right? Is it too much? Number two, is there a right to appeal? Ajoy says that he hasn't been able to get that. And number three, that there is a fundamental lack of equality being granted to those who come to our country. Please respond to that.
A very good evening. At the outset, it's very important to understand why the government of Prime Minister Modi has brought the bill to the Lok Sabha. Let me tell you that the bill has been introduced in the Lok Sabha today. I was also present when the bill was introduced by the Minister of State for Home Affairs, Sri Nityanand Rai ji. Now hereafter, there will be a lot of debate, deliberation, dialogue and discussion around the bill. The provisions will be discussed and the suggestions and views of both the opposition party and the treasury benches would be taken. And thereafter the next course of action would be adopted. So to say that the bill has been passed, the bill has been brought to discussion, I mean this is too premature to discuss about the provisions of the bill at this juncture, number one. Number two, important to understand why we brought this bill. See, there are 4 acts which are governing the administration of the foreigners and the immigrants. One, Foreigners Act 1946, Immigration Act 2000, Passport Act 1920 and the Registration of Foreigners Act 1939. Now imagine all these acts were formulated in extraordinary times around the First and the Second World War. So they are definitely irrelevant in the present context, number one. Number two, many of the provisions of these acts are overlapping with each other. So I think there is a lot of lack of clarity, I would say, when you actually go through all these 4 acts. And number 3, let me tell you that most important is we need to have concern for the national security and territorial integrity. This particular government attaches a lot of importance to these 2 expressions, national security and territorial integrity. So it's very important to have a comprehensive legislation which would look into all the issues put together and then ensure that the provisions of the new legislation are implemented properly.
Okay.
Now, we are not a country which has brought these kinds of reforms or rather aiming at these kinds of reforms for the first time. Measures have been taken to bring about reforms in this sector also by US, by Hong Kong, by Australia, by Singapore and by the Gulf Cooperation Council countries. So I think it is a very good step. All of us, all the parliamentarians cutting across party lines must actually respect. And the issue is that there is absolutely no additional expenditure if we implement the provisions of this bill which has been brought to the Lok Sabha today, no recurring or non-recurring expenditure.
All right, so it's an improvement of existing laws with new provisions. I take that point. Let me just go back to Ajoy. Let me go back to Ajoy, and I will come back, to balance this all out. Ajoy, the fact of the matter is that it's not just India looking carefully at who comes into our country, at universities or hospitals. We all know how difficult it is to get a visa, for example, to the United States, to the United Kingdom, parts of the European Union as well. There is a process of safeguards. Every country has its own ones. She's actually listed countries where it's particularly difficult to get a visa to get into. So if India is to take a step back and say, no, we want to know, right, who's coming into our country, is there anything necessarily wrong about that?
So it's the tail wagging the dog. Who gives visa at the Indian embassy, Vishnu, at Washington or London, or for that matter, Dhaka? There you don't do anything.
No,
when
you do
land
actually.
up in India,
But Ajoy, I fact check. Whenever visas take place, even last week somebody was denied entry, even despite the fact that they had somebody ailing in India. That at that level, there is a decision which is taken, and that's not going to change. It's not just the immigration officer.
No, one sec. The amendment which came in is about the immigration officer, what I've read. Okay,
yes,
it's not about visa, because it would have been visa would have been a totally different law. I'm just saying, Vishnu, now for a minute. The immigration officer is giving the power without any definition. So if you say against national security, then what is national security threat? You have written against it, you have supported organization. All that has to be defined. It cannot be some random thing. Or take an example, health risk. What is health risk? You're coming from an area which is endemic for AIDS, you're endemic for yellow fever. I can understand all that. The danger with giving one is the danger of that. The second part is not having a repeal mechanism. The third part is they will target and they will continue to target the political opponents. But the most important part, look at hospital. Vishnu, I would request you to look at hospital. The hospitals are supposed to inform who are the foreigners getting treated. How did those foreigners get in? They came, unless you're imagining that this government, which is, Parijita ji, your government is so incompetent, which I hope not, is that anybody is crossing the border and coming and getting treated. That is not possible. So people who are coming for treatment must have got a visa. Unless this government is accepting that we can't protect our borders, people are walking in, that's why the hospital should give us data on people who have come for treatment.
All right, okay, let's get a response to that. Point number one, ma'am. Is it true that the role of the visa officer in embassies abroad might actually be reduced because the immigration officer in India has more powers? I don't think that would necessarily be the case. And number two, what is the logic in, let us say, hospitals having to report who is coming to them for treatment?
See, let me tell you that there is no finality to the provisions that have been proposed by the government. The bill has been introduced. The bill has been brought to the debating stage. There would be debates on each of the provisions of the bill, and it is too premature to talk about what is right and what is wrong in the provision. This is number one. And number two, let me tell you that there should be fear of law. The penalties have been increased. The scale of punishment has gone up. It's very important. Now here is a government which means business. Now let me tell you, between April 1, 2023 to 31st March 2024, about 98,40,000 foreigners had come to India. Many of them stayed back and many of them exited. Now if the government of India wants to have details about all the passports, the travel documents, and in case of foreigners, the visa, what's wrong? Here is a government which is trying to bring about reforms in the administration of foreigners, foreign matters, and immigration. I think all of us should welcome cutting across party lines.
But ma'am, there's just one question which you haven't answered.
Every action of Prime Minister Modi, there cannot be a negative reaction from everybody.
But ma'am, there's one important point that he raised which you've not answered. And that question is, what constitutes national security?
Yeah, tell me.
What constitutes national security in terms of saying somebody can enter and somebody can't?
That's what I'm saying. I am giving you a particular statistics I gave you, 98.40 lakh in 1 year. And this particular number has been increasing with every passing day. Now, if the government of India, keeping in view the issues of national security, who is coming, who is going, and what are the details of the passport, what is the visa all about, who is the person, from where he has come. So I think what is the problem if we get into these matters, and if there is something illegal, if there is a threat to the security of the nation, if we take action, what's wrong in that? And if the action, if the penalty is increased, I think all of us should welcome. I mean, those who are opposing the raising of the penalty, I think are against the nation, are against national security. So it's a question of Kshatriya, Akhandata, territorial integrity, national security. Do I need to explain? If the foreigners come, foreigners stay and foreigners make an exit. And if the government wants to keep the details, what's wrong about it? And if it doesn't, if something happens, I'm sure these people will create a ruckus as to why the government was not vigilant. So I think here is a government which means business. Here is a government which wants to bring about a comprehensive legislation. Here is a government which is giving teeth to the already existing laws so that there is fear of law. And
all right.
There is peace and order in the society.
Okay, ma'am, I'm running out of time. Let me just give the last 30 seconds to Ajay. I'm sorry, I'm out of time. Go ahead, Ajay.
So, who are these 96 lakh people? I believe they're all legally visa with visa. So the government believes that the foreign ministry is ridiculously incompetent. They're going to give visa left, right, and center. And these guys in Delhi airport and Calcutta airport are left to catch 96 lakhs. Why couldn't you? Because all these 96 lakhs have come legally. So, and if the government doesn't have access to visa data and they need data, I mean, I'm totally shocked because I thought the government, this is the strong sarkar, they should have data, no? That who is gone and who's not gone, visa time is limited. So, Vishnu, she correctly said that it needs debate because it is such a badly made bill. And
all right, okay. I'm interrupting because I'm out of time. And that has nothing to do with either of you, but I'm out of time. So the program ends. We'll be back tomorrow on Left, Right, and Center. For the moment, from all of us here, good night.
Finesta Windows. Beautiful and durable designs. Installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find Finer Finesta.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, the latest on the train hijack crisis in Pakistan. Also, the Prime Minister on an official visit to Mauritius. All that and more. Let's take a look at the headlines. Amid a row over the voter list, poll body meets with the political parties. The Trinamool, BJP and BJD interact with the Election Commission of India. The Trinamool Congress, however, says they're not satisfied with the reply given by the ECI on duplicate voters. The language showdown rages between DMK and the centre as the DMK held more protests today. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan releases a letter to show that earlier Tamil Nadu had accepted PM Shri schools under the NEP, something denied by the Chief Minister. Prime Minister Modi on a two-day visit to Mauritius receives the highest honour, the first for an Indian Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi says that Mauritius is not just a partner nation, but family. The Pakistan train hijack crisis, reports of firing taking place. The Balochistan Liberation Army has taken 35 hostages, including soldiers. Some hostages have been released. Another setback for AAP chief Arvind Kejriwal after Delhi court orders an FIR be filed against him and other party leaders for allegedly misusing public funds for billboards. The centre bans Mirwaiz Umar Farooq's Awam Action Committee under the Unlawful Activities Act. His party has been banned for 5 years. The US and Ukraine in the first meeting and talks in Saudi Arabia ever since the Trump-Zelensky clash. Those talks are underway even as there's a large drone attack in Moscow where at least 3 have been killed. Our top story now, and at a time when opposition parties have raised concerns over the purity of the electoral roll, questioning electoral rolls, the Election Commission today invited national and state party presidents and representatives to meet for a discussion on ways to strengthen the entire electoral process. Now, BJP, Trinamool Congress and BJD leaders went and met with the Election Commission that has invited, in fact, suggestions from all political parties. This comes at a time when there has been an uproar over the electoral list, with many questions being raised by Rahul Gandhi as well in the Lok Sabha recently. The Trinamool Congress, however, after emerging from that meeting, they said they were not satisfied with the Election Commission's answer.
आज हम लोग चुनाव आयोग से मिले और चुनाव आयोग ने जो जवाब दिया उसको लेकर हम संतुष्ट नहीं हैं। उन्होंने कहा है कि 90 दिन के अंदर हम ये समस्या का समाधान करेंगे। क्या इलेक्शन कमीशन को मालूम है कि कितने डुप्लीकेट एपिक कार्ड्स हैं? तभी वह एक निर्धारित समय दे रही है। इसके ऊपर एक बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा होता है कि एक एपिक कार्ड जो किसी दूसरे राज्य का हो, जिस प्रकार से मेरा आधार कार्ड मेरा है वो आपका नहीं हो सकता, उसी प्रकार से मेरा एपिक कार्ड के ऊपर किसी दूसरे, तीसरे, चौथे का नाम कैसे आ सकता है? वह भी एक ही राज्य के 2-3 जिले से उन नाम को कैसे आए जा रहा है? लोकसभा और विधानसभा चुनाव के बीच में महाराष्ट्र के अंदर 40 लाख नए वोटर जोड़े गए। क्या इसकी संज्ञा इलेक्शन कमीशन को नहीं थी?
वहाँ पे वोटर रोल को मैनिपुलेट करने का काम वहाँ की प्रदेश की सरकार ने, मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी ने किया है। ये डुप्लीकेशन पश्चिम बंगाल के ही वोटरों में है। कुछ वोटर ऐसे हैं जो अन्य प्रदेशों में भी रजिस्टर्ड है और पश्चिम बंगाल में भी रजिस्टर्ड है। पश्चिम बंगाल में इल्लीगल वोटर्स यानी अवैध वोटर्स, बांग्लादेश के घुसपैठिए और रोहिंग्या जो बड़ी मात्रा में पश्चिम बंगाल की सरकार ने बंगाल में बसाने का काम किया है, इस वोटर रोल के रिवीजन और ऑडिट की मांग करी है।
Let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now for more. And Sunil, this has been a big issue being raised by the opposition about voters lists and, duplicate as well. And today, this process has begun with the Election Commission inviting parties to come and speak to them. The Trinamool Congress saying they're not satisfied.
That's right. As you rightly pointed out, Gargi, I think the Election Commission is ready now to engage with the, political parties, national parties, state parties, the presidents, and have a consultation process at their convenience at a mutually convenient time to really get threadbare. As they said, according to sources, that some of them who participated in today's deliberations, be it the BJD, be it the Trinamool Congress, be it the BJP, that they were ready to work in the training program of the Election Commission for this work with BLOs and others to ensure that the voter list is cleaned up and done in a transparent and accountable manner. But that being said, there are definitely a lot of doubts that have been raised, and that's the reason why the Election Commission wants to engage and hopefully bring all the stakeholders, political parties, and all those who have, cast aspersions on the Election Commission and the voters list, that they're ready to engage, dialogue with them, and find a foolproof method to ensure that nobody can tamper with the electoral list.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with those details. In other news today, the raging language row between the centre and the Tamil Nadu government. Today, Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has countered Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and DMK MP's claims that he misled Parliament regarding the state's consent for the PM schools for Rising India. That's the PM Shri scheme under the NEP. In fact, he released a letter from Tamil Nadu School Education Department dated last year in March, and he says he stood by his remarks and accused the DMK instead of spreading falsehoods and also letting down students in the state.
Ma'am, just 10 minutes back, the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan had tweeted.
Ma'am, he has issued a statement.
Ma'am,
Dharmendra Pradhan has issued a statement.
Committee, only based on the committee. 1 minute. In the report, it says that there will be a committee based on the committee's recommendations. Then we will sign the MOU. So the committee's recommendations, what are the committee's recommendations? We have not said we will accept the 3-language policy.
Well, after the protest being lodged by the DMK in the state of Tamil Nadu, it was the DMK MP supported by the alliance partners in Tamil Nadu staged a protest outside the Makar Dwar of the new Parliament building today against Dharmendra Pradhan. And also remember, it was Kani Mohi, the DMK MP, who moved earlier the privilege motion for using such words against the DMK. It was alleged by the DMK MPs that it was disrespect to the people of Tamil Nadu, to the Tamil culture, and all the DMK MPs, although it was Dharmendra Pradhan who apologized and the words were already expunged from the records of the Lok Sabha as well. But it was the DMK MPs who sought an apology from Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. But a face-off was seen between the DMK and the Bharatiya Janata Party today as well. It is the DMK who clearly stated that they are not agreeing on the new education policy and imposition of 3 languages in their state. It is the Tamil culture that is foremost for them, and if the 3rd language would be imposed, then certainly it would affect the Tamil culture as well. Several of the Tamil Nadu MPs from DMK Congress stated that imposition of 3rd language is something that they are against. They are not against one particular language, Hindi. But several of the BJP MPs countered the DMK and stated that Tamil culture is rich and nobody is taking away the culture for them. if the third language is being imposed in several states of the BJP has already stated that they will be adopting the new education policy. The students have been given choice to choose the third language, be it any of them. Karnataka MPs already stated that the students have choice that whether they should choose Kannada as the first language, Hindi as the second language, or they have every right to learn any language, and that's the way forward in 21st century. Dharmendra Pradhan in Rajya Sabha as well, while replying to Mr. Kharge, stated that while India is moving forward, they should adopt the three-language policy so that students can adopt different cultures and can move ahead and take India forward. Certainly, the politics had not ended on this. The DMK had stated that they will continue to oppose the new education policy, the NEET in their state, and the flashpoint still remains in the upcoming days. We have to wait and watch as to how this entire flashpoint would begin and will continue in the upcoming days.
Dressed in black, the ruling DMK continued its offensive against the BJP with a protest against NEP outside the parliament and demanded Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan's apology for his unparliamentary remark on Tamil Nadu MPs. In the parliament, the party pushed for a discussion on NEP, which it has rejected, calling it regressive and its three-language policy a ploy to impose Hindi. DMK MP Kanimoli also moved a breach of privilege motion against Pradhan.
The Education Minister, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, he hurt the sentiments of the Tamil people and he insulted the representatives of the Tamil Nadu. So, we expect an apology. The union government has no right, because it's a budgetary allocation for Tamil Nadu, for SSA. Just because they are forcing NEP on us.
Chief Minister M.K. Stalin accused Pradhan for withholding 2,000 crore and blackmailing Tamil Nadu to sign up for NEP. He reiterated the state will not accept NEP even if 10,000 crore is at stake. The BJP also stuck to its guns and hit back at the DMK and the Chief Minister.
ஆனா இதையெல்லாம் ஏத்துக்கிட்டாதான் உங்க நிதி உங்க கைக்கு வரும்னு பிளாக்மெயில் பண்றார் யாரு? ஒன்றிய கல்வி அமைச்சர் தர்மேந்திர பிரதான் அவர்கள். அதனால தான் நான் ஏற்கனவே உறுதியா சொன்னேன், திட்டவட்டமா சொன்னேன், அழுத்த திருத்தமா சொன்னேன். 2000 கோடி இல்ல, நீங்க 10,000 கோடி தந்தாலும் உங்களுடைய நாசகார நாக்பூர் திட்டத்தை ஏத்துக்க மாட்டோம்னு திட்டவட்டமாக நான் சொன்னேன்.
You want to hide that you are raking up language issue. You are raking up delimitation.
Would this backfire politically for the BJP, the three-language issue?
I think it will strengthen us.
Meanwhile, the DMK also dispatched ministers to invite chief ministers and leaders from 7 states for M.K. Stalin's meet on delimitation. The first, Naveen Patnaik in Odisha. An interesting language battle is brewing in the land of anti-Hindi agitation ahead of the state elections in Tamil Nadu. The ruling DMK's emotional two-language policy that catapulted the party to power in the 60s versus scrambling for a toehold, the BJP's push for an additional language, hoping the contemporary language perspective on the ground is in its favor. With Vasudha Venugopal in Delhi, in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
And more news of Parliament. The opposition walked out of the Lok Sabha with the Congress saying that the BJP was selectively quoting data and that BJP MPs are demeaning opposition rule states and that the finance minister showed Tamil Nadu in a bad light. In fact, there was a war of words between the finance minister and Gogoi, and also on the issue of Manipur, the finance minister blaming the Congress in Parliament. Let's listen in.
The BJP government has made it everyday occurrence to insult Tamil Nadu, insult the opposition leaders. Today, in the evening, the LOP was insulted. Yesterday, Tamil Nadu people and the members of parliament were insulted. A minister called as uncivilized. And today, again, the finance minister, in her reply, she's dedicated one entire portion of her reply just for Tamil Nadu and to insult Tamil Nadu and our chief minister. Tamil Nadu is one of the well-performing states, but she just wants to continue insulting us and saying that every scheme they have brought, I mean, it's not like charity. The union government is not giving us charity. I think we are contributing to the union government, to their treasury, and we have to get back schemes which are, rightfully ours. So you cannot, and pardon?
Ma'am, will you seek apology from the finance minister as well?
No, we walked out. We've said that they are, saying everything they want. And then they come back and they keep coming back and saying that they apologize, they are sorry, but it doesn't mean anything to them at all. They just want to say something against every state, insult the opposition, and she's quoting reports which are not even approved, government approved reports. And she was yes, exactly. She's talking about the ASA report, which is not accepted. When it suits them, they quote it. When it doesn't suit them, they say it's not a government agency. So you cannot quote any NGO, you cannot quote some private statistics and then come and say that we are not performing well. You cannot insult a state. We have been performing well, and everybody knows that. And asking for funds for our rural, the Narega scheme. Again, she says, you say your women folk are in the workforce, 42%. And then why are you asking us for funds for, rural workers? How does that match? 42% of our women folk are in the workforce, yes. But what happens to the rest? What happens to the women in the rural areas or agricultural laborers? They don't get work throughout the year. 3 months they have not been paid. So you cannot insult the state government every day. And today she has taken it upon herself to, her entire speech is targeted against Tamil Nadu government.
Ma'am, but the discussion was on Manipur. How come Tamil Nadu?
That is what the discussion is about Manipur, and now they cannot reply to the questions raised by parliamentary members about Manipur because the Prime Minister has not even bothered to go visit the people or console them. So they're targeting Tamil Nadu so that to divert their attention. That is all.
Well, joining with me is senior Congress leader Gaurav Gogoi. Sir, the entire opposition walked out from the Lok Sabha. Why that happened?
A finance minister was selectively quoting data which portrayed Tamil Nadu in a very poor light. In this selective quoting of data, we find that every day the ministers of the Modi government are demeaning opposition ruled states. And therefore, we are protesting, and the entire opposition walked out in protest. Earlier today, when a BJP MP demeaned the position of the leader of opposition, then also all the opposition parties protested. The House got adjourned. The BJP MPs was forced to withdraw his remark. But still, it seems that it is a deliberate agenda of this Modi government and specifically its ministers to selectively quote data and demean opposition rules.
Will you demand the expansion of these words as well?
Sir, why opposition?
Well, that was Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress party after the entire opposition walked out from the Lok Sabha, speaking to NDTV.
All right, news now from Jammu and Kashmir, where the centre has declared two Jammu and Kashmir-based parties, the Awami Action Committee of the Hurriyat Conference Chairman Mirwais Umar Farooq and the Jammu and Kashmir Ittihadul Muslimin led by Masroon Abbas Ansari as banned organizations for 5 years under UAPA. In a notification, the Home Ministry said that the Awami Action Committee chaired by Umar Farooq is indulging in unlawful activities which are prejudicial to the integrity and sovereignty of the country. Taking to X, Mirwais said that the AAC has unwaveringly stood by the people of Jammu and Kashmir. Let's go across to Nazir now for more on this story. Nazir, so this move by the centre to ban Mirwais's party, what has the reaction to this been?
Well, Mirwais has condemned it, so is Mehbooba Mufti, National Conference Ali Muhammad Sagar, and they're saying the Mirwais and his family has been against violence and they have suffered a great deal in the course. But clearly, Home Minister Amit Shah in a tweet has said that Jammu and Kashmir Ittihadul Muslimin and Awami Action Committee have been declared unlawful associations under UAPA. And these organizations were found inciting people to cause law and order situations, posing a threat to unity and integrity of Bharat. Anyone found involved in activities against the nation's peace, order and sovereignty is bound to face the crushing blow of the Modi government. That is what Union government has been saying. Many organizations have been banned over the last 6 years in Jammu and Kashmir, and this is the latest. These are two organizations latest addition, particularly Mirwais Umar Farooq, who is making all the peace noises now. In fact, engaging the central government anyway, for example, on Waqf bill, he recently met even the BJP member MPs and others in Delhi and was trying to interact and reach out to several groups, including Kashmiri Pandits in Delhi. So now he is finding his organization, Awami Action Committee, as a banned organization, and he has said it is he has strongly condemned it. Clearly, the organization which have had some links with the separatism in the past are being banned one by one in Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, Nazir, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Mirwais's party there banned in Jammu and Kashmir. News from Delhi now, in a fresh setback for AAP Chief Arvind Kejriwal, who's out on bail in a case related to the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam and recently lost the Delhi Assembly elections. A court in the capital directed that an FIR be registered against him and others from the Aam Aadmi Party over allegedly misusing public funds to put up large hoardings. Hearing a petition, the Rouse Avenue Court directed the Delhi police to register the FIR and asked for a compliance report by the 18th of March. This case, however, dates back to 2019. Nupur reports.
Well, yes, in fact, in a huge setback to Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court has today directed the Delhi police to lodge FIR against him and other party leaders over alleged misuse of public funds to put up large hoardings in the national capital. The Delhi court has today accepted this particular petition that has sought FIR against Kejriwal and other AAP leaders for this alleged use or misuse of public funds. The court has also directed Delhi police to file compliance report by March 18 with this particular order, which means the Delhi police has to file an FIR against Kejriwal before March 18. The case actually pertains to a complaint filed back in 2019 claiming that Kejriwal, along with other AAP leaders including former AAP MLA Gulab Singh, Dwarka councillor Nitika Sharma, misused public money by installing large hoardings across the area.
Now, in a tragic incident in Manipur, a bus carrying around 15 border security force personnel, that's BSF, fell in a deep gorge. This was in the Senapati district, and 3 personnel have died. Manipur Governor Ajay Kumar Bhalla expressed deep sorrow over this tragic accident that took place. He extended his condolences to the bereaved families and wished for the speedy recovery of the injured. A senior police officer said that around 8 personnel were injured. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, the latest on the Pakistan train hijack.
Finesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Finer Finesta.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core.
Welcome back. Let's now get you the latest on the Pakistan train hijacking. And according to reports, Baloch separatists have taken scores of passengers hostage, including security personnel, after attacking a train in southwestern Pakistan. Local police reports say that nearly 350 other passengers are believed to be safe. The Baloch Liberation Army, a separatist group, has claimed responsibility, saying that they will kill the hostages unless security forces pull out of the region. Well, to talk more about this, we're now joined by Sarah Zaman, who joins us from Islamabad. Thank you so much for being with us. And what is the latest you can share with us? Because there are so many conflicting reports and numbers that are emerging.
Yes, that is true. We're getting very little information because security sources are revealing information very carefully and in very small quantities. So far, what I have confirmed is that at least 70 passengers were released earlier in the day, and they walked about 6 kilometers on foot to the nearby Paneer station. So we know that at least 70 people are safe. As far as the operation is concerned, the only reports we're getting so far is that a security operation is ongoing in the area, and there is exchange of fire between militants from BLA and the military.
That's right. And one of the latest, information or message given out by the BLA, they're even threatening to execute hostages if demands aren't met. Also, there are a lot of security personnel, soldiers who are, have been taken hostage.
So again, we're waiting for confirmation on these numbers because BLA, like many other militant outfits, they do tend to describe whatever the situation is in an exaggerated manner so that they can create panic and fear. And that is why we have to be very careful when we see their claims. And that is why we're waiting for security officials also to corroborate those statements. So we know so far that security officials do travel, military officials do travel between different cities via train. So there is a possibility that there are a number of security officials present on these trains. But how many are being held hostage, if any, that is something we have to wait for confirmation from official sources.
Right, and Sarah, if you could also just share with us what are the kind of demands being made? They're also asking for the release of political prisoners.
So overall, BLA has a general demand, which is that Pakistani security officials as well as Pakistani state should leave this area, that they see Pakistan's investment in this area and Chinese investment in this area as basically a problem. They believe that that the Pakistani state is robbing the Balochistan province of its resources. So in general, they want security as well as the Pakistani state to leave this area. But in terms of specific demands, we're basically, again, just waiting for security forces to clear the area. And in terms of that, the information, like I said, is very slow to come. And it seems it's, to a great extent, it's a blackout. And that's largely because this area is also very far from easy to access places, because even though it's not too far from the provincial capital of Quetta, there's not really any road that leads to this area. There's only the train track, and the area is surrounded by arid mountains. So in that case, it's very difficult right now to get any information, and it's also difficult to conduct the operation. And it's an area that BLA militants are very familiar with. The question is, how well familiar are the security forces with this area?
All right, so a very remote area, also given the sensitivity, perhaps, the information is not so forthcoming. But, while one has heard of trouble in Balochistan over the, last couple of years, last couple of months, but this sort of serious incident in which a train has been hijacked, was there any indication, is there any talk of intelligence failure?
So in Balochistan, we have seen terrorism rise in the last 1 year or so. In fact, BLA has emerged as the second most deadly group in Pakistan. The Global Terrorism Index that was released last week, it explained that in last year, the BLA was able to conduct about 116 attacks in 2023, and then last year they were able to ramp it up to 504 attacks, and they were able to also increase casualties. So BLA is definitely emerging as a huge threat in Balochistan. And in terms of the nature of this attack, this was, yes, it was a very unexpected and very massive attack, especially looking at the situation, like you said, a train is being held hostage. Now, last year in November, BLA staged an attack at Quetta train station. And in that attack, which was one of the deadliest last year, 26 people died and a large number of the casualties were military personnel in that also. Now, right now, we know that because the province is in the throes of a wave of terror, a wave of violence, so security is on high alert. There is intelligence constantly being exchanged. And we have seen a document that said that there was a security threat in the area, but it did not specifically say that there was any security threat to any specific train or any train station. It was more of a general sense of threat in the area. So This is also something that as this episode wraps up, it comes to an end, and there is a security analysis, then we'll have a better picture of whether this was an intelligence failure, whether there had been any pointed intelligence about any mode of transportation being targeted.
All right, Sarah Zaman, thank you so much for speaking to us here at NDTV. Well, moving on to news now from Mauritius. Prime Minister Modi is on a 2-day state visit. He today received the highest award, which was announced by the Prime Minister, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Star and Key of the Indian Ocean. And this is Prime Minister Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to receive this honor. Earlier today, addressing the Indian diaspora, he said that Mauritius is not just a partner, but a family for India. Let's just listen into what the Mauritian Prime Minister is saying.
The next 5 years reaffirms our commitment to develop our ocean economy, now extending to one of the largest oceanic territories in the world. We look forward to further consolidate our collaboration for security in the Indian Ocean region as part of SAGAR. The agreement signed between our two countries during your visit, Excellency, already, which will be signed tomorrow, already important steps towards the collaboration on ocean-related issues. We are confident that these and others to come will further consolidate and strengthen our collaboration in the ocean space. Mauritius has always supported greater regional cooperation and integration. We are geographically, culturally, and politically close to both the African and the Asian continents. Whilst we're a member of the African region...
All right, let's go across to NDTV's Ghazali, who joins us from there. Ghazali, quite a packed day the Prime Minister had today. He's also received the highest award in Mauritius, the first Indian Prime Minister to do so. And tomorrow, he will be the chief guest at the National Day celebrations. Tell us more.
Yeah, certainly. The entire speech or the address of the Prime Minister today, while addressing the Indian diaspora, has 3 to 4 parts or 3 to 4 major focus areas. One, he spoke about the Indo-Mauritius connect, the religious connect, the cultural connect, the connect through heritage. Like 12th of March, tomorrow is the National Day of Mauritius, and Prime Minister reminded the gathering over there in presence of the Mauritius Prime Minister that how 12th March is the day when Mahatma Gandhi launched his Dandi March. He spoke about that how the father of the sitting Prime Minister, Naveen Chandra Ram Ghulam, his father, late Mr. Ram Ghulam, fought against the British colonialism, and he was also in talks, he was fighting against the British colonialism while in collaboration with Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. So that was the kind of historical connect he spoke about. Then he moved on to talk about the Indian connect or to the Indian diaspora, that there are people from different states of India who are settled in Mauritius, particularly from Bihar. We saw that through the day, Prime Minister was greeted by women from Bihar origin who sang some songs in Bhojpuri to welcome him when he arrived here in the morning. And then Prime Minister reciprocated that heritage, that connect by talking about that how Prime Minister, his government has focused on redevelopment of Bihar by reviving the Nalanda University. He spoke about that how people from Mauritius who couldn't attend the Kumbh Mela in Allahabad or in Prayagraj, for them he has brought the holy water from the Sangam, which will be tomorrow poured into or fused into the Ganga Talab, another holy sacred river here in Mauritius. Besides that, he also talked about that how now India is working and assisting Mauritius in public projects like developing a college here and other infrastructure and capacity building projects, and it will continue to be so. He spoke about, as you rightly heard right now, that the Prime Minister of the Mauritius also had shown gratitude, that how he said that we are honored to have invited Prime Minister Modi as our guest for the National Day. Prime Minister reciprocated by saying that I humbly accept it. And he went on for like 1.5 hours sharing that how Indian diaspora has contributed here. He also spoke about the indentured laborers, the start of the entire India-Mauritius connect, that how back in 1800, the British government brought those laborers back from India to this region. And Prime Minister said that like how we map the heritage sites, we will also map that entire route taken by those laborers, those Indians who finally settled here and through which we have a great India-Mauritius connection.
All right, thanks so much, Ghazali, for joining us there with all those developments. In other news now, Ukrainian and US officials are meeting in Saudi Arabia for talks aimed at finding a way to end the war with Russia. This comes after Ukraine launched its largest drone attack on Moscow overnight. Ukraine's Chief of Staff, Andriy Yermak, said that the meeting with the US team started very constructively. The Ukrainian delegation, which didn't include President Zelensky, met with US officials including Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Ukraine is facing heavy pressure, particularly in Russia's Kursk region, where Moscow is pushing hard to remove Ukrainian forces. Ukraine's overnight drone, in which 337 drones were downed over Russia, killed at least 3 employees of a meat warehouse, caused a short shutdown at Moscow's 4 airports and a halt in crude oil shipments. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola. How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered. where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
हम मिलकर महत्वपूर्ण इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट पर काम कर रहे हैं जो मॉरिशस के कोने-कोने में विकास की अमिट छाप छोड़ रहे हैं। क्षमता निर्माण और ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट में आपसी सहयोग के परिणाम गवर्नमेंट और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में देखे जा रहे हैं। हर चुनौतीपूर्ण समय में, चाहे प्राकृतिक आपदा हो या कोविड महामारी, हम एक परिवार की तरह एक साथ खड़े रहे हैं। आज हमारे ऐतिहासिक और सांस्कृतिक संबंधों ने एक व्यापक साझेदारी का रूप लिया है। फ्रेंड्स, मॉरिशस हमारा निकट मैरीटाइम पड़ोसी है और हिंद महासागर क्षेत्र में महत्वपूर्ण साझेदार है। पिछले बार मेरी मॉरिशस यात्रा के दौरान मैंने विजन सागर रखा था। इसके केंद्र में क्षेत्रीय विकास, सुरक्षा और समृद्धि है। हमारा मानना है ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों को एकजुट होकर अपनी आवाज बुलंद करनी चाहिए। इसी सोच के साथ हमने अपनी G20 अध्यक्षता में ग्लोबल साउथ की प्राथमिकताओं को केंद्र में रखा और हमने मॉरिशस को अपने विशेष अतिथि के रूप में आमंत्रित किया। फ्रेंड्स, जैसा मैंने पहले भी कहा है, अगर विश्व में कोई एक देश है जिसका भारत पर पूरा हक है तो उस देश का नाम है मॉरिशस। हमारे संबंधों की कोई सीमा नहीं है। हमारे संबंधों को लेकर हमारी आशाओं और आकांक्षाओं की कोई लिमिट नहीं है। आने वाले समय में हम मिलकर हमारे लोगों के विकास, पूरे क्षेत्र की शांति और सुरक्षा के लिए मिलजुल करके काम करते रहेंगे। इसी विश्वास के साथ आइए हम सब मिलकर प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर नवीन चंद्र रामगुलाम जी और उनकी धर्मपत्नी वीणा जी के अच्छे स्वास्थ्य, मॉरिशस के लोगों की निरंतर प्रगति और समृद्धि और भारत मॉरिशस की घनिष्ठ मित्रता के लिए शुभकामनाएं व्यक्त करें। जय हिंद, विवे मॉरिस।
All right, the Prime Minister there at a banquet in Mauritius, talking about the deep connections between both countries and how he feels at home there in Mauritius. Well, moving on to other news now. After the Dharvi slum redevelopment project, the Adani group has emerged as the highest bidder for the 36,000 crore redevelopment of Motilal Nagar in Mumbai. Motilal Nagar 1, 2 and 3 is one of Mumbai's biggest housing redevelopment projects, covering 143 acres in the western suburb of Goregaon. Adani Properties Private Limited emerged as the highest bidder, offering more built-up area than its nearest rival, L&T. The Mumbai High Court last week gave Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority a go-ahead to redevelop Motilal Nagar through a construction and development agency. With that, we'll slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a two-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Mauritius for a 2-day visit after a decade now, and with a focus on deepening bilateral ties, trade and cultural exchange. This visit is going to prove a milestone in the Indo-Mauritius ties. For all the latest updates and highlights of this visit, do stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond.
Amid a row and allegations over voter list discrepancies and duplicate voters, the Election Commission invites parties for talks with Trinamool Congress says not satisfied with the poll body's response. The language showdown rages between DMK and the centre as the DMK held more protests today. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan releases a letter to show that earlier Tamil Nadu had accepted the PM Shri schools under the NEP, something denied by Chief Minister Stalin. Prime Minister Modi on a 2-day visit to Mauritius receives the highest honour, the first for an Indian Prime Minister, says Mauritius not just a partner nation but family, says he feels at home. Scores of passengers, including Pakistan Army soldiers, taken hostage after Baloch rebel group hijacks a train. Reports of an operation underway as well as firing as the group issues several demands. Another setback for AAP chief Arvind Kejriwal after Delhi court orders an FIR against Kejriwal and other party leaders for allegedly misusing public funds. The centre bans Mirwais Umar Farooq's Awami Action Committee under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act for a period of 5 years. And the US and Ukraine hold its first meeting since the Trump-Zelensky clash. The meeting held in Saudi Arabia. This as Kiev's forces launched the largest drone attack on Moscow. 3 people have been killed. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Our top story, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a 2-day visit to Mauritius. It is a state visit and he has been granted the highest award in the country. It was announced by the Mauritius Prime Minister, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Star and Key of the Indian Ocean. Prime Minister Modi is the first Indian to receive this honor. Addressing the Indian diaspora at an event, the Prime Minister said that Mauritius is not just a partner but family for India. He also said he feels at home. During the visit, the two countries will sign several pacts providing for cooperation in areas of capacity building, trade and tackling cross-border financial crimes. Prime Minister will also attend the island nation's National Day celebrations as the chief guest on March 12th.
And I know a bit more about the Prime Minister now, the life that he led, the spirituality. Prime Minister has been deeply inspired by Swami Vivekananda's principles of service and sacrifice. Prime Minister, you are the living testimony of selfless public service. Today, thanks to your resolute, determined, and indefatigable effort, you have asserted India's role on the world stage.
जैसा मैंने पहले भी कहा है, अगर विश्व में कोई एक देश है जिसका भारत पर पूरा हक है, तो उस देश का नाम है मॉरिशस। संबंधों की कोई सीमा नहीं है। हमारे संबंधों को लेकर हमारी आशाओं और आकांक्षाओं की कोई लिमिट नहीं है। आने वाले समय में हम मिलकर हमारे लोगों के विकास, पूरे क्षेत्र की शांति और सुरक्षा के लिए मिलजुल करके काम करते रहेंगे।
Well, let's go across now to Ghazali, who joins us from Mauritius there. And Ghazali, it's been quite a busy day for the Prime Minister and for you also. Clearly, the Prime Minister there talking about how Mauritius is like family, how he feels at home. He's also been bestowed with the highest honor there.
Yeah, certainly the address today to the Indian community in presence of Mauritius Prime Minister Mr. Naveen Chandra Ramgoolam highlighted that how India has a very strong cultural and religious connect with Mauritius, besides having trade ties, besides Mauritius being a strategic partner in the Indian Ocean region. Prime Minister Modi was conferred with the highest award. He showed gratitude for that, and Prime Minister of Mauritius also said that how he has been he showed his gratitude, saying that how Prime Minister took out time from his busy schedule to visit here to attend as the chief guest for the National Day. Prime Minister spoke about different issues throughout his address. First, that how 12th of March, the National Day for Mauritius, also coincides with the Mahatma Gandhi's Dandi March Yatra, which is launched on March 12 itself. And then Prime Minister spoke about that how India and Mauritius are key partners. He also announced that how India will be issuing OCI cards, the Overseas Citizens of India cards, to the 7th generation of Mauritius people who are of Indian origin. Then talking about the Bihar connect with Mauritius, he addressed the gathering in Bhojpuri. Early in the morning when he arrived here, he was welcomed with Bhojpuri song by women from Bihar of Bihar origin. Prime Minister also spoke about that how India has been assisting Mauritius in public projects, infrastructure projects, capacity building, and to look forward to tomorrow when the Prime Minister will be meeting officially with the Prime Minister of Mauritius. Then there are many key MOUs which are going to be signed between the two countries. First, related to maritime security. Prime Minister of Mauritius also thanked Indian Prime Minister for assisting in developing the Agalega Island, which is of very strategic relevance during floods in Mauritius. It was one of the key strip through which they received a lot of humanitarian assistance from India. Prime Minister also spoke about that how during the COVID days, India was the first responders in that particular region to provide medical assistance to Mauritius. And in all of this, it now looks very promising that in years to come from now, India and Mauritius, their ties is only going to grow stronger.
All right. Thanks so much, Ghazali, for joining us with all those details. News now, the Pakistan train hijack. According to reports, Baloch separatists have taken scores of passengers hostage, including security personnel. This after they attacked a train in southwestern Pakistan. Local police reports suggest that nearly 350 other passengers are believed to be safe, but there are conflicting reports. The Baloch Liberation Army, a separatist group, claimed responsibility and stated that they're holding scores of hostages, have even threatened to kill them unless security forces pull out of the region and some political prisoners are released. The train was reportedly trapped in a tunnel and the driver sustained serious injuries. Earlier we spoke to Sarah Zaman, who joined us from Islamabad with all the very latest. Thank you so much for being with us. And what is the latest you can share with us, because there are so many conflicting reports and numbers that are emerging?
Yes, that is true. We're getting very little information because security sources are revealing information very carefully and in very small quantities. So far, what I have confirmed is that at least 70 passengers were released earlier in the day, and they walked about 6 kilometers on foot to the nearby Paneer station. So we know that at least 70 people are safe. As far as the operation is concerned, the only reports we're getting so far is that a security operation is ongoing in the area, and there is exchange of fire between militants from BLA and the military.
That's right. And one of the latest, information or message given out by the BLA, they're even threatening to execute hostages if demands are met. Also, there are a lot of security personnel, soldiers who are, have been taken hostage.
So again, we're waiting for confirmation on these numbers because BLA, like many other militant outfits, they do tend to describe whatever the situation is in an exaggerated manner so that they can create panic and fear. And that is why we have to be very careful when we see their claims. And that is why we're waiting for security officials also to corroborate those statements. So we know so far that security officials do travel, military officials do travel between different cities via train. So there is a possibility that there are a number of security officials present on these trains. But how many are being held hostage, if any, that is something we have to wait for confirmation from official sources.
Now, the raging showdown between the centre and Tamil Nadu government over language and implementation of the national education policy in the state. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan countered Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and DMK MP's claims that he had misled Parliament regarding the state's consent for the PM Schools for Rising India scheme, which is under NEP. Dharmendra Pradhan shared a letter from the Tamil Nadu School Education Department that had said the southern state was very keen to set up the schools, criticizing Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK government for playing politics over the three-language initiative in the new education policy. Mr. Pradhan in Parliament said the party led by the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin was being dishonest.
Ma'am, just 10 minutes back, Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan had tweeted.
Ma'am, he has issued a statement. Ma'am, Dharmendra Pradhan has issued a statement.
Only based on the committee. 1 minute. In the report, it says that there will be a committee based on the committee's recommendations. Then we will sign the MOU. So the committee's recommendations, what are the committee's recommendations? We have not said we will accept the three-language policy.
Dressed in black, the ruling DMK continued its offensive against the BJP with a protest against NEP outside the parliament and demanded Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan's apology for his unparliamentary remark on Tamil Nadu MPs. In the parliament, the party pushed for a discussion on NEP, which it has rejected, calling it regressive and its three-language policy a ploy to impose Hindi. DMK MP Kanimozhi also moved a breach of privilege motion against Pradhan.
The Education Minister, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, he hurt the sentiments of the Tamil people and he insulted the representatives of the Tamil Nadu. So, we expect an apology. The union government has no right, because it's a budgetary allocation for Tamil Nadu, for SSA. Just because they are forcing NEP on us.
Chief Minister M.K. Stalin accused Pradhan for withholding 2,000 crore and blackmailing Tamil Nadu to sign up for NEP. He reiterated the state will not accept NEP even if 10,000 crore is at stake. The BJP also stuck to its guns and hit back at the DMK and the Chief Minister.
ஆனா இதையெல்லாம் ஏத்துக்கிட்டாதான் உங்க நிதி உங்க கைக்கு வரும்னு பிளாக்மெயில் பண்றார் யாரு? ஒன்றிய கல்வி அமைச்சர் தர்மேந்திர பிரதான் அவர்கள். அதனால தான் நான் ஏற்கனவே உறுதியா சொன்னேன், திட்டவட்டமா சொன்னேன், அழுத்த திருத்தமா சொன்னேன். 2000 கோடி இல்ல, நீங்க 10,000 கோடி தந்தாலும் உங்களுடைய நாசகார நாக்பூர் திட்டத்தை ஏத்துக்க மாட்டோம்னு திட்டவட்டமாக நான் சொன்னேன்.
You want to hide that you are raking up language issue. You are raking up delimitation.
Would this backfire politically for the BJP, the three-language issue?
I think it will strengthen us.
Meanwhile, the DMK also dispatched ministers to invite chief ministers and leaders from 7 states for M.K. Stalin's meet on delimitation. The first, Naveen Patnaik in Odisha. An interesting language battle is brewing in the land of anti-Hindi agitation ahead of the state elections in Tamil Nadu. The ruling DMK's emotional two-language policy that catapulted the party to power in the 60s versus scrambling for a toehold, the BJP's push for an additional language, hoping the contemporary language perspective on the ground is in its favor. With Vasudha Venugopal in Delhi, in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
Well, there's time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, more news on Parliament and the opposition walked out of the Lok Sabha.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. India's leading AI smartphone brand.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Welcome back. And there was more disruption in Parliament. The opposition walked out of the Lok Sabha today with the Congress accusing the BJP of selectively quoting data in the House and accusing the finance minister, also saying that the BJP MPs are demeaning opposition rule states. The opposition also said the finance minister showed Tamil Nadu in a bad light.
The BJP government has made it everyday occurrence to insult Tamil Nadu, insult the opposition leaders. Today, in the evening, the LOP was insulted. Yesterday, Tamil Nadu people and the members of parliament were insulted. A minister called as uncivilized. And today, again, the finance minister, in her reply, she's dedicated one entire portion of her reply just for Tamil Nadu and to insult Tamil Nadu and our chief minister. Tamil Nadu is one of the well-performing states, but she just wants to continue insulting us and saying that every scheme they have brought, I mean, it's not like charity. The union government is not giving us charity. I think we are contributing to the union government, to their treasury, and we have to get back schemes which are, rightfully ours. So you cannot, and pardon?
Ma'am, will you seek apology from the finance minister as well?
No, we walked out. We've said that they are, saying everything they want. And then they come back and they keep coming back and saying that they apologize, they are sorry, but it doesn't mean anything to them at all. They just want to say something against every state, insult the opposition, and she's quoting reports which are not even approved, government approved reports. And she was yes, exactly. She's talking about the ASA report, which is not accepted. When it suits them, they quote it. When it doesn't suit them, they say it's not a government agency. So you cannot quote any NGO, you cannot quote some private statistics and then come and say that we are not performing well. You cannot insult a state. We have been performing well, and everybody knows that. And asking for funds for our rural, the Narega scheme, again she says, you say your women folk are in the workforce, 42%. And then why are you asking us for funds for, rural workers? How does that match? 42% of our women folk are in the workforce, yes. But what happens to the rest? What happens to the women in the rural areas or agricultural laborers? They don't get work throughout the year. 3 months they have not been paid. So you cannot insult the state government every day. And today she has taken it upon herself to, her entire speech is targeted against Tamil Nadu government.
Ma'am, but the discussion was on Manipur. How come Tamil Nadu?
That is what the discussion is about Manipur, and now they cannot reply to the questions raised by parliamentary members about Manipur because the Prime Minister has not even bothered to go visit the people or console them. So they're targeting Tamil Nadu so that to divert their attention. That is all.
Well, joining with me is senior Congress leader Gaurav Gogoi. Sir, the entire opposition walked out from the Lok Sabha. Why that happened?
A finance minister was selectively quoting data which portrayed Tamil Nadu in a very poor light. In this selective quoting of data, we find that every day the ministers of the Modi government are demeaning opposition ruled states. And therefore, we are protesting, and the entire opposition walked out in protest. Earlier today, when a BJP MP demeaned the position of the leader of opposition, then also all the opposition parties protested. The House got adjourned. The BJP MPs was forced to withdraw his remark. But still, it seems that it is a deliberate agenda of this Modi government and specifically its ministers to selectively quote data and demean opposition rules.
Will you demand the expansion of these words as well?
Sir, why opposition?
Well, that was Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress party after the entire opposition walked out from the Lok Sabha, speaking to NDTV.
At a time when opposition parties have raised concerns over the purity of electoral rolls, the Election Commission invited national and state party presidents and delegations to a meeting to discuss ways to strengthen electoral processes. A delegation of the Trinamool Congress met with the Election Commission over the issue of duplicate voter ID numbers and alleged that Aadhaar cards were being cloned, which may lead to the possibility of these being used for fake voter registration. The party demanded that the Election Commission issue a separate list of voter deletions, new additions and modifications with every new revised electoral roll, even going on to say that they weren't satisfied with the poll body's response.
आज हम लोग चुनाव आयोग से मिले और चुनाव आयोग ने जो जवाब दिया उसको लेकर हम संतुष्ट नहीं हैं। उन्होंने कहा है कि 90 दिन के अंदर हम ये समस्या का समाधान करेंगे। क्या इलेक्शन कमीशन को मालूम है कि कितने डुप्लीकेट एपिक कार्ड्स हैं? तभी वह एक निर्धारित समय दे रही है। इसके ऊपर एक बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा होता है कि एक एपिक कार्ड जो किसी दूसरे राज्य का हो, जिस प्रकार से मेरा आधार कार्ड मेरा है वो आपका नहीं हो सकता, उसी प्रकार से मेरा एपिक कार्ड के ऊपर किसी दूसरे तीसरे चौथे का नाम कैसे आ सकता है? वह भी एक ही राज्य के 2-3 जिले से उन नाम को कैसे आई जा रहा है? लोकसभा और विधानसभा चुनाव के बीच में महाराष्ट्र के अंदर 40 लाख नए वोटर जोड़े गए। क्या इसकी संज्ञा इलेक्शन कमीशन को नहीं थी?
वहाँ पे वोटर रोल को मैनिपुलेट करने का काम वहाँ की प्रदेश की सरकार ने, मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी ने किया है। ये डुप्लीकेशन पश्चिम बंगाल के ही वोटरों में है। कुछ वोटर ऐसे हैं जो अन्य प्रदेशों में भी रजिस्टर्ड है और पश्चिम बंगाल में भी रजिस्टर्ड है। पश्चिम बंगाल में इलीगल वोटर्स यानी अवैध वोटर्स, बांग्लादेश के घुसपैठिए और रोहिंग्या जो बड़ी मात्रा में पश्चिम बंगाल की सरकार ने बंगाल में बसाने का काम किया है। इस वोटर रोल के रिवीजन और ऑडिट की मांग करी है।
The Election Commission is ready now to engage with the political parties, national parties, state parties, the presidents, and have a consultation process with at their convenience at a mutually convenient time to really get threadbare. As they said, according to sources, that some of them who participated in today's deliberations, be it the BJD, be it the Trinamool Congress, be it the BJP, that they were ready to work in the training program of the Election Commission for this entire work with BLOs and others to ensure that the voter list is cleaned up and done in a transparent and accountable manner. But that being said, there are definitely a lot of doubts that have been raised, and that's the reason why the Election Commission wants to engage and hopefully bring all the stakeholders, political parties, and all those who have, cast aspersions on the Election Commission and the voters list, that they're ready to engage, dialogue with them, and find a foolproof method